Hi, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Russ Dog gets the belt.
Good for Russ Dog.
Hey, I said this to James earlier. At least they didn't lose by 51.
Ugh.
Could have been worse. 144 to 93. That's insane.
It was so wild early on.
144 to 110 is crazy.
The worst part is, like, even your starters, they couldn't get off the court fast enough to not, like, Steph posted like a negative 42.
Yes.
And Draymond was like a negative 44, 45.
Yeah, they combined for 0 points.
Yeah. Well, no, I think Steph had two free throws.
Yeah,
0 for
made
7.
goals.
Yeah. No, that was.
What up, Drew Down? What's up, Steven?
But, like, Spencer. You're like, hey, let's leave them out there and see what'll happen and see if they can get back in this one.
Jesus.
Oh, no. It got worse.
Minutes. Yeah.
It got worse.
Holy shit. What's up, Michigan? We've never been more in here. What's up, Boogie?
Let's see.
Morning, Chris. What's up, David? Aloha, Johnny G. Optima Tax Relief.
I'm glad I don't hear the commercials.
What's up, P-Dub?
What's going on?
What's up, Katrina?
Trying to muster the energy here.
Yeah, the start of D-Lo and KC is going to be funny today. We have a emergency Kings roundtable coming up at 11:30 with D-Lo, KC, and Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'll follow. What's up, John Paul? What's up, Manny? Steely Beats, what's good? Mrs. Mac, DBD, what's up? Intervention time.
It is. Well, I don't know if it's intervention time. It definitely feels like we should. We might be past intervention time.
Oh, boy. All right. It's showtime, everybody. Woo! I guess.
We can do this?
Get this music out of here. We don't deserve the whole intro.
We could have just let it play for the next 2 hours.
Look, man. All right, here's what we're going to do first. Before we do anything else today, we're going to try and give you something.
Okay. We should just do all the giveaways right now.
We have so many things to give away.
That's right.
The good news is we have things to give you. If you would like to win an exclusive Insiders hoodie, courtesy of Jiffy Lube, that you can only win through this contest.
That's right.
Along with a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. Get yourself right with the holiday driving season like now.
Yeah, go get your headlights checked, battery tested.
Windshield wipers,
headlights,
brake lights.
Yes, all of those things. Like, have your oil changed, like all of it. Do it right now.
$33 off coupon.
There's only one thing worse than the Sacramento Kings right now. It's getting stuck at your mother-in-law's house for an extra 3 days.
Oh, boy.
Because your car broke down.
Oh, boy. Go to ESPN1320.com right now. Find the Jiffy Lube contest page. Today's word is trouble.
Trouble.
Trouble. That is the Jiffy Lube teamwork word of the day, because the Kings are very much in trouble after a 113-110 loss. Excuse me, 113-100 loss to the Lakers last night. Look, man, we keep talking about the red button. I don't know what the red button is because I think it's different from person to person. But continuing on whatever path they're on right now and going, hey, it's going to work itself out. No, it's not. It's not going to magically get better. They're not going to magically turn into this awesome defensive team that knocks down a bunch of threes. And oh my God, look, they're the Boston Celtics. That's not going to happen. This group of players, not even going to single anybody out. This particular group of players, this roster as constructed, is not it. So do literally anything.
You have to do something, Kyle.
Somebody has to be awake over there at Golden One Center to do something. There's no way you watched that last night and went, no, this is good. No, we're fine with this. This is good. Everything's going according to plan.
Like, I saw a scene of Vivek Ranadive sitting courtside. The last couple of games, it's been grumpy. Like, he's been very upset. They brought in Vlade to try to cheer him up because just so people know, Vlade is one of those people that you would, like in life, there are people that you would want to go hang out with and have dinner with. Vlade Divac is one of those dudes. He's one of the coolest dudes you're ever going to run into. It felt like they brought him in to like put his arm around Vivek and like watch the disaster, the train wreck happening together.
They brought in his emotional support, Vlade.
It was an emotional support, Vlade.
Okay.
Last night, it was Anjali that was sitting there trying to console her dad courtside.
Great.
Like, what is happening is...
This is all good stuff. This is all signs of a healthy organization.
You just had 2 games in 12 days, and both of those games ended in massive disappointment. Incredible disappointment. And it's not even just that you lost. It's the way you lost. It's that you gave up. You were outscored 41-21 in the first quarter against the Denver Nuggets and then had to climb back in the game the entire time. And then lose because...
And then smoke a 10-point lead with 4 minutes to go.
And then a 35-year-old Hall of Famer fumbles the ball underneath the basket and doesn't score the game-winning bucket with a couple of seconds left. Like, you go into a game against the Lakers and you're in it. And then you're just not. Like, you have things that are working and then you go away from them. I don't know what to say, man. I like the way that they've lost, having Laker fans in the building chanting, "Let's go Lakers." Like, and really almost no response from Kings fans. Because at this point, like, what are you supposed to say? We don't know. Our team sucks at home. They don't play good here. We don't get to see good basketball at home, despite the fact that we're paying some of the highest ticket prices in the league. All we get to see is bad basketball at home. It's wild.
In the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 if you would like to watch this show. Appreciate everybody listening either on the free Odyssey app or, of course, on the radio on 1320 AM. Badfinger said Kings occasionally win games, but they rarely beat their opponents. There is no killer instinct with this team. That's a good place to start.
Kyle, I'm going to be honest. They're more talented than a lot of teams. And
yeah,
so,
it doesn't matter on a nightly freaking basis.
No, so they win some of those games that we're talking about, that you're talking about there, Badfinger. They win some of those games because they're just so much more talented than their opponent. Mm-hmm. It's the other game. Anytime things get tough, it's gone.
Domantas Sabonis in the locker room last night. We were watching the video earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to play it for everybody because it's the same thing we've been hearing from the Kings for a year and a half now.
Mm-hmm.
It's, well, we know what we got to do. We got to lock in. We got to focus.
We love each other.
We love each other. You know, we know what we got to do. We just got to go out there and do it. Okay. I'm sorry. That's not good enough anymore. We know what we got to do. We just got to do it. No, it doesn't. That plays when you've lost 3 in a row. And it's like, hey, you know what? We know the fixes we got to make. We just got to go out there and do it. Okay. When you're 13-15 in a year where everybody in this area was going like, yeah, hey, this is a 50-plus win team. I didn't think that was crazy.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you the one reason why I'm going to look at Domantas Sabonis and I'm going to believe that what he is saying, he believes.
Mm-hmm.
because I don't believe that Domantas Sabonis is any part of the reason why they're losing. And he doesn't know why they're losing.
Mm-hmm.
We watched him on Tuesday take one of the most brutal falls that you're going to see. And the dude somehow mustered enough strength to finish the game.
Mm-hmm.
Played the rest of the game. Like happened in the second quarter. I didn't think he'd be able to come out of halftime. In all honesty, like talking to him in the last couple of days, he didn't believe he was going to be able to come out after halftime. Gritted it out. You watched him in the second quarter last night.
Mm-hmm.
Kings call a timeout. He starts pointing for the medical team to come over immediately. He runs over to the bench, and they start working on his back. He was hurting so incredibly bad. There are players there that are playing through pain, that are playing through all kinds of things, and still putting up huge performances. But it's the collective. For some reason, there's something missing with this group of players that is allowing them to be good on the court together. It does feel like a group of individuals who take turns. It feels like a group of individuals who have to get their specific number of shots at certain times. We got to the third quarter last night, and Kyle, I like De'Aaron Fox picks up his 5th foul. They've got to pull him out of the game. Malik Monk pick and roll with Domantas Sabonis bucket. Malik Monk pick and roll with Domantas Sabonis bucket. Malik Monk pick and roll Domantas Sabonis bucket. 3 out of 4 plays. Boom, 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 boom.
What was the 4th play?
DeMar DeRozan jumper. Then a DeMar DeRozan jumper.
A 17-footer.
17-foot fall-away jumper. Then a Kevin Huerter 27-foot jumper. Never again did we have a Malik Monk to Domantas Sabonis dunk, pick and roll bucket. Like, they just stopped going to what was working.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. Like, if you're on the court and you're a player and you're like, hey, can we keep running this play until literally their entire team is sitting on it and we can't run the play anymore?
Right. Run it until the wheels fall off. Because once the wheels fall off, it means something else is now open. You need to have a counter for it, which I'm sure they do. But I don't understand the reluctance to just hammer pick and roll all the time. Malik Monk, you mentioned it yesterday, is statistically the best pick and roll ball handler.
Yeah, the best pick and roll ball handler in the league, like last 3 years. Like,
that's insane.
He's incredible.
Run it all the time. So I think fundamentally, it's really clear. Like, we can talk trade market again if you want, and maybe that would help. But I saw someone in the chatty house say Kyle Kuzma and Cam Johnson aren't fixing this team. Yeah, I agree. There's something fundamentally wrong with this collection of players.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's an interpersonal conflict, whether it is the mental makeup, whether it is injury, I don't know. I'm not in the locker room day to day to know exactly. But the fact that we all last year, because last season we went, hey, they're coming off a 48 win year. They should be a 50+ win team this year. And what was the issue we talked about all year? Athleticism and length on the wings and just desire.
Mm-hmm.
Like heart. Like, where's the dogs on this team? We said that so many times. And then Keon comes in. It's like, oh yeah, hey, Keon, he's a difference maker like that. And it's just when you keep running into the same problem over and over and over and over again, like eventually you're the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't agree more that put Cam Johnson in for 24 minutes last night. Is that making a substantial difference?
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
No. And again, like, I know, like, there were things in that game that were frustrating. I thought the officiating wasn't great. There were things that, like, but you have to understand the Lakers always get the whistles. You know that going in. So why are you reaching? Why are you just like making easy calls for the officials? It's the Lakers. They're always going to get the calls. I don't want to hear any of those excuses from anybody. Like, you went into a game and you did not execute whatever game plan that you had.
Yeah, I don't disagree. The officiating wasn't awesome last night, But the first thing I'm looking at is you don't you don't get to start with officiating when you're 13 and 14.
No.
You don't get to start there.
13 to 15 now.
Well, and now 13 and 15. Thank you. But what I'm looking at is you've got 19 points off your bench, including 7 combined from Orlando Robinson, Isaac Jones, and Alex Len, who played a grand total of 11 minutes.
Yeah.
And you've got the Lakers, who have one guy off their bench scoring 16 by himself. I'm looking at that. I'm looking at Keegan Murray, 4 for 11 from the floor. I'm looking at DeMar DeRozan, 4 for 13 from the floor. Those are the things I'm looking at first.
Yeah.
And again, I didn't think the officiating was great, but I'm not going to sit here and harp on the whistle last night when there's a fundamental issue with the Kings.
Oh no, I totally agree.
That's where I land here.
And I mean, this week we saw De'Aaron Fox go out on Draymond Green's podcast and very specifically say it's like it's personnel. Like we need different players.
Mm-hmm.
Like basically,
yeah.
Like, hey,
he didn't say those words, but
yeah. Well, I mean,
heavily implied.
No, I mean, he was very close to saying those words. Like,
yeah.
we need changes.
Yes.
Like, and I think everyone can see it, but at the same time, like, if they can't pull off a deal because they don't have anything to offer, like, you can't just make a deal to make a deal. You have to make a deal because it makes your team better.
And at some point, that I agree. You can't just swap bad player for bad player or a non-contributor for non-contributor and go, look, we made a trade. That doesn't, I'm with you. That doesn't work. And this is where, and again, we're having a wide-ranging conversation here. If you would like to join the program, please do on the Oak Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If that's the case, if the Kings are sitting here in December of 2024 and they are unable to be competitive in the trade market, you have a very real problem in your front office.
Oh, yeah.
And if the case is that they're calling and they're going, hey, Trey Lyles expiring and Kevin Huerter's got this deal and we have Devin Carter and we might have these picks down the line. We'll give you this pick, but there's an asterisk and it might be that pick. And that's not enough. Then it starts getting into what we talked about the other day. Now you start getting into, okay, are you including Keegan Murray? And are you including anyone? We've had all these guys who are untouchable for so long. It's like, if the mantra is you got to make a move, you've got to do something. The further and further we get from the 22-23 season, the more substantial that move has to become. At least that's what it looks like from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you can't say you don't want them to touch their core. Their core is 13 and 15.
Thank you.
I mean, them are the facts, Jack.
It's the bottom line.
Yeah.
And again, this is not, and we talked about this last offseason. At some point, you're going to reach a point where, like, hey, it's going to get real uncomfortable. If you want to get from good to great, it's going to get a little bit uncomfortable.
Well, if you want to go from good to great, you need to have a plan to go from good to great.
Right.
Like, and their coaching can be part of that. But at the same time, you can't walk into a season with glaring weaknesses on your roster again and again and expect that to somehow be masked by scoring.
Right.
I mean,
that's insane.
At this point in the season, they are like maybe league average to undersized at point guard. They are now undersized at point guard. They are undersized at small forward. They're undersized at power forward, and they're undersized at center.
Which, one of the things I don't understand about that specifically is, correct me if I'm wrong, does Monty McNair not come from the Daryl Morey tree?
Yeah, of course.
Part of what made the Rockets so damn successful in the mid-2010s was because they had a bunch of dudes who were like between 6'6" and 6'9", and they had a rim-running center who blocked shots, and their primary ball handler was this 6'6" hoss of a human in James Harden. and they were super switchable on defense, and they were tenacious. And yeah, they scored the hell out of the ball. But you know what? They should have beaten the Kevin Durant Warriors because of their ability to switch, because of their versatility defensively, their ability to make things hard on one of the best offenses of all time. And now you've got Monty McNair, who comes from that tree, rolling out this team that, as you just mentioned, is undersized at basically every position, has no switchability and no defensive versatility. That doesn't make any sense at all.
No. But
I don't get what he's doing.
I will tell you that, like, this team can score with anybody.
Yes.
But the answer just can't be to score as many points as possible.
Right.
It can't be, because you just saw what happened in the last 4 minutes against the Denver Nuggets. They had 4 made free throws and went 7 of 7 from the field in the final 4 minutes. You could not get a stop. That's it. If you can't get a stop when you need it, you're going to lose at the NBA level.
Yep.
And
so
again,
it comes down to
last night, Lakers got stops when they needed to. Kings did not. Lakers win.
Ball game over.
Ball game. That's it. Comes down to. So I mean, I'm with Mike Brown on when it comes to, like, the offense defense debate. He wants to have a great offense, but he also has to demand that his players play defense at least somewhat. Yep. And he has to have the players that can play defense. And you can't have such a gigantic drop off from the defensive minded player that you have hiding on your bench to the offensive minded player that you have in your starting lineup. That's a huge issue.
Yep.
Like, what is Mike Brown supposed to do in crunch time? Is he supposed to pull off Malik Monk off the court?
Yeah, good luck.
Who is so dynamic and scoring and making all these assists, and put Keon Ellis in the game, who can't create for himself, which is fine. That's not who Keon is. Like, his dunk last night was off the charts crazy. But he's not an offensive weapon.
No.
He's a defender. And so there are these give and takes that you have to do. But the contrast in players is really, really, like, crazy. How do you have these, like, diametrically opposed players that you're supposed to fit into the same exact rotation?
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's tough. I think that they've done a good job of finding some, diamonds in the rough. I think that Monty McNair has done a good job of building a very talented roster, but there are visible weaknesses in this roster that have not been addressed.
There's a difference between a talented roster and a well-constructed roster.
Yeah.
Ideally, you have both.
Yeah.
It's the Celtics. But I would take a well-constructed roster. There's a requisite level of talent.
Yeah. Well,
and whatever this is.
The other thing I'm going to point out too, it's not Monty by himself. Like, this is.
Yeah, we should. Monty's the head. This is a front office problem.
It's Monty and Wes. It's not just Monty. Whatever's happening here, it's like, if the coaching staff. If Mike Brown gets let go, almost the entire coaching staff gets let go,
right.
Like the next season. If Monty McNair is not going to be your general manager, like, you can't just hand it to a guy that was like his right-hand man the entire time.
That would not be helpful.
That doesn't make any sense, because they're like
self-defeating.
Two people in the same room, and unless they're just fighting and one of them has, like, all these ideas that are just getting pushed off to the side because he's not the head guy. That's not the way this whole thing works.
I don't think so.
So
send out to the Elk Grove Kia talk line. It's 916-909-1320. We're packing up the Dawn bit for today because I believe the person on the phone doesn't like it. Lewis, you're on the Insiders with Kyle and James. What's up?
Hey. How y'all fellas doing? It's so funny because I'm at work and, like, I just had to usher a customer out. Like, get out, because I'm going to be on that radio. I say that, but it's the truth, bro. It just happened. But look, so, what's interesting? I sit back and I'm like, James was talking about how Monk and Sabonis were working so well together on the pick and roll. And to me, the truth of the matter is, I feel like Monk is more the point guard and Fox is more the shooting guard. And what I mean by it, I just don't really see a lot of playmaking from Fox. You know what I mean? So I find that fascinating, and I'd like to see what you guys want to make with that. But if I could just throw one last little piece in there, I'm the guy who says, you know what? Maybe it's time to trade Fox. I know it's blasphemous. Trade Fox for maybe Levine, right? A two guard, right? Then we got Monk at the point guard, and then we got Levine, and then maybe we get 1 or 2 number 1 picks to go with that. You know what I mean? And maybe we can use those to get somebody with some length, or maybe we trade Fox for, you know, a true power forward, right? And then we just slide Keegan in. You know,
right.
I'm not averse to trading DeRozan either.
All right. Thanks, Lewis. Appreciate you, buddy.
Lewis got some ideas.
Lewis, no bad ideas today. Honestly, like if you disagree with that, okay, that's fine. And I'm not. I would probably disagree with it, but I love that. That's what I'm talking about. Like Lewis hit the exact note I was trying to hit. Like when you're talking red button, it's everything should be on the table. And I wouldn't trade now, for the record, to respond to that directly. I wouldn't do that. I'm not trading De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine.
Oh no.
No. But I think the move that's to be made has to be substantial. I wouldn't do that one, but I think it has to be substantial like that.
Yeah,
that's from where I'm sitting. That's what my thought process is.
I think you've just put yourself in a situation where you have to start making extremely difficult decisions, and they're lasting decisions. And like we talk about this all the time, like you want to make one move. What's the cause and the effect of that move? Like what is a ripple effect? How long can you stop what happens after that? And I think the answer, like for a lot of these things, is like no. Like once you press a nuclear button here, whether it's letting go of a coach or which would just be at this point scapegoating. Like
yeah, it doesn't. I don't think that fixes the problem.
No, it's like it doesn't matter who steps into the driver's seat there. Like what are they supposed to do with the same exact? Like it's not like you let Mike Brown go and every player got 3 inches taller.
Sure.
Like so, what exactly is the point? And like to doing something like that, you have a system in place, you have a structure and a culture in place. The plan has to be even more aggressive on trying to change the roster right now. And if you can't, then I mean that's just like you have to admit that you got yourself into a situation and you failed, because that's where we're heading with this. Like if you can't make a move, if you can't figure out a way to get through to pull yourself out of this, you have to admit that whatever you created wasn't good enough and that you failed at the task. And that has its own repercussions. And so like I don't know where they go. I don't know how they find something that will change the entire course of this season, but they should be looking for that right now. And again, you're not making a panic move. You're going to have to give up more than you wanted to because you put yourself in a situation that just is not working out at all. And, again, Domantas Sabonis said last night, I think, hey, we're only 3 games out of 5th place still. But that is such a long ways away because
that's a fine mantra to take if you were 15-12. Like, hey, we're 3 games out.
Yeah.
Like, okay. They're 2 games under. 500 feels a long way away.
Kyle, they're 3 games out of 1st place, but they're also 3.5 out of 5th place. Out of 5th place, they're also 3.5 games out of 13th place, and they're 6 games out of 14th place, and they're 8 games out of last place. And in all honesty, they're at the very bottom of the Western Conference. There are 4 teams at the bottom of the Western Conference, and the Sacramento Kings are one of those 4 teams. Oof. And so, yeah, you are 3 games behind the Clippers, but how do you make that up? How do you make that up when you can't win at home? When you're now, 6-9 at home?
Yeah.
How do you make it up? I don't know the answer because that's tough.
I have no clue. Here's what we're going to do. We have a lot to discuss. I see lots of ideas in the chatty house. I want to get to all of them. I also want to get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. Mitch, I see you hanging out. Mitch, I know you can hear me. Go ahead and hang up and give us a call back in a little bit because it's 10:30 on a Friday.
That's right.
We had a long discussion about this.
We did.
Faraz Siddiqi of Upper Hand Fantasy is going to hop in right now. Well, at 10:30, coming up here in a minute. We're going to do our fantasy football thing because, and then we've got Kings for another hour after that.
Yeah.
So we're going to do our fantasy football thing because the Kings are already ruining weekends.
Yes.
We don't want you to also have your fantasy football playoffs ruined.
Yeah, like if we're going to bring in a fantasy expert all season long and then leave you high and dry when you get to the playoffs, that would not be okay.
Not ideal.
No.
So Faraz will be joining us next.
The
after
ultimate
Faraz,
palate cleanser.
After Faraz, we'll get back into the messy stuff with the Kings because we got to talk about Mike Brown. We got to talk about DeMar DeRozan. Got to talk about Monty McNair. We'll continue talking about De'Aaron Fox. There is so much to get into. Because it's red button time for the Kings. And we're going to get into that. But we're also going to get you help with your fantasy football playoffs. So hit us up at youtube.com/ESPN1320. That's the chatty house. Jump in there, ask your questions. We are here for you. We're trying to help you win your fantasy football matchups this weekend. Hopefully winning some money. Let's get that holiday season started right. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. Fantasy Friday coming up next, and then a bunch of Kings with an emergency Sacramento Kings roundtable at 11:30 with D'Lo, KC, Jesse Tapia. The whole gang is going to be in here discussing what the hell is wrong with the Kings. All of that coming up on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James. I'm Kyle. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Hey, mute us for 1 sec. Hello. Okay. Give us your
hit us with your
fantasy questions. Boom. Somebody asked about the Davion.
Hang on one second. Mrs. Mack wants us to share. We were doing some background producing and figuring out if we wanted to do the Faraz segment the way we normally do it, or if we wanted to shorten it. So that was the discussion. It wasn't super interesting. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah. Or if we want to ask Faraz about his take on the Sacramento Kings.
Ooh.
Maybe that's it. Carlton. This is what Hammer 28 games in the season. What grade do you give the Davion and Barnes for DeRozan? First of all, Davion wasn't any part of that. Harrison Barnes for sure. And at this point, I don't know. I think it's an even Steven trade, to be honest with you, because the Sacramento Kings weren't good last year either with Harrison Barnes instead of DeMar DeRozan. So, like, in all honesty, like the Davion thing, what I did not think that I would be telling you at this point is that the Davion Mitchell, Sasha Vezenkov trade is turning out to be a very, very bad trade for the Kings because there were second-round picks involved, and those second-round picks don't usually mean all that much. But now the Kings don't have any second-round picks because they just gave them all up in that trade. They gave up, I think it was 2 second-round picks to dump the salary of Sasha and Davion for McDaniels. Then they had to give up another second-round pick to clear McDaniels off the books. And so basically you got yourself in a situation where you could have just traded Davion and not given up any picks and cleared the money a different way. And now you have 2 second-round picks over the next 7 years that you have access to, and you can't use those to go get better players. That's tough. Hey, look, it's Faraz.
Hi, Faraz. Hang on one second. Let me get it where you can hear him.
Hi.
Hi, friend.
Dog.
Hi guys, what's up? How you doing?
Not great. It's all bad out here in Kingsland.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah. The Sacramento Kings are the New York Jets of the NBA.
It's all right, man. Can we please just compare? Let's do the Knicks. Let's talk about the Knicks. If we're going to do any comparisons here, at least we have one team that is somewhat promising.
Yeah, shout out to Cat, man.
Who is this cat?
No,
I don't even know who this cat is. It's a different cat.
Oh yeah, dude, insane, totally different player.
Yeah,
shout out to Tibbs, getting the most out of him.
He learned how to rebound. Like,
right.
90
who's this guy?
Not nearly enough is made about the fact that a man named Woody Johnson has a son named Brick Johnson. That's insane.
I cannot believe I haven't put 2 and 2 together. That's unbelievable.
Wild shit, dude.
It's like the Steve Kerr son name, which we're not going to say on the air.
We are not going to say his son's name.
As soon as I'm done with this, that's going into the group chat. I can't wait. I can't wait to type that out. I'll give you credit though. Don't worry.
Dope.
That's
Thanks.
amazing.
Did
you tweet that out yet or no?
No, I should though. Should I tweet that? I'm gonna tweet that.
Yes, you should.
Kyle's over here getting himself in trouble.
Right.
I mean, just talk about when you're sitting there talking to your wife, like, hey, got a baby on the way. Let's go through names that we can name our kid. And you always sit there and go, okay, how will this sound? Will it sound and what is it going to be shortened to? And will they get made in fun of? And to do that,
instead of Woody Jr., just go Brick.
Well, so his nickname is Brick.
Ah.
His middle name though is Wood.
Oh. So the wife just has to sit there just like, man, I can't believe we're doing this. I'm just going to go along with it. I cannot believe we're doing this.
Insane.
Absolutely wild.
All right, here we go, guys.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We have another hour to be angry about the Kings, and we're going to get into all of the different angles that we need to get into with the Sacramento Kings. But before we do that, we have a little palate cleanser with the homie Faraz Siddiqi of Upper Hand Fantasy, getting you ready for the fantasy football playoffs. Faraz, hello, good morning. We appreciate you for saving us from the depths of hell that we have to reach to talk about the Sacramento Kings right now. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And fantasy football semifinals this week for most people, it's nerve-wracking, man. It's like, I had to sweat in a few leagues last week. Monday night, man, like I needed a couple guys to not score. Like when you have no guys going on a Monday night, and you need guys to not score, you got to pretty much stay up for the entire game and just watch that thing until the clock hits 0. Otherwise, it's super anxiety inducing. But I'm glad I was able to make it out.
There's nothing more exhilarating than you need a, I don't know, Keenan Allen touchdown.
Yeah.
I don't know why I picked Keenan Allen. And there's 4 minutes left and the Bears have the ball and it's or you need a Keenan Allen touchdown or you need this many catches for this many yards, whatever you need this amount of points. And there's nothing more exhilarating than when he gets that catch.
Yeah.
He gets that
100%.
catch for 40 yards and it's you won. But there's also nothing worse than Caleb Williams drops back. Oh, he's airing it out. Oh, who's going to? Oh, it's Roma Dunze. Oh, touchdown. Oh, they're not going to get the ball back. I lost.
Well, I had the Dobbins situation this season where Dobbins on the last with 16 seconds left, we're up 8.5. He goes for the touchdown, right? But it's only a 12-yard touchdown. But he also has Dicker and lines up and kicks the extra point, and we lose by 0.6 or something.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's brutal. All season long, that was sort of, where we were at. As a Jets fan, you've got to be you can compare a little bit with what's going on with Sacramento Kings, right?
Yeah, totally. I guess. I mean, the problem is that the Jets have way too many expectations all the time. That's the problem. right? So, and the New York market doesn't help either. It's just like every day it's something else. This whole Woody Johnson thing with the Madden ratings with Jerry Jeudy, his son, his kids being in meetings, his wife talking about the players, like this is way too much, and I am choosing to believe all of it because I just don't like this man. He has taken my team and he has made me want to reconsider, and I am reconsidering.
Wow.
I am taking applications for new teams. So
Wow.
the only teams I can't do are like the clear front runner teams, and also like the Giants. Can't do the Giants, unfortunately.
Are you also wiping out the AFC East?
Yeah, I think I have to. I think that's a rule, right? It's an unwritten rule, I would say. So yes.
You're not just gonna stick around for the Brick Johnson era?
No, I am not.
It can't be that far after the Woody Johnson era.
The problem is that I don't even see him selling. That's the problem. I see them just sticking this out.
Yeah.
Forever. So
Been there.
I'm sad.
Brutal.
I'm sad. Yeah.
Brutal.
Sad times.
Alas, let's stop commiserating and let's win some people some fantasy football games. I'm not going to even do a bit this week. I'm asking these questions for me and James. And a listener, this affects you because if we win this league, our work league, we're going to unsanctioned go to a local watering hole still to be determined, and we're going to open up a tab.
Oh, yeah.
So this affects you. So Faraz, I've got a couple of questions for the Swift, Kirk, and the Dickers. Brenton Strange or Hunter Henry in the tight end spot? Brenton Strange had, I think, 11 catches last week or 11 targets.
Targets, yeah.
Yeah, he had 11 targets last week with Mac Jones at quarterback. Is that something that we should be confident in leaning on?
Yeah, confident. When you're comparing to Hunter Henry, you got to make it's more of a decision point, right? And I think Brenton Strange, we've seen this before, right? Earlier on in the season, when Evan Ingram was out for several weeks, right? And Brenton Strange was able to come through and hold it down. And I think that's what he could do this week. He only had one less target than Brian Thomas Jr. last week, and we saw what Brian Thomas Jr. was able to do last week. And the matchup against Vegas is really good. They're fourth. They're giving up the fourth most receiving yards per game to tight ends, the fourth most touchdowns per game, the fourth most receptions per game, and the fifth most fantasy points per game. So I would say it's a good matchup. And I don't really want now, while the Bills play a lot of too high coverage, and that means a lot of underneath stuff for Hunter Henry, I prefer to go with the guy who got double-digit targets last week. And Mac Jones is like the most, like I saw a tweet, I forgot who tweeted this, so someone gets credit, not me, but he's like the most like overconfident quarterback who like actually sucks. Like that's Mac Jones, right? But right, yeah. But yeah, no, I think I'm going Brenton Strange here pretty easily, I would say.
All right, we've got some decisions to make at running back as well. We've got Tyrone Tracy, DeAndre Swift, Kendre Miller, and Tank Bigsby. And I think we can only start one of those guys. Where are you going with this group of questionable dudes?
This is for a flex.
It is for a flex, yeah, because I did throw in Jacoby Myers in there.
Oh, is Jacoby Myers an option?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, my bad. Oh.
Yeah. So here's what we're dealing with.
Oh, I just totally messed that up.
No, I did. Let me help you help me.
All right.
We have two flex spots. And we have Tyrone Tracy, DeAndre Swift, Kendre Miller, and Tank Bigsby.
Okay.
We also have DJ Moore and Jacoby Myers.
And you're starting them as your wide receiver plays.
Okay. No, those are also flex options.
Oh, so yeah, I would go with the two wide receivers. I would in your two flex spots, I would go DJ Moore and Jacoby Myers over those running backs.
Over Tracy and Swift and Bigsby.
Yeah. I would say so. I mean, Jacoby's getting Aiden O'Connell back, which is great. The matchup is so good. He's going up against the Jaguars. The Jaguars are giving up the second most receiving yards per game, the most 20+ reception yards per 20+ receptions per game, the most 40+ receptions per game, the third most fantasy points per game. So this is Jacoby Myers is like a solid wide receiver too that you're able to put in your flex. So I would feel really good about that. DJ Moore, same thing there. Carlton Davis is out for the Lions, right? Mm-hmm. This is barbecue chicken, Okay. For like DJ Moore, even Romo Dunze, who caught 2 touchdowns 2 weeks ago, he almost had a touchdown or 2. This past on the Monday night. I was sweating that out, by the way. I was happy he didn't catch those. I would have lost. But I think DJ Moore this week, very good matchup. I'm all about it. I think they're going to be chasing points in that one, and I think DJ Moore can do his thing. So is this a PPR, half PPR? What's
Half
the
PPR.
Yeah, I'm leaning the receivers here. If I had to pick a running back, it would actually be Kendra Miller over Tyrone Tracy and over Swift. Yeah, because Roshan could be coming back. He had 2 full practices, so he could steal some goal line work from Swift. And the Tracy thing, Devin Singletary got a whole lot of work last week out of nowhere, and this was not after a fumble, so this is not a doghouse thing. Last week he had to contend with the tough matchup against the Ravens and Devin Singletary, so that wasn't great. I think Kendra Miller is going to be their workhorse. You could see him playing 75% of snaps or more, along with the receiving game stuff too. So I'm not really worried about game script there for those who are thinking about starting Kendra Miller. But yeah, in this situation, I think I'll go with the two receivers.
Kyle, you know what's going to happen now? We're going to have to watch the Jaguars play the Las Vegas Raiders.
You also have Brian Thomas.
Half of our team is going to be in the worst game that anyone ever.
We're locked in. Let's go.
We're locked into 2 teams, neither one of which want to win. They don't want to win at all.
Tap into Raiders Jags right here on ESPN 1320.
Oh yeah, we have that game.
Your home of the Las Vegas.
There you go.
In fantasy, joining us for Fantasy Friday, answering your fantasy football questions. That's all I had for our team. Is that? I think we're all set.
Yeah, I think so, man. This looks pretty good. If you guys have those 2 in your flex, it's looking pretty good.
Love that for us. All right, let's get the listener question started with Steven Castaneda. He wants to know, should he start Jared Goff or Caleb Williams in that NFC North showdown?
I did actually move Caleb up my rankings a little bit this morning after looking into the matchup a little bit more. But he's still outside my top 12. He's right there, though. I couldn't move him up over guys like I think Aaron Rodgers is like a step above him or something like that. But Goff, he's been hot. David Montgomery is not playing. They could depend on the pass a little bit more. He was solid against the Bears the last time around. I think it was like 240-2 or something like that. I think he'll be okay in this one. He has the weapons. Gibbs, will they be a ground and pound team against the Bears? Usually game script indicates that to be the case against the Bears because of how vulnerable they are on the ground. But I think Goff can get it done. I'm leaning Goff by a hair just based off of his recent, high ceiling performances.
All right, let's get to Will Z's question. Will Z, hey Faraz, which of the following 3 would you go with? Ridley, Najee, Devontae Smith, Madison, Jaden Reed, or Metcalf? 3 of them.
This is actually tough because all these guys are kind of in the same tier for me. I think Metcalf and Devontae Smith are 2 that I kind of want to get in. Metcalf, he's been the usage has been there from like a target share perspective, air yard share perspective, but Jason has straight up been outplaying him, outproducing him over the past like 5 or 6 weeks, even after he was back from injury, after Metcalf was back. But the matchup this week is pretty good, and I think he could potentially bounce back in this one. So I'm going to go with Metcalf. Devontae Smith without Dallas Goedert has been really good, over the course of the last couple seasons. So we have a sizable sample there. And I think Devontae Smith, just like you showed last week, can get it done. The matchup isn't, amazing against the Commanders, but I'm going to lean in Devontae Smith's direction because he's not somebody who is really matchup specific, right? And then also, Goddard's out, like I mentioned, but AJ Brown's also dealing with that injury too. So how much does that limit him? Will they go in, more Devontae's way with him being the only full participant in practice this week? So yeah, I think I'm going with those 2. And then if I had to pick one more, I might go with the safe floor here. And you know who the safe floor pick is? It's Alexander Madison, another guy in this Jaguars-Raiders game. Sincere McCormick is on IR. Madison's probably going to be the primary early down back. I know, we could, see some other backs involved, but Madison is likely going to be the guy. The Jaguars have been terrible against running backs when it comes to fantasy. So I'm going to lean in Madison's direction here just by a hair. So it's Metcalf, Devontae, and Madison.
Little palate cleanser from complaining about the Kings. We'll solve all the Kings' problems in the next hour. Right now, we're talking with Faraz Siddiqi, helping you win your fantasy football playoff matchups. Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy, and upperhandfantasy.com. Fode wants to know Nico Collins, Terry McLaurin, Cooper Kupp, or Brian Thomas Jr. You got to start 2 of those. That's a good receiving core.
2 of those? Oh my goodness. I got to go Nico and I got to go Brian Thomas Jr.
Bro,
Those are the 2 I'm going.
Real quick, I'm punting Cooper Kupp for that fat 0 last week.
Oh,
I hear that. I hear you, man.
Dude.
I hear you. You know what? I overcame the Cooper Kupp 0.
Wow.
And I was able to win last week. But you know why? I had Jared Goff. It was a super flex league. I had Jared Goff and I had Chase Brown, but I also had Jalen Hurts. Those 3 guys just
lit it up.
Pulled me through, man. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. So I'm giving him a mulligan because I won. So he'll be back in my lineup this week. But with these options, McLaurin has a little bit of a tough matchup, so he's a little bit down the rankings this week. Brian Thomas Jr., he's like basically unbenchable based on his usage the last 2 weeks. So yeah, him and Nico.
All right. Let's get to Steven Castaneda, Marvin Harrison Jr., Garrett Wilson, or Neighbors. He gets to start 2 of these guys.
I would say not Marvin Harrison Jr. I'll go with Neighbors and Garrett. Neighbors has a good matchup. You know, he's getting Drew Lock back, which is fine. And then Garrett Wilson has a good matchup this week. He should be able to get it done. Marvin Harrison just not, you know, he's been super inconsistent. Not someone I want to depend on in the fantasy semifinals.
Where are we here? I got lost.
We're at Norm.
We're at Norm? Where's Norm?
Right here.
There we go. There's Norm. We had some Kings questions above it, which is where I was getting lost.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, guys, 30 seconds. What happened to the Kings? What is happening today? Please tell me. Just 30 seconds.
They just got thumped by the Lakers last night after losing a heartbreaker on Tuesday against Nuggets, and they're 13-15 and all kinds of
expectations in this area where they were going to be a playoff team this year, and it is going the wrong direction.
Yeah, the wheels are coming off the bus a little bit.
Yeah.
Got it.
After a disappointing year last year, we're in a bad space. We're in a bad place.
Okay. I'm sorry I had to bring it up, but we need to know.
We're about where the Jets were when Robert Saleh got fired.
Oof,
like that kind of realization of, it's not going to work.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So that's what we're grappling with today.
Yeah. You know, that wasn't the moment for us, by the way.
What was the moment for you?
Right after that, when we traded for Devontae Adams. Was it before after that? When they traded for Devontae Adams, or was it before that? I don't remember. Anyway, when they traded for Devontae Adams right before that Steelers game, and we still lost that Steelers game. That's really what it was for us. It was over. Anyway, I digress. Please, Norm.
Looks like we have
every player in the league, and he needs 2 of them.
What? And I'm packing this one up. Sorry, Norm. I got to reread it. And Soren, is Hawkinson a good play this week if Njoku can't play?
Oh,
yeah, I would say so. I mean, Njoku is just, it's rough anyway, right? Yeah, I know the Bengals defense is very vulnerable, but like with DTR as the quarterback, it's really hard to trust this passing offense. But yes, Hawkinson is a very, very solid pivot, I would say, over Njoku. And even if Njoku can play, I wouldn't blame anyone for playing Hawkinson this week without Jameis.
Okay, so here's what happened with Norm. Norm was just listing his team.
Yeah.
His impressive team. Good team, Norm. He wanted defensive advice, which, as we know on Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiqi, he doesn't do.
No.
So I'll answer that one. I'll answer that one for you, Norm. I love to stream a defense. Who else we got?
I thought you were actually going to answer the question. It's okay.
No, I gotta do a little research first.
Okay, so P-Dub, we got Stroud or Darnold, Jerome Ford, or Najee Harris.
Who are the options? Who are the options, man? Let me know the options, please, for the defenses, please. Now I feel bad. You know what I'm saying?
We have he has Buffalo's defense going against Chicago.
Yep.
You got Kansas City.
No, Buffalo's not going against Chicago. Those are going to New England.
New England. Yes,
yep.
sorry. It was
okay.
the other rookie quarterback, Drake May.
Yep.
You have Buffalo going against New England. You have Kansas City going against the Texans and the Falcons. I don't know who the Falcons play.
Oh yeah.
I kind of like the Falcons. Falcons go against the Giants at home. Going Falcons.
Ooh.
Final answer.
Falcons got the Giants.
Oh, there we go.
All right, very good.
All right.
Norm, congratulations. You were the first person to ever get Faraz to answer a defense question.
I feel
That's
guilty.
right.
It was guilty, you know? It was all guilt.
P-Dub, Stroud or Darnold, Jerome Ford or Najee Harris?
I'm going to go Darnold over Stroud. Doesn't matter what the matchup is. And then Jerome Ford or Najee, I'm going to lean Jerome Ford. By a
Okay.
hair.
Cincinnati. All right, let's rip through. We got about 5 minutes left here. Let's rip through these quickly. Brenton Strange, David Njoku, or Tucker Kraft at TE.
You know what? I'm going Brendan Strange. Without Jameis, I don't trust Njoku as much.
We had a couple of Jameis related questions in here. And I'll just try and get those out of the way all at once here. Are you still starting Jerry Jeudy this week?
That's
Dorian
the one,
Thompson
right?
Robinson?
Big downgrade. He's more of a wide receiver 3 to me than a high-end wide receiver 2 now. That's really
Okay.
where he's at. So he is startable, but am I going out of my way to keep him in my lineup? No.
And then in the same vein as new starting quarterbacks, Michael Penix is starting. Does that affect Darnell Mooney's ranking at all for you? That's from our guy Keith.
I think it gives me a little bit more confidence, to be honest. Like I just, the last 3 weeks, 2 of those were complete duds from Mooney, and a lot of that had to do with Kirk Cousins. I mean, all of it had to do with Kirk Cousins, to be honest. So Penix's first start, like I think the expectations are a little too high, right? Rightfully so, though. I can understand the offense is clicking, but yeah, I think it will affect them, but I think it will affect them positively.
Great.
Okay, we got a rapid fire here. Let's get through these.
There
From P-Dub, Brian Thomas Jr., Jacoby Myers, or Devontae Smith?
Brian Thomas Jr.
Excellent. That's where I would go. We got cousin Pete, Odunze or Jacoby Myers in my flex.
Jacoby. Get Jacoby in.
Okay. From EG, we've got T. Higgins or Drake London and Rashad White or Bucky Irving.
Oh, this is close. I'm going to go T. Higgins here. He is good to go. And Rashad White or Bucky Irving. I'm going to go Bucky. Bucky's a running back RB1 play for me this week. So I'm going to go Bucky and T. Higgins.
Okay, perfect. We've got Randy. I have Keenan Allen on my bench. Should I have started him over Judy? He had a big game against the Lions on Thanksgiving.
I think I am. As much as I hate to bench Judy as much. Man, it sucks. But I'm going to go Keenan.
I don't want to have to root for Dorian Thompson Robinson.
I know. It's tough.
I like
man.
it. I like him fine.
I'm going Keenan.
All right.
They're going to chase points, so I'm going Keenan.
Yeah.
Let's hit Kyler Murray or Jaden Daniels.
I'm going Jaden Daniels here, even with the tough matchup.
Okay. Let's see. We'll just keep ripping through these.
Kate Otten or Cole Kmet?
There we go.
Kate Otten, if he's healthy, just keep an eye on his practice status.
Right.
Man, these just keep moving quickly on us. Pick 2, Metcalf, Downs, Thielen, Odunze, or McMillan.
I'm going to go with Metcalf and McMillan.
Yeah, Jalen McMillan's interesting.
Okay. Brees Hall, Ken Walker, and Juwan Jennings or Malik Neighbors.
I'm going Brees over Kenneth, and then I'm going to go Juwan Jennings over Malik Neighbors.
Oh,
nice.
Okay. Last one from Patrick. Trying to decide RB and flex. I have Irving, Walker, Stevenson, and Patrick Taylor on the bench available.
I'm going Irving and Kenneth Walker with those 4.
All right.
Nice.
There it is.
Yeah, I'm staying. I had a buddy reach out and ask me like, "Hey, what should I do with Patrick Taylor?" I don't know that the Niners trust him enough to give him the volume that makes him a valuable fantasy
I agree.
asset.
I'm with you on that
We
one.
might. Yeah.
We're hoping
He
for
might
45
carry it.
passing attempts by
Yeah.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Big Brock Purdy game.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of Debo.
Ooh,
Did I say the D word?
Got quiet.
Did I say the D word? Sorry.
Debo. Yeah. No. We'll talk about the other Debo, DeMar DeRozan here coming up as well. Yeah, man. I'm out on Debo Samuel as a fantasy option this year.
Oh yeah.
All right.
He's on waivers in my leagues.
Oh my God.
Oof.
Yikes.
Oof.
That's Faraz Siddiqi. Upperhandfantasy.com is the website. Upperhand Fantasy on Instagram. You can subscribe to the Upperhand Fantasy podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Faraz, thank you so much. We appreciate you, and hopefully we'll talk to you again next week.
Happy holidays, dude.
Yeah,
Thanks,
buddy.
guys. Oh, you too, guys. You too. Have a great holiday.
Yeah,
Talk
you
soon.
do the same. Yep. See you,
Bye.
Faraz. Appreciate you. There he goes. Faraz Siddiqi, Upperhand Fantasy, man. He's just the very best. Needed that. Needed a fun conversation. that was a good time.
I know.
I'm sorry if we didn't get to your questions. We appreciate everybody who asks questions. We really like doing that segment, and we hope that people find it helpful. Okay. We have to step aside momentarily. When we get back, we have red buttons to push with the Kings. We want to hear from you at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. You can make one move with the Kings. You get to hit your red button, and it does whatever you want. You get to make one move. What move is that? On the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We got another hour coming up at the Insiders. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube sponsors the show. It's ESPN 1320 in Sacramento Sports Center. And clear.
I'm going to fill up coffee real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
You need anything out there?
I don't think so. More cinnamon roll? Ooh. No. Hey guys, hang on one second. Oh, come on.
Hello, friends. Patrick Garvin. If you have tickets to the Kings and Lakers, I don't know. I mean, you don't waste tickets, but you could sell those tickets, and those tickets are probably going to be worth a ton. Lakers during the holidays is usually solid cash. Jonas Valanciunas, Trey Lyles, Kobe Jones, and 2 or 3 second-round picks for Jonas Valanciunas. You don't have 3 second-round picks, but I get what you're saying. Hello, Johnny G. Jordan Meeks, I used to know what frankincense and myrrh are. I think they're just like spices. Sacktown Tony, interesting. We got a lot of new people in here today.
Yeah, shout out. Salute. Appreciate y'all. If this is your first time participating in the chat or listening/watching the show, let us know.
Yeah, tell your friends about our show.
Hey, I'm looking for this every day, so salute. Welcome, everybody. Man.
Just so you know, Jordan, you can buy a frankincense and myrrh essential oil roll-on Amazon. Just saying. Oh.
Hey, salute. What's up, Brian? Oh, yeah, the garden guy. Nice. Not yet. All right, here we go. Hour number 2. It's James. I'm Kyle. Hanging out with you till noon, then we'll head off to D-Lo and KC. I'll take you into the weekend up to 4 o'clock.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
The emergency Kings roundtable, by the way, coming up at 11:30. D-Lo, KC, and Jesse are all going to hop in here, and we're just going to continue our wide-ranging conversation. So kind of where we left off in the first segment. The Kings lost last night 113-100. We mentioned this being a season-defining stretch of games yesterday because they were 7-8 through the first 15. And we went, man, that wasn't a very tough first 15 games, but look at their next 15. Here's where they can get on track. They're 13 games into that 15-game stretch, and they're 6-7.
Oof. Even the 5-game stretch we looked at, and we said, hey, they need to go 4-1. They need to 5-0, 4-1.
Yep.
And they've already lost first 2.
Come on. For what it's worth, the 5-game stretch for me started today or yesterday.
Okay, yesterday.
Lakers 3 times, Pistons, Pacers.
Okay.
Get 2 out of 3 from the Lakers, beat the Pistons and Pacers, you're 4-1, and you can still get 2 out of 3 from the Lakers. But here's the problem, and here's why this feels so dramatic. It's because I have no reason to believe anymore that there's some turnaround coming. They're 13-15 through 28 games. They're more than a third of the way through the season. We established that yesterday. And they're just this.
Yeah.
It's becoming more and more clear that their struggles are not a matter of, oh, well, hey, uncharacteristically bad shooting and there will be an ascension to the mean and everything's going to be fine. I don't think it is. And that's why, to me now, and I've been very reluctant, if you listen to the show regularly, you know, I try very hard to be like, okay, not time to push the red button yet. Not time to do anything crazy. Now's the time. You got to do something. Mm-hmm. And to me, we got here by way of Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, the front office. They haven't done what they have to do to put together a roster where I can comfortably say it's something else. Like to me, this is a front office problem. That's the way I see it. I don't know how anyone else feels, but to me, when I look at this team, that's what I look at first.
Okay, so I'm going to agree this front office problem, but I'm also not going to excuse the players or the coaches.
No, there are more.
Yeah, like,
but I'm trying to find like the crux of it, because I think for Mike Brown specifically said last night, like players know what they got to do. They just got to go do it. Mm-hmm. Like, well, no, if they're not doing it, like coach it differently. Do something different.
Or find someone else to play. And Mike even said that last night as well. Mm-hmm. He said, like, look, I'm at a point where, like, I've either got to do this or I've got to find someone else to play.
Yep.
The problem is like, the cupboards are bare.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, like last night, I thought.
Which goes back to
the
front office.
It does. It goes back to the front office. And, again, we were going to do 6 quick thoughts. We don't have to do 6 quick thoughts.
Yeah, we'll punt those.
I will tell you, my 6 quick thought last night was very specific. I thought Keon Ellis brought energy and some fire and he only had 5 points, but he had 5 points, like 4 rebounds, a couple steals. Like, I thought Isaac Jones brought energy, and I get that it's not always easy to like roll the dice and put Isaac Jones out there against Anthony Davis. You did it in the fourth quarter, and to be honest with you, I thought Isaac Jones played phenomenal. He had a couple of stops. He had a bucket. Like, you're like, hey, look, he's doing the things that you're asking. And it's tough for a coach to keep saying, like Mike talked about this early, that Isaac Jones keeps making him say maybe. Like, okay, well, maybe. But then you're to a point where it's like, hey, you've got nothing else. It has to be yes for right now, and hope that you can ride out like the ebbs and flows of a rookie,
I guess
a second, undrafted rookie. But we should not be discussing that with a team that had 50+ win like aspirations. That should not be where we're at in this season, this early, where you're wondering how you're going to clear a roster spot because Isaac Jones is going to run out of games in like 22 games because you've already played him that much. That's a problem. And so, again, this is not any sort of knock on Isaac Jones. Isaac Jones just needs time. You put him in the G League, he was 31 points and 15 rebounds the other night.
Yeah, he's too good for the G League.
But
his timeline doesn't match what the Kings need right now. The Kings, there's urgency. It's now.
Well, it's now, and I need a player that knows the game and can step in and like make a visible difference. And Isaac Jones might be that guy, but some nights he's not going to be that guy, and it's because he's young and he doesn't have the experience.
Sure.
So that's one avenue where I think that like you got to start going to. I was surprised we did not see a lot of Jay Crowder last night, but in all honesty, I thought the Kings did a great job on LeBron James, so it didn't really matter. Like I don't know where else you're supposed to turn if you're Mike Brown.
Can I say another thing? And this might be blasphemous, but it's where I'm at. Again, no bad ideas today. If you want to join the show, the Elk Grove Kia talk line is 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320 to join the show on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Here's the thing I keep coming back to as well, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I don't think the DeMar DeRozan aspect of this is working. There's a clear disconnect to me, in at least how it looks to me. There's a clear disconnect between what the Kings do successfully on offense and what DeMar DeRozan does successfully on offense. I saw all the write-ups. I read all the stuff. I watched all the film clips. I saw it from people smarter than me breaking down how the DeMar DeRozan fit would work. And I bought in. But it's not working the way people thought it would work. It's not dribble handoffs and DeMar DeRozan getting downhill and being this playmaker, and now he's messing up how defenses have to defend the Kings because they now have to defend the mid-range, and it's going to leave all these guys open. It's not going like that. And to me, it looks like, hey, here's this player who's going to work for 16 to 22 shots a game that sometimes come within the flow of the offense, more often than not don't. He passes it sometimes, and he's a good passer when he does, but I wouldn't call him like this willing, exceptional playmaker. And you mentioned it earlier. It was Malik Monk, Domantas Sabonis pick and rolls, 3 out of 4 plays for buckets.
Get out the way.
Is Domantas Sabonis getting downhill, Malik Monk feeding him, bucket, assist for Malik Monk, bucket for Domantas Sabonis. And the 2 plays within that, it was 3 out of 5. And the 2 plays within that weren't Sabonis Monk pick and rolls were a 19-footer and a 17-foot turnaround jumper from DeMar DeRozan. And this is not to say DeMar is a bad player. He's not. But when you look at what the Kings need, I don't look at their team and go, man, they need a guy who's just an individual who can just go get a bucket for him. We talked about it yesterday, man. I think that ball stopping and the lack of motion in the offense and getting out of what worked specifically really well in 22-23. I think that's part of the reason you're seeing some guys struggle that weren't struggling in prior years.
Well, that, and I'll add, that if you're going to do a bunch of pick and rolls, the players that you need on the court, like with this team very specifically, it's Kevin Huerter, it's Doug McDermott, it's Trey Lyles and his ability to shoot the three, it's Keon Ellis. You have got to surround those guys with 3-point shooters to open the spacing on the floor.
That's it.
That's how the pick and roll works. And unfortunately, a guy who lives in the mid-range is in the way. Like realistically, he's in the way.
Yeah.
And so like, look, I also last week, I think it was last week or the week before, Mike Brown very specifically said, like, look, we go into games and we have a game plan, and we make some play calls early to get specific guy shots early in the game. He said, but the play sets that we have in place, it is on the players on the court to run the play sets that they feel are going to work. The players can override any call from the bench.
Right.
Like when we look at the final play of the game against the Denver Nuggets where they didn't come up with a bucket, that was a specific, they had one timeout left. Mike Brown calls a timeout right at the last second. He was able to save that timeout, and he sits everybody down. He draws up a play, or somebody drew up a play on a chalkboard, on a whiteboard, and said, this is what I want you to run. We're going to start a 4-flat. We're going to kick it in the backcourt to De'Aaron Fox, who will have a running start. When they rush him, he's going to find Domantas Sabonis. Sabonis, you go to the rack. If you've got a shot, hit it. If not, hit one of the one collapser on one side or the corner three. The play was gorgeous. It was perfect.
Yep.
You just had a guy fumble the ball. And I'm not going to get on DeMar DeRozan for that specific
Mistakes
issue.
happen.
Mistakes happen, right? So, but my point is that when you're in a game, the players always have the option to run whatever they feel is the best thing to run at that point. And at some point, you have to take that away. You have to tell the players, I'm sorry, son, you drove the car through like 8 mud puddles and popped 2 tires, and you don't get to drive the car anywhere you want anymore. I have to take something back.
Yeah.
And to me, that's where we're at with some of this.
Yeah. If
the pick and roll is working and someone decides that they're going to shoot a 19-foot jumper in the middle of a run of beautiful pick and rolls that equate to a 98% dunk rate at the rim, you're getting one play after another. At some point, as a coach, you have to call the players, pull players off the court who aren't following the instructions in place. Like, hey, look, if you're not reading what everybody else is reading on the court, then you need to come sit here with me, and I'm going to put in a player. And when I'm putting in that player, I'm going to say, look, I need you to go stand in the corner and space the floor. And that's it. That's all you're doing on this play. Nothing else. We all want to watch 7 consecutive Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis pick and rolls and see how many baskets we can come away with.
Right. And when that gets stopped, when the defense adjusts, adjust accordingly.
Well, not only that, but we didn't even get to the point where they stopped Domas and Malik goes in and scores 3 buckets or pulls up for a 6-foot jumper. We didn't even get to that point.
Right.
You just stopped doing it. And it's like, what is happening? And again, like Mike Brown ran out of timeout so early last night.
That was crazy.
How many times I asked him before the game very specifically, how frustrating is it that we're in year 3 of your coaching and you're going back to year 1 where you had to call timeouts 50 seconds into games, 65 seconds into games? How frustrating is that when you have 5 veterans on the floor and we've already given all of their props, who they are as players, 1-time All-Star, 3-time All-Star, 6-time All-Star, 6-man of the year, should have won it 2 years in a row, 4th pick overall. We've already gone through that. Like, your starters should not have any questions. They shouldn't have a lack of energy. That doesn't make any sense. Are you pros or are you not? Like, are you a pros pro or are you not? And at what point do you go, look, go out there and just play hard. Just do the thing. But also open your eyes. Something's working. Keep doing it. You guys have carte blanche to do it.
Anymore.
It's not about you. It's about winning. That's it. You know, like the old thing with Kawhi Leonard and Greg Popovich. Greg Popovich kept going to Kawhi and say, please shoot it, please shoot it, please shoot it. and Kawhi wouldn't shoot it. And he finally sat him down and said, look, Kawhi, the reason I ask you to shoot the ball is not because I want you to score 25 points a game. It's because you shooting the ball from that spot on the floor gives my team, San Antonio Spurs, the best opportunity to win. That's it. Go out there and play winning basketball. Do the things that work. Do the things that make your team win. And if the other team can't stop them, keep doing it until the game is over and you're up 30.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm sure there's some reason that doesn't happen, but I would like to see it. I'd like to know a good reason why that's not what happens.
Go watch footage of the Utah Jazz in the 90s.
Yeah.
Pick and roll, pick and roll, pick and roll, pick and roll, like
couldn't stop it. I saw something in the chat I also want to address. Before we do that though, the Elk Grove Kia talk line is open 916-909-1320. Don, you are on the air with Kyle and James. What's up?
Hey, this is Sam. I don't know if I'm John, but this is
sorry.
Sam. How you doing?
Sam.
What's up, Sam?
That's okay. Hey,
Thanks.
you know, the most glaring problem I saw last night, and somehow they're going to have to get a little better, is that Sabonis was surrounded by 3 rebounders on almost every possession. And Keegan Murray wasn't there to get the boards, and it was just like every time that he was the only rebounder. Now, I understand all the offense because I talked to you guys before about the shooting, but I think we need a power forward and that can get the rebounds and along with Sabonis, because look back last night at the footage and you'll see exactly what I mean. And he was surrounded every time by 3 people, and the other guys were standing doing whatever they're doing.
No doubt. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate the call. Oh, it wasn't done. That's okay.
Well, in all honesty, again, you're undersized. You're undersized at every position. And I think Keegan Murray at 7 rebounds a game, that's probably where he's at. He's not 8, 9 rebounds a game. And hey, I think he's done a great job rebounding, but
he's done a really nice job.
Yeah, but when you get outside of, just so people know, you got Domantas Sabonis at 13 rebounds per game, Keegan Murray at 7.7. Who do you think's third on the team in rebounding?
Keon Ellis.
No.
Kevin Huerter.
Nope.
De'Aaron Fox.
Yes. 5 rebounds a game.
Jeez.
After that, there's not another player averaging 4. DeMar DeRozan, 3.9. Malik Monk, 3.6. 3.5 for Huerter. 3.9 for Trey Lyles. That's it.
Yikes.
You want to know why you got beat in the rebound advantage last night? Because somebody else, the other team, there is something you can do against Domantas Sabonis. You can't put extra bodies on him as a rebounder, and you can limit him.
Yep.
And he still had 12 rebounds, but only 1 offensive. All of those were defensive rebounds.
Yeah, and Sam's right. How many times last night was Sabonis trying to tip the ball to himself because there were a bunch of Lakers around him?
Yeah.
It happened a lot.
And the rebounding advantage was like 53-42. You got smoked on and 15 offensive rebounds for the Lakers.
That's too many.
We get into second chance points. Second chance points killed the Kings last night.
Yep.
That's it. That's why starting it's difficult, but having a 6'6" small forward, having 2 6'3" guards in the backcourt, you're undersized.
Yep.
And so again, I want to beat up on Keegan Murray for his inability to hit threes at 40%, but he's being asked to be the second best rebounder on the team. He's being asked to be the best defender on the team. There are a lot of things he's being asked to do, and you can ask him to be better, but you also have to be realistic at some point and know that he's left out of a lot of what's going on the court stuff.
So I brought up DeMar DeRozan and the adverse impact I think he's having on the Kings, and someone in the chat said, so it's all DeMar DeRozan's fault.
No.
And it's not. No, but you picked up and dropped in a player who has a usage rate of 25.3% into the Kings offense. He's shooting the second most field goals per 100 possessions. He is the biggest change to their offense. If you're looking for common denominators or I guess common denominators for what's different from this year to last year that would make certain guys on offense struggle. The guy with the second highest usage rate on the team who shoots it the second most on the team. That's why I look at DeMar and I go, I don't think this is a good fit. Again, not that he's bad. I don't think he's a bad player.
No.
But the fit isn't working with this specific roster the way I think the Kings envisioned it working. I don't think that's insane.
No.
They're scoring the hell out of the basketball, but they have some players struggling, and I think those two things are tied together in some way. Maybe it's a smaller percentage of the pie than I have in my head.
Yeah,
but it seems like an explanation to me.
The Kings' offensive rating is 115.5, and I mean that's down from like last year's crazy numbers that everyone was averaging. But that 115.5, they're 7th in the NBA in offensive rating, and if they didn't have a bad game last night, they probably would be 6th. Like,
and this is where it's like, this is what I don't want to. I hate challenging like a professional athlete's like heart or desire or whatever, because to get to that level, you're already a little bit of an insane person. Like, you've already done so much work that I cannot even begin to fathom to get to that level. The last guy on the bench has done that work. The guys in the G League have done that amount of work that I just can't even fathom putting into a thing. But on the other hand, we talk about the stats, we talk about the players, we talk about all these other things. Hey, look at their offensive rating. Hey, their defensive ratings improved. Then why do they stink? And if it's not the physical stuff, then it's something else. It's an intangible thing.
Yeah, the advanced stats say that the Kings again should be 16-12.
Right, they're not.
But they're not. I mean, the fact that they're 3-9 in games decided by 5 points or less.
It's a problem with you when you have guys like De'Aaron Fox, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, Domantas Sabonis, and Keegan Murray closing out games.
Yep.
You shouldn't struggle that badly in close games.
No,
it should be yours. We talked about that all offseason. Like, man, they get in a close game, it's night.
Yeah, and at a certain point, you have to strip it back down to like the basics and say, okay, like De'Aaron Fox, I need you to be the guy in the fourth quarter with 4 minutes left. I need you to, and if you go like 0 for 2, 0 for 3, and you're like, hey, I don't have it, hand it off.
Sure.
That's fine.
Sure.
But that's where we start.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we start. And in the first 5 minutes of the game, I need you to set the table.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to develop the tempo of the game, to put your stamp on the game in the first 5 minutes. After that, everybody else can, like, they pulled De'Aaron Fox at the 6 minute mark of the first quarter. Then they bring him back out at the 9 minute mark. For that first 6 minutes, it's you. And that doesn't mean that you have to take every shot, but I at least need 4 or 5 shots.
Yeah.
And I need you to do what it is that your magic power is, which is get to the key, break everything down, set the tempo, set the standard of what this game is going to look like. I don't care who the other 4 players are on the court.
I hate that we're in year 8 and the conversation is still like, hey, need a little more, man.
Well, but I think like saying I need a little more is one thing, but also like I need you to be selfish in the first. I need you to set.
Yes,
like,
I need you
everything.
To be a psychopath.
The standard for what tonight's game is going to be. And it's almost like he has those moments in the game. So you just need to rearrange and say, okay, look, everybody else, this is what we're doing. We're just going to see what he can do for the first 5 minutes of the game. And we won't be behind. Trust me.
Set the tone that way, right?
And that doesn't mean you're not going to touch the ball. It doesn't mean you're not going to score because he's going to assist. He's going to change the speed and the pace of the game in the first 5 minutes. The other guys, they need to get out of the way and let it happen. Set the screens, hit the open threes, do the things that make the offense work. And then we can switch it up when we go to the bench and everybody can do different things. But it's tough, man. I don't know if there's one solution for everything, but I'm certainly like, we have enough things that we know don't work at all at this point.
Yeah. Let's get out to the Elk Grove Kia talk line before we step aside. The Kings Emergency Roundtable coming up at 11:30. Damian Barling, Kenny Caraway, Jesse Tapia. Everybody's going to be in here. We're going to discuss this all as an ESPN 1320 family. Before we do that, though, it's time for everybody's favorite radio segment. It is Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, what's going on?
Merry Christmas, Kyle.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
The brothers, Damon and Casey and Tapia. I can't forget. I hope I got everybody out there. We definitely need the more size rebounding. I guess we have 2 6'3" guards, you say? That's why we drafted a 6'2" guard and Devin Carter, who's hurt. Delicacy. We got to go get Cam Johnson. I think that costs a lot. But then I would like to have if it's Collins. Then I guess we have to give up Keegan. Maybe we can Cam Johnson. I heard maybe Simmons be bought out. Well, we have to lose with him. It won't cost us much, but we have to get some size and rebound. Maybe Barker can teach us how to rebound. He was only 6'4", 6'5", and he's one of the best. Have a nice weekend.
Appreciate you, Mitch. Thanks. Mitch is ready to go Ben Simmons.
That's when we know things have hit a certain moment.
Kenny Caraway, who is joining us next with Damian Barling and Jesse Tapia. Kenny Caraway last night tweeted rock bottom.
Oh.
And boy, does it feel like it.
Mm.
My worry is that it's not.
Yeah.
My worry is that it gets worse.
My worry is that I covered 14 years of basketball before this run, 13 years of basketball before this run.
And it wasn't great?
I saw a lot worse. It just feels worse because you expected better.
Expectations were higher, yeah. And that's the worst part. All right. The Kings Emergency Roundtable, D'Lo and Casey, Jesse Tapia, everybody's going to be in here. A full segment, ironing this out together, talking this out, figuring out if there's a red button to hit, what should they do? That's coming up next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. This is ESPN 1320, and it's Sacramento Sports Center. Can you get those computers logged in for me?
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
That's why I was cleaning out my spot. Oh. Dave, you can log in. Oh, you got it. He's all up and running. I'll let you log.
Thanks, Kyle. That's what it looks like.
Hey, all right, we're back. I'm gonna sit
You are looking live.
from the worst slums of Sacramento.
That's what I was trying to tell you that one day.
Yeah, no. I'll just verbally do it.
Carlton, I'm out here every day watching the games like you. Trust me, I feel the pain.
Wow.
I watch the Kings probably more
That's
than the Celtics
crazy.
at this point.
That's true. He's just waiting for June.
I'm trying
Yeah,
to
he's
lead
not-
the
you think-
charge. I'm
you
trying
think-
to help you guys.
You think Jesse's watching Celtics basketball in December?
Waiting for June.
Cutting the podcast at 4 o'clock, not watching Celtics basketball.
It's $20. With Deuce and Mo in here. What a bummer.
Yeah.
Man, we making money here at ESPN 1320 because these commercials have been a bitch this week.
Yeah, like the 6-minute commercial breaks.
Yeah.
I'm with Soren here. Seriously.
I'm going through it too.
Joe, okay. All right, relax, pal. Relax, pal. Joe Mazzola wanted to fight everybody last night.
Joe Mazzulla wants to fight everybody every night.
Oh,
I don't know. Post game, he said he was wishing them a Merry Christmas.
smart move.
Oh.
Smart move. Ain't gonna take that man's money.
Someone says that's 106.5 the end money. Well,
Oh, yeah,
I wish.
it's true.
All right. All right. I was sitting there watching the end of the Kings game last night, and I said, it is time for an emergency roundtable. So I hit up Damian Barling, who is in the building.
Indeed.
I hit up Jesse Tapia, who's in the building. I forgot to hit up Kenny, who's not here, but that's fine.
He's on his way.
Felt serious yesterday when you sent out that text.
Yeah, I was like, we got to talk. We got to figure this out.
Yeah, the group text was more serious than the one you sent me.
The worst part was, I'll just tell you, I was sitting there watching Mike Brown.
Well,
interviewing Mike Brown, and on my phone I keep getting these alerts that all of you guys are chiming in.
You're holding, yeah.
It's up, and I'm like, oh, look, I guess we're doing a roundtable. Like, I guess we're having a conversation tomorrow about what I'm watching unfold right here. I'm like, yeah, this is dark, bro.
Yeah. Did you just reread the text message?
Yeah, I forgot I sent that.
Well, they'll do that to you.
It was a great idea, though, right?
It was fantastic.
All right.
I'm just glad you remembered this morning.
Oh yeah, no, I was
you
locked
sent
in.
the idea. Yeah, okay, very good.
I was locked in on the idea. I forgot that I alerted you first because I didn't want to tell everybody and be like, "Hey, we're gonna do this," and everybody be like, "Bad idea." So I just wanted to run it by Damian first to make sure it's a good idea.
All right.
So
Everyone seemed like they were on the same page post game too yesterday.
yeah, and that's the thing is it feels like after every game this year we've kind of been in this situation where there's been not really a consensus. Like, okay, yeah, but if this is different, that was different. Kenny Caraway now in the building is part of the Emergency Kings Roundtable here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
It's more of a Pentagon table.
Yeah. So you tweeted last night rock bottom.
Yes, sir.
And my worry is that it's not.
For this group,
like I feel like it could definitely get worse, and I think it's going to.
Well, I mean, for this group, when I it could, but like when I think about rock bottom for this group, like this is as low as it gets before S hits the fan.
I see.
Right? Like people are gone, people lose jobs, people that we really like are traded. Like that's next. As far as like this group just as is, it can't get no worse without people leaving the building.
Is there anything left to get out of this group?
That's my concern. Is we've been talking about hitting the red button, and like now's the time for me.
So to you though, what's the red button?
For me, it is you have to. This roster is not it, And we talked about this last offseason. At some point, to get this team really where it needs to go, it's got to get uncomfortable. And this fantasy land where De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray and Malik Monk, they're going to be together forever. I think that's fantasy land to me now.
Okay.
I think if you're going to make the move substantial enough to make a real impact, I think it's going to have to include one of those guys.
I agree.
I definitely think when you have De'Aaron Fox coming out and vocalizing that the roster isn't what you expected it to be, that's when you're like, oh, okay. Like De'Aaron Fox is literally talking about it openly that the roster isn't enough, that there has to be something else.
Mm-hmm.
And we heard Domantas Sabonis like at his camp early in the offseason, like say like, well, at least we got this one done. You know, not like the other couple we didn't get done. And it was like, oh, those are barbs from guys
for sure.
who typically don't go outside of the bubble of the team. Like there's a lot of things that happen here. But when we get Domantas Sabonis after last night, me and Brendan sitting there talking to Domas, like he was professional. Like he handled himself very well.
Mm-hmm.
Like he talked about, yeah, we still love each other. Like all these things that they continue to say, like we don't know all of the reasons why this is happening, but we're still here together. We're still fighting together. But when you hear those little barbs, those are when you're like, okay, like things are starting to unwind. And we're at that point where all of those things are going to start being collected and put into posts where you're like, okay, yeah, it's been enough playing out over the last 3, 6, 8 months, or for that matter, 3 years. Like we've talked about it. How uncomfortable is it for Kevin Huerter and for Trey Lyles right now? Because I know how uncomfortable it was for Harrison Barnes for 3 years to hear his name in every single trade. It's just uncomfortable. And that's how they do business.
Then be better. Like be better than.
No, I get you, but it's really uncomfortable. Like everyone's talking about it everywhere about how you might lose your job at any time. We might not have that show tomorrow. Maybe the next day. But we probably will have it. I don't know. Maybe you'll be here. Maybe you won't. We'll see what happens on February 8th. If you're here, you're here.
That's a little bit of a false equivalent too, because we don't have a show. We lose our job. You just go work in a different city and you make, I hate to be this way, but you make your millions of dollars.
I get
you got to perform. You don't want to hear those things. Perform.
It still doesn't feel good though.
No, I'm sure it doesn't. Neither does this. There were 19 points from the bench yesterday, which is actually a lot for them. 7 was the lead. It was Kevin Huerter. Did anyone glance at the box score from the Golden State Warriors game last night?
Oh.
The Warriors-Grizzlies game. The Grizzlies put up 144 points. Did anyone examine that box score at all? The 2 leading scorers for the Memphis Grizzlies came off the bench. One of them's name is Santi
Aldama.
He had 21 points.
Yeah, lit it up.
The other one's name is Jake.
Good old Jake.
LaRavia.
He had 19.
Yeah.
And that's not counting old Luke Kennard, who had 15 points.
The Kennard dog.
That bench can score. That bench is pale. But that bench can score.
Shout out to Jake.
Santi, Jake, and Luke.
That's
are you serious?
That's crazy.
So all that is 100% right, but I keep saying we're having 2 different conversations. They're number 2 in the Western Conference. You want to be number 2, number 1 in the Western Conference, you get bench production like that.
Yeah.
I keep saying it. You don't need that to not be what the Kings are right now. Flip it to 15 and 13. They need Jake to be 15 and 13?
Why
this is ridiculous.
Why isn't it the other way then? What's going wrong?
That's what I keep asking. Is if they have all NBA center, point guard we think should be all NBA, 6th man of the year that we think should be 6th man of the year, the number 4 pick who's untradeable, and who am I missing? And a Hall of Famer.
Okay, so I'm glad you ended with that one. So were all of the Bontemps and the Windhurst and those jackasses, were they right?
Maybe.
It kind of feels that way.
Maybe.
Signing the Hall of Famer was the wrong move?
Maybe.
Kind of feels that way.
Because last year,
but the results are saying what they're saying.
Right.
Where is it? 17 and 11 through 28 games last year. 16-12 through 28 games the year prior.
That's significantly better.
But you guys talked about it before we came in here. All metrics are up. All metrics are, at least that I can tell.
The metrics are lying. Like I know.
I think the metrics in the league
let
are
me ask
up.
this. Let me ask this. If the metrics are up, because you're right, we brought this up. We touched on it just briefly earlier. If that's right, then what's wrong?
There are two that are down, and I'm not saying it's their fault, but there are two that are down. And it's the shooting of Herter, it's the shooting of Keegan Murray, 3-point shooting. Those are the two things that are different in a negative way than last year, unless I got that wrong.
No.
Everything is up except for that. And once again, it's not all that's not all their fault. But that's more of a difference. Like we talked about DeMar DeRozan. You guys were talking about the sequence last night when they kept going to the pick and roll and converted, and then you got to get DeMar shots. Who's calling that play? Let's really break that down. Who's calling that? So number one, let's go through the options. Is DeMar DeRozan after 3 straight pick and rolls saying, "Yo, Fox, Monk, hey, come on, it's time for me to eat.
DeMar DeRozan time.
It's time for me to eat." Is he saying that? If no, which I don't think he is, why are Monk or anybody calling a different play? That's not DeMar's fault.
Sure.
We talk about, we haven't seen all the things that we thought we were going to see coming in the offseason with the dribble handoff. Why not?
Why
not?
That's a great question.
They worked on it. They were in the Galen Center working on it.
I thought it was Juju Watkins.
Yeah. And now we're here, and DeMar is getting it in quote unquote his spots. But once again, unless somebody is telling me that DeMar is saying, "Nah, man, don't give me no dribble handoff. Give me the ball right here, else I'm sitting and pouting." If he's not saying that, then where are the coaches and where are the point guards?
I don't know, but I'll also tell you, I watched him go one-on-one against Anthony Davis and just sat there and shook my head. Like, that's one of the best defenders in the league, and he's 5 inches taller than you. What is happening? Like, why? What is happening in this moment? Why have you not moved off the ball? You have a center spaced out away from the basket. Why is the ball not moved? Because scoring against Anthony Davis in that situation is like maybe a 20% chance. That's it. Like, I don't care who you are. He's way bigger than you, and he's got you. You're isolated on him. And if you don't think that that's something that the Lakers just sitting there saying, "Yes, we have Anthony Davis isolated on DeMar DeRozan on the outside," you don't think that they're like sitting there like, this is exactly what we were hoping for.
But at the same time, though, it's not Isaac Jones being isolated on Anthony Davis. DeMar DeRozan has probably gotten plenty of buckets. It's not out of the realm of possibility to say, "I got the big man on me. I can go to work."
It doesn't work once. You got to move on.
Okay,
and you got to move on. And like, again, I'm not someone who's saying this is all DeMar DeRozan's fault. I have not said that at all. But there are enough situations where you can look at the mixture of players aren't working nearly enough.
Right.
The mixture, whatever it is, it's not, the ingredients aren't working. And I don't know how you fix that without, again, with December 15th just came and went. You can trade DeMar DeRozan at this point. You can trade anybody. But like, that's where you're looking like, okay, we tried something and you made a big fanfare out of it when you signed the guy, but you also created a window where there wasn't a window before. The Kings window was much bigger than this. But like, all of a sudden there's a 2-year window where you got to win. It's like, okay, yes, the Kings need to win without any question, but we created this like window when DeMar DeRozan was brought in on a 2-year deal with a 3rd-year option at 35 years old.
How quick does Monty need to move if, like, yesterday we felt like it was rock bottom? What if they feel the same in the locker room? And like that Mike Brown post-game press conference was kind of tough and all that. Like, some of the ingredients not working. Like, how fast does Monty need to move at this point then?
Yeah, he needs to move immediately.
6 months ago.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's a great point.
Actually, and let's be clear.
Like, are we done waiting for this team to like improve at this point? Like, now is it just, all right, we got the deal here, make the deal now?
That's what it is for me.
Monty and West need to move.
Yes.
Because if they're getting brought up together, then we're going to bring them up together.
Yep.
Monty and West need to figure something out.
Yes.
And I am adamant. If you're firing one, you're firing both.
You have to.
And I'm not here to jump in front of Wes, but Wes was not mentioned when Monty won Executive of the Year, so we can't mention Wes when it's going bad. I'm not saying he's not at fault. I'm not saying he's at fault, but when it just like we just talked about for a whole day with De'Aaron Fox yesterday, when it's going good, you get the credit. Mm-hmm. When it's going bad, you've got to wear that too.
Sure.
And we're not going to throw Wes in there now.
I feel like Wes has been in it.
Yeah, but it's a front office problem. We say Monty because he's the head of the front office. But to me, you're not firing Monty and being like, oh, yeah, the guy who was right there with him making all the same decisions. Here you go.
Chris Biederman asked Mike Brown about the ingredients that he has, and he was like, look, you got to ask Monty and Wes about that.
Right.
He didn't say Monty McNair.
Sure.
He said you got to ask Monty and Wes about that.
Let me ask you this, Kenny. Because Jesse said, when's the time to act? When's the time to stop waiting for players to just come around and do something? If you could hit a red button right now, or pick your favorite color button, if you could hit a button right now that the Kings make the one move, not like a domino effect of moves, they can do one thing that you think makes them better. What is it?
I mean, it's not a red button, but it's the move I would make before the red button. Is that fair? Or do you want the red button?
No, but what's the move you would make? What's the move you would make right now? If you're not at red button place, that's fine.
Find a way to get like Finney Smith, maybe even a Kuzma, and keep the guys that you consider core together. I'll get off the fence because we're having an emerging podcast and we talking. Trade Keegan Murray and see what you can get. And it's not to say it's Keegan Murray's fault, but that's your biggest asset. It's not.
I would agree.
De'Aaron Fox and
that's the red button to me.
Yeah.
Red Fox button is trading trading De'Aaron Fox. That's the red button.
That's my red button is you start firing people and this thing, it doesn't stop. Like it goes, you want to fire all the sasses out here in the chat that were like, it's all on Mike Brown. You fire Mike Brown, it's not going to get better. It only gets worse. I've been through it so many times.
That's the black button.
7-21. Tyrone Corbin, 7-21. It is the button that leads to the next button, that leads to the next button.
That's the vortex button.
Let me just tell you what those buttons are. Is if you want to fire Mike Brown, that's fine. Because right after that, you're gonna fire Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox when it doesn't work in the offseason. And then De'Aaron Fox is gonna say, I'm done, I'm good. Get me the F out of here. That's the next button. And then it's all over from there. You start over or whatever. I don't know what you do at that point, but that's the button that so many people press it. It's like, okay, just all of these things, they play in together. Like it never, ever, ever works to fire one guy and think that the next guy's going to come in and everything's going to be roses, because look, I'll tell you, like the other guy that could step in is Doug Christie, because that's probably who Vivek is going to want to step in because he did it once before. That means that there's a good chance that at the end of the year, he's gone and everybody else is gone, because it's not just going to turn around because you did one move like firing a coach. So like, I get it. The move right now is to try to figure out how to fix what's going on. It's not to go blame game. It's your fault. And then, because once you say it's your fault and you make that move, there's no one else protecting Monty and Wes. They already made the play. The play was to blame it on Mike. Now it's on you. And when this thing spins out like it always does, that's where you're going to be facing.
Are there problems deeper than beyond the bench? Because we've talked about like I've said the last few weeks, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. You just need to get some guys who are consistent. But yesterday it felt like they were just from watching, they felt like they were disconnected. And it's just like, this group just isn't working at this point. Like maybe it is time for a big shakeup where I'm not like for getting rid of DeMar, but maybe you trade Keegan or whoever. Like, is it time for something bigger?
Well, so how if you're De'Aaron after the last 2 or 3 days, do you pick up your 5th foul in the third quarter? Better yet, if you're Mike Brown, how do you let De'Aaron Fox after these last few days pick up his 5th foul in the fourth quarter?
He played 36 minutes. He played the entire fourth without picking up another foul.
He still played. He was effective? You think he was effective in the fourth quarter?
I think he was effective 1, 2, 3.
Well, okay. Okay, well,
I mean,
yeah, you asked the question. I don't know, did you?
Yeah, to be honest,
I'm guessing you didn't.
To be honest, I thought he was better in the fourth quarter, playing with 5 fouls than he was the rest of the game.
To me, the fact that they have all these players and there's all these metrics, to me, there's something like at the core of what or who this team is. And that's my concern.
This is always magnified too when it's the Lakers.
Sure.
Like you get your ass whooped by the Lakers because you do it in front. Hey, and salute to the Laker fans.
Yes,
because the game sold out.
And they chanted.
The game sold out last night because the Los Angeles Lakers were here. That's the state in which the Sacramento Kings were in. Salute. It'll sell out on Saturday at 3:00. That's where we're at. The times the Kings play the Lakers, the game sells out. So it stings more when it's the Lakers. And it feels like that's why I think if that had been it'd been Denver again, I don't know that it would feel like rock bottom, but because it's the Lakers and it's really loud in there when the Lakers are winning, yeah, you're walking out like this is embarrassing.
Another issue that we've talked about ad nauseum, but it keeps rearing its ugly head is Monty McNair, who I like and I don't want fired. For a team that talks about depth, you drafted a guy that can't play, literally cannot get on the floor. And
yep,
I don't know how you survive that.
Yeah,
I don't, and
especially when other rookies are playing well.
Other rookies are playing well,
drafted
100%. And this was your call. They let basketball people do basketball things.
Mm-hmm.
That's what everybody always cried. They let basketball people do basketball things, regardless of what other people thought. And that was your decision. I don't know how you survive that if this continues.
Did he just completely misread this roster and like what this team's timeline is and all that? You're drafting a guy who's not playing for 6 to 8 months or whatever you want to call it. Like for what they are now, this doesn't make any sense.
Jesse, yes, because you had enough of a sample size midway through last season to know that roster wasn't it.
Yep.
You did. You knew it wasn't it, and you did absolutely nothing. You traded for Robin Lopez and waived him at the deadline. You did nothing. You get to the offseason. You were going to trade the pick. You're going to trade the pick. You didn't trade the pick. Whatever deal you had fell through. You were going to sign XYZ. You were going to sign X, Y, and Z. Those fell through. You made the trade for DeMar DeRozan. You gave up 3 second-round picks to clear cap space. And all we see now is you cleared cap space so you don't have to pay the luxury tax.
Wow.
And now you don't have those 3 second-round picks to go out and trade for, like, Dennis Schroeder just got traded for 2 second-round picks.
And an expiring.
But you don't have that.
Right.
So maybe you wouldn't have to trade if you wouldn't have drafted a player that can't play.
That's
maybe
point.
That would have been the solution.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna give it to you guys now. You guys can continue this conversation.
Pause. You know what? Yeah, we might be down bad. We're not down that bad. It's a flag. It's a pass interference.
A round table.
Yeah. Take it easy.
What D-Lo and KC next. Drink water and be nice, people.
Sweet. Thanks, Jetty House.
Bad beat for me.
4, right? What do you mean? Oh, okay. Okay.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
All right, man. We don't need no air horns. We just gonna continue the conversation we were having. Kyle Madsen sticking around here as the round table continues. Jesse's still with us. James had to bolt out. He's got some dad soccer duties, man. So we'll look. Y'all know what it is.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself. Acknowledge me.
All the buttons have been pressed. Lord knows we ain't going to hit Young Zell again today. So let's just get right back into it. The consensus seems to be that last night's loss was the worst of the season. It was rock bottom. It was the ultimate low point. I mean, we could talk about Mike Brown challenging De'Aaron Fox and De'Aaron Fox having no response to that. A 17-4 start on your home floor, getting your ass kicked in the opening minutes in consecutive games is absolutely incredible.
I feel like that just tells you everything you need to know about this team. Like, not even the fact they're playing the Lakers, you don't need that motivation or nothing. Mike Brown called out Fox, and I would just like include the entire team. Like, if Fox is getting called out, I kind of looking at myself like, all right, I need to be better as well or whatever. Because Mike Brown's talking about if we're not bringing it, then Fox needs to step up. Like, I just need to bring it myself. And they come out so flat to start the game, just like it's just part for the course. Like, I feel like that just says everything about them.
I feel like they're an introverted basketball team. Like they're there and they're good, but they're not going to be outgoing. They're not going to really put themselves out there. Like you said, De'Aaron Fox gets challenged directly by Mike Brown and comes up with basically nothing.
Yeah.
I don't love that.
I mean, yeah, shout out Guru. Put the rat on the table.
I don't know why we need to do that.
Wait.
But besides, you'll probably kill it. as we all know.
Rat might look better than the Kings at this point.
Well, man.
And look, at some point, maybe I got another story to tell. But
Jesus,
yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Friday. It's the holiday season, man.
But man, y'all know I got love for De'Aaron. I believe in De'Aaron. But what does that say about him?
It says he's not like every great player is kind of a psychopath, right? Like they're gonna read a thing. Here's it. Steph Curry reads a thing about himself online that he doesn't like.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna put that. It could be a person who made their Twitter account yesterday and has 0 followers and 1 tweet, and it's "you suck," and he's gonna take that and be like, "All right, I'm gonna go score 50 and show that guy." I think De'Aaron has the same thing and goes, I'm chilling. My life's better than that person's. That's not a bad, like, it's not, I'm not knocking the guy, but De'Aaron Fox has the skill set and the talent to go get 40, 50 any given night, to just go be a killer.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel like he has that. Like, I don't think that's him.
What does it say for the team if he's not? Because I don't necessarily think that means you can't win, but like, what if he just does not he just doesn't have that, and he is what he is now, which isn't bad, by the way.
It means I don't know. It probably means like you gotta you need. I don't want to say too much around him to score, but it's like all right, or excuse me, not score, but to win. But you got you got DeMar DeRozan,
Mhm.
you got Malik Monk, you got Domantas Sabonis, you got Keegan Murray, who we'll get to, and you have to have Cam Johnson to be above 500. Like,
Right, just above 500.
yeah, that kind of sounds crazy. Like, you need all that to just get to flip your record. Come on, man.
Fair to say
Shouldn't be
Luka.
the case.
Fair to say Luka and Kyrie had a lot less and got to the finals.
Absolutely. Derrick Jones Jr., he can't score. He can defend. He's a great defender. He can't score. Lively, Gafford, they can't create a shot like Sabonis can. They didn't have anybody else.
But
PJ Washington isn't DeMar DeRozan, but those two looked at like the offense and the production and were like, we got this. You guys just do the other stuff.
Right.
Like, we got this. Not, man, we need more. Like, and I'll be the first to say I was the one saying it, but like, man, Harrison Barnes not giving us nothing. That's not good enough. We need more. Keegan sometimes shooting and sometimes not. That's not good enough. We need more. So we got to go get DeRozan. You know what I mean? Like, those guys, they were like, all right, well, Derrick Jones might not score more than 5 points today. But hey, man, run the floor, play defense. I got the rest. Don't trip.
Right.
And I don't bring up like the Mavs as if like, oh, the Kings should be a team that could get to the finals, but this team isn't even good enough right now to be like the 11th best team in the West. They're 12th right now. You're the 4th worst record in the West right now.
Look at the Clippers. The Clippers.
That's what
the Clippers are finding a way to be 16-12. They got not even close to one All-Star. I know Harden is who Harden is, but you know, he's not James Harden of 2017.
But it's because the common denominator with the Mavericks was size and athleticism around Luka and Kyrie. The Clippers are big and athletic. The Kings aren't. And I don't understand. I talked about this earlier on the Insiders. I don't understand how you have Monty McNair, who comes from the Daryl Morey tree, who those Rockets teams with Chris Paul and James Harden were really good because they were a bunch of dudes who were between 6'6" and 6'9", and they could defend their asses off. They were just going to everything was switchable. There was versatility. And then you look at the Kings and it's like they're undersized at every position. And there's been no concerted effort to go find a player who's Derrick Jones Jr. or PJ Washington. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't know why they decided to.
Yeah, it's getting difficult to believe they just miss on everyone. Like, I think they took some pitches. They just watched them go into the strike zone. Like, they didn't make calls about them. I don't think that's true for everything that they've done. Like, sure. I mean, some of them are a little louder than others, but I think there's probably guys that they did inquire about that just didn't work. I've asked, like, is Brandon Ingram during the summer? Is Brandon Ingram and even an option? Nope, Mike doesn't like him. Okay. It makes me wonder how many times Mike doesn't like this guy, or Monty doesn't like this guy, or Wes doesn't like this guy. Maybe the other two don't, but maybe the other two do, but this one doesn't. Or maybe these two like him, but this one doesn't.
Maybe the players don't like him.
Maybe no one in this organization is on the same page, which is the most on-brand Sacramento Kings thing in history.
That's what it feels like. That's how I think you get to 2.5 years of, hey, they've had the same problem.
Yep. Yeah.
No one knows how to fix it.
And added DeMar DeRozan, who doesn't in any way, shape, or form address the problem that you had the last 2 years.
Correct.
It's just really cool.
It is cool.
So
they're fun to watch.
And the Not Like Us video, it just dropped. So it's like, let's cook.
So we'll go back because, I mean, things can change. Like, in the moment, you feel some type of way and you see new evidence and things change, understandably so. then why did we re-sign all these people? Like we were like, it's a travesty if you don't resign Monty McNair. Why are we messing around with Mike Brown and just sign him? If this was the premise of, hey, you want this contract, but you're not on the same page with my GM.
Sure.
Like, why are we bringing these guys back to have these same problems? And I'm not saying anybody should have an answer, but that's what we were faced at. If Monty McNair and Mike Brown are not on the same page, they fundamentally do not see basketball the same way.
Maybe it's not Mike Brown and Monty McNair that aren't on the same page.
If anybody there, if they weren't on the same page, why are we rushing to sign these guys back to have these same problems?
I think because there was optimism that they would get on the same page or that they'd be on the same page.
And maybe they are, and they just literally cannot pull the move off. Maybe they are, and they really believe that this is the squad.
I hope not.
I don't know.
Everything they've done just feels comfortable. There's been no, I don't want to say no risk because Tyrese for Sabonis, I guess, was a risk there, but everything since then just feels comfortable. And bringing up DeMar, like, I don't even hate that move in hindsight. It's just a matter of Monty didn't do anything to mask the deficiencies of everyone else. Like, this team lacks defenders. Your star players aren't the greatest defenders. Keegan's great and all that, but like everyone else is like so. I'm not gonna say Fox is all defensive player or whatever, but he's good. But there's not enough. And Monty didn't go to get a guy, maybe a role player who can play defense, who can mask that. Teams have guys who can mask what their best players can't do, and the Kings don't have that.
So
he didn't mask what DeMar maybe doesn't make up for.
Let me ask everybody a question. DeMar's traded for and signs in July 27th. What should we have done right there? Because I'll speak for myself. I was okay with, hey, keep Herter here and see what he can do off the bench. I would have started Keon. I probably would have started Malik. That was my first thing. But if you weren't going to start Malik, I would have started Keon. You have Herter coming off the bench or whatever. Are we, hindsight is 2020, but are we all saying that we didn't think that was okay?
I don't think there's anything wrong with letting that roster play itself out, putting guys in different roles. Now, Mike waited a little bit to put Monty in that starting role, but I don't think there's anything wrong with the idea of looking at this roster and going, this team could really accomplish some special things.
Sure.
Now we're 28 games in, and it's clear that they cannot.
Yep.
They are significantly worse than they were last year. So the offseason, you look at this and you feel good about it. You see it in practice and you realize, okay, this isn't it. You see it in actuality and you go in real life, like, yeah, this isn't working. This isn't working the way we thought it was. The problem is, how do you pinpoint the fault? It's fine. If you want to blame DeMar, that's fine. But you'll have to connect the dots to me as to why DeMar DeRozan's presence in a Sacramento Kings uniform has Keegan Murray regressing to where you're throwing stuff through glass windows. Like, what is this guy? And then you have Kevin Herter, who is the exact same guy he was last year and is a shell of the guy he was in year one.
I feel like them missing the playoffs didn't sound off enough alarms for that front office. Missing the playoffs last year, you didn't stay the same where you were the year before. You got progressively worse. Like, you got worse. And that you added DeMar, but you did nothing else. You added Jay Crowder and Doug McDermott after that. I feel like missing the playoffs should have been a little bit more of a red flag than it was for Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, and whoever's involved.
The problem, I think the problem for me is I don't think their assets were worth as much as they might have thought they were.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's that many people that are like, we'll give up something for real for Kevin Herter. We'll give up something real for Trey Lyles. I think that's kind of part of the problem is, okay, you can try and make a move, but
and now you waited so long where it's at its worst.
So but that's not true. That's what's so frustrating with the Sacramento Kings is when you look around at deals, I'm making up a number, 90-something% of deals are nothing more than numbers and contracts. It has nothing to do with the player.
Sure.
Absolutely nothing. Trey is expiring. That's valuable.
Sure.
Kevin is cheaper now, 28 games into the season, than he was 28 games ago. Majorly, massively cheaper? No, but he is cheaper.
Sure.
Somehow the Sacramento Kings are the only team in the league that has to match talent for talent when acquiring a player.
the killer would.
When else does that happen?
The killer though is Trey don't make enough money. He's expiring, but he don't make enough money to get somebody of consequence. So you have to attach Herter to make the money work. And then it's like when you talk about contracts and stuff, do I want 2 years of Kevin Herter?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like if he was expiring, then yeah, let's match up the contracts and just play not even talent for talent, like contracts match up. But Trey don't make enough money to go get a guy like Cam Johnson. I think he makes enough to get Finney Smith. But like you're right. It's not always talent for talent, but because when you don't have the expirings that make enough money to just make it a salary,
you don't have the Anthony Melton torn ACL contract.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
It's expiring. They didn't. The problem with that was the Kings didn't have any second round picks, which to me, and that's the other aspect of this that we've not really gotten to yet. To me, trade your picks. If that's what it takes to go get it as something substantial. I'm not saying trade a first round pick for Dorian Finney-Smith, but if that's what it takes to go get something substantial, I don't care what it means for 2028 and beyond.
Monty needs to find a way to get oxygen because those picks are going to mean nothing to him this summer.
Yes.
If this team continues at the rate they're going right now, those picks mean absolutely nothing.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so cool. You held on to your picks to not get better now. So you cannot win anything now, but at least you have your picks for when you're rebuilding. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
You're right. Hope you guys are right. The other thing that I just can't get past, and we talked about it during the earlier roundtable, and we figure out like what's the problem. And there's nothing you can really do about it now, but it's dug you such a big hole. I don't know if you can get out of it. And that is drafting Devin Carter.
Yeah.
How, with a roster that doesn't have depth, did you take one of your biggest assets at the time and use it to get a player that cannot play?
Well, you drafted. Is this fair? They drafted at a position you don't even necessarily need right now.
That too.
Yep.
How did you do that?
It absolutely felt like they drafted Devin Carter because they thought Kevin wasn't going to be here.
I agree. Yep. That's exactly what it feels
Kevin's here.
You're working with a front office with no plan B at this point then.
What's plan A?
Well, I guess whatever the hell was supposed to be with Kevin, but like there's no counter with this team, with this front office. There's no counter at all then, it seems. It's all right, we're stuck then, fellas. Like, hopefully you guys can do it. Hopefully Mike can make this work.
And how can you let's lay out the whole scenario. You draft Devin Carter with thoughts that Herter was probably going to be gone, which I agree with. But how do you make that draft pick talking about I'm going to trade a guy that just had surgery and isn't even cleared to play? Like, how can you confidently say, I'm going to draft this guy because this guy that's hurt is I'm going to trade him? I could tell you right now, you're probably not trading him at that time. Nobody's accepting that deal.
No.
So I don't know. I can't. Everything else I seem to be able to compartmentalize or make a reasoning behind. I can't figure out why you drafted Devin Carter. I have no idea why you did that. And this has nothing to do with Devin Carter, the player, but more so the situation. And the more I talk to people, the more it's clear they knew he had to have surgery.
Yeah.
So you knew he wasn't going to play.
To be clear, it'd be substantially worse if they didn't.
That too, because everybody else knew.
That's just pure incompetence.
It's no coincidence he fell down the draft board.
Look,
everybody else knew.
We knew. D'Lo and KC knew. James knew. We knew. They had to have known.
How could you draft for him?
Monty.
And once again, I want to be perfectly clear. This has nothing to do with Devin Carter, the player, because number one, we haven't seen him in an NBA uniform.
Yeah.
And number two, when I watched him in college, I like some of the things he does, but not like Jesse said, I don't know if it fits being a 6'2", 6'3" guard when you've got all that already taken care of.
Right.
And number two, he wasn't going to play.
Why does he keep drafting backups?
Great question. Here's the thing I don't know, man. It just doesn't. The Devin Carter thing, in theory, made sense without Kevin Herter. But you knew he wasn't going to play till January, and even then, when he plays, how much is he going to play, and how much is he going to contribute as a rookie?
Which, not to interrupt you, which is also crazy because if you're trading Kevin Huerter, but you're drafting a guy that can't play, you still have depth issues.
Yes. And this is okay. Let me put it this way. The Kings have a good roster.
Yes.
I feel like they do.
Yeah, they have a talented roster. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Do they have a well-constructed roster?
Probably not.
I don't think they do. And the Devin Carter pick is part of the reason you don't have a well-constructed roster. Because at some point you need. We're talking about the Kevin Durant Warriors earlier. They got by with so many randos because those randos fit exactly like, okay, you know what? They're building around these 4 dudes, and everyone else needs to meet just a requisite level of being an NBA player, and they're going to fit these very specific roles. I don't think the Kings have ever committed to, okay, building around Fox, Sabonis, Keegan, and Malik. We're building around those 4 dudes. Everybody else needs to supplement exactly what those guys do on the court. I don't think that went into consideration at all when building this roster. And that's a massive problem to me.
This is year 4, year 3 of Monty.
4,
5.
5?
Yeah, it's 4 or 5. Yeah, because he was around.
How long have we been talking about Monty? Go get a wing, go get a wing, go get a wing, go get some size. Like, what if it's just at this point, Monty McNair's team building philosophy just is bad? It's just not working. Like, this is what Monty envisions. It doesn't work. Like, how do you go this long without having another wing besides Keegan Murray or Harrison Barnes before that?
The dynamite question.
We're all guards.
No.
He drops guard after guard after guard. Team has no size. Pause.
Very nice. That's good.
It doesn't matter.
That's good. That's good.
It's a quick whistle today.
Tensions are high. But this is what it's been like for years. It's just different players and whatever, different guards at this point.
It's been the same. They've had the same weakness for 3 years now.
And you guys are 100% correct. And the guys that we're talking about, I could be wrong. Well, I'll do a deep dive and figure out. But the guys that you mentioned in Memphis, some of the guys Jake,
Santi Aldama,
some of the guys we saw in Denver on Monday. Hell, Gabe Vincent last night. These aren't.
Well, we saw why that was.
Well, this is true.
If you watch the video,
yeah, this. Well,
there's rumors Gabe
and I understand
caught eyes of some of the hometown baddies and was like, okay. There's video. I'll send it to you.
But
good for Gabe Benson.
Yeah, always good for Gabe Benson.
You talk about all these guys. These aren't lottery picks. These are late first round, second round, undrafted free agent guys. Everybody finds these guys. How do you not find them?
That's it.
How do you never find them? And this may gets off of money a little bit and try to figure out what's going on here with Mike Brown. You've got guys that he did sign that you're just not playing. Why? I'm not saying these guys would change the fortunes of everything for this team, but what we have right now ain't good enough. Why isn't Jay Crowder playing? I know there's some issues and some deficiencies, but why isn't Doug McDermott playing? He's finally started to hit shots, and we don't want to play him no more. What the hell happened to J-Mac? I know he's the size of Ryan, but you need shooting.
Your daughter, Ryan.
Yes.
Who's 2.
That's
I just wanted to say, but not everybody knows.
No, you need the context for that. Yes.
I know. Look, he's a point guard with a high basketball IQ, and you signed him because he could shoot the 3-ball, and you can't make the 3-ball. And we saw Gabe Vincent last night. Gabe Vincent is cool. He's a good ball player. He's not heads and shoulders better than Jordan McLaughlin. And he was able to come in there and hit 15, 16 points last night. JJ Reddick looked at him and said, all right, I'm going to give him an opportunity and find a way for him to be effective. Why can't none of these guys, once again, it's not the ideal guys that you want to sign, but you just don't play none of them, Mike? Ever?
Jordan McLaughlin, by the way, career 37% 3-point shooter.
That's tough.
58 seconds for all the guys that you mentioned last night, except for Jay Crowder, who just didn't play.
Good thing I said on the Insiders that the Kings needed a vintage Jay Crowder game. That's tough. It's a bad beat.
That's a bad beat.
Remind me again why Jay Crowder was brought here. Was someone hurt at that time and you needed someone?
Trey Lyles got hurt.
But that's what. But to your point, specifically with Jay Crowder, I don't think Jay Crowder's like this awesome ball player anymore. But anybody that watches the Kings go, man, they could use a player who is 6 feet 7 inches tall.
Who ain't a bitch.
Who's not a bitch. Thank you.
We saw it the first game. It was like,
Well,
wow.
we said that in two very different ways.
We saw it the first game he played. Jay Crowder finally brought some
I
attitude.
gotta get some bass in my voice.
Yeah.
Since then, all right, Jay's not playing more than 5 minutes a game now.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. He's not the best version of what they need, but he's a version of it. They go,
Sure.
nah, no thanks. I don't.
So it's back to Mike. Is this a Mike Brown problem?
He's part of the problem.
I think the reason that we had to have this emergency sit down is because it's not one problem. I think there is a front office problem with Monty and West. I think there's a Mike Brown problem. Mike Brown last night they know what they need to do. They just need to do it. Like, well, okay, at some point the coach has got to adapt what they're doing to the personnel because it's clear the personnel can't do what they want them to do.
Or at some point, I'm going to start looking at these gentlemen as idiots.
Or, and this is the other question, have they tuned Mike Brown out? Because we talk about bench and all this other stuff. One thing that keeps happening is the starters keep being down 13 to 15 points.
So let me ask
like they don't give a damn.
Who's they?
All of them.
All of
Fox, I'll say Fox, DeRozan, Monk, Keegan, Sabonis.
At that point,
Okay.
everybody go home.
Yeah, you
At
just
that point,
wrap
everybody
it
go
up. You
home.
hoes
I'll
have
let
won
you-
under one coach.
Yeah, I'll let you know where
One.
you're playing
I'm
next.
not. You guys are 100. You know how I feel. You know I'm on like just player coach. You listen to the coach. You handle business. At the very least, it's in the best interest of you. It does nothing for you to get smacked around every first quarter.
Right.
Like you're not. Oh, I'm showing the coach now. I'm showing. No, you look ridiculous. But we got to ask the question because that's why do that. Why can I come in here and say, you know what? I bet you the Kings will be down 13 at some point. And they're down 13 before the first media timeout. Every damn game.
Yeah.
That can't happen. When your starting group is
At
as good as
home?
theirs, that's crazy.
Mike post-game giving us a little basketball lesson talking about when the smaller guys is guarding Domas, I try to tell these guys, don't bounce pass it. Give them the ball in the air. And this is how you teach it. And he's like literally like doing an example like that was tough. That's
Well,
where it's
yeah,
like, that's
at
the
what
basics. Like,
point
what are we doing at this point?
do we
if
look
you're not
at-
getting that?
Do we look at the team and go, do we have the stupidest team in the league?
Bill Callahan.
Shout out.
All that basketball IQ.
That's I think Mike Brown last night talking about too, players aren't living up to the contracts they signed. Cool, then cut them. Get rid of them then. If everything is based around this contract, if you feel there's a player you're not getting buy-in from, all right, see ya.
And then if you're not getting buy-in from a player, it's if I'm Monty McNair, I need to know who that is. Because if you go, Mike Brown, I can't have that guy around.
Yep.
I don't want that type of guy around.
Nope.
Where it's just going to check out if things aren't going the way that they think it should go or the way they want it to go.
How much of these are talking points and how much of these are just the details of a team that's not going to make it?
Yeah.
We're talking about coaches that aren't listening, like not listening to the coach or whatever. Front office can't figure it out. The players can't get it going. Like at what point is like, yeah, this is probably not going to work.
Now. I think it's now. I don't think this is going to work.
Okay, so there's talking points where it's like, all right, we'll talk the rest of the season about it, but now it's like, all right, this is what they are like now. Like this is what it is now.
I want to bring Omar's remark in here. Remember when Matt Barnes? Remember what Matt Barnes said about Mike Brown a few years ago when he got the job? Yeah, he said it on this show. He says he's not a good coach. He didn't like playing for him. He was the wrong coach. Matt quickly changed his tune, but he was talking about his perspective from the Los Angeles Lakers when Mike coached him as a Los Angeles Laker, who was a championship team. This team lost to the Golden State Warriors in the first round of the playoffs and then to the New Orleans Pelicans for the 6th time in the play-in. You're not the Los Angeles Lakers. You're not a team coming fresh off a title. If that man says throw a bounce pass, throw a goddamn bounce pass.
Yep.
We'll let Kyle go start his weekend, and we'll come back. We'll open up the phone lines for you. Man, TC already holding. God damn. All right.
Everybody get in here, man.
Yeah, listen,
Roundtable don't
the
stop just because, we going to keep this going for a whole 4 hours.
The round table now heads to the streets. 916-909-1320. Oak Grove Kia Talk line is open for you here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Appreciate you, Chatty. I'll see you guys. Have a good weekend. Talk to you Monday.
My
Thanks,
point with
Kyle.
that question about the talking points and like, what if it's just who they are is like, what if we're just beyond De'Aaron Fox taking this team and DeMontis Sabonis taking this team somewhere?
Say that one more time.
Like the point of that question was just what if we're past like getting a guy for De'Aaron or getting a guy like to help Domas? Just this group, this core is just not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
No,
Does De'Aaron have the personality to be a 1A on a title team?
No. Definitively, absolutely not. Fucked up part is he has the skill set to do it.
Yes, that's why it's frustrating. That's why I didn't say is he good enough. Like,
No,
yeah, hell
it's
yeah,
the
he's good
personality. Yeah, nope, he doesn't have it.
enough. Man. On that note, you have this computer on or off?
You could turn it off. Yeah, you could turn it off if you want to. Everyone's done. I think we got Will later and Eddie.
Nice pass. Niners should drive.
They just converted a 4th and 8.
Them for like 25 yards.
I'm so fired up for that Tulane, Florida game. That's just a perfect bowl game. LSU Baylor's going to be a good one, too. I'm watching that one.
That is going to be a good one. Is that today?
No, that's Christmas Eve day. No, I'm sorry, New Year's Eve day.
Oh, well, they.
Yeah, me and the buddies we're going to Chili's. We're going to drink Modelo, eat skillet queso, and watch Baylor LSU.
What you know about the
Chili's has a strict over-serving policy.
What do you mean?
Damn, Pam.
Oh,
my man got it.
I got you.
My man got it.
I got you.
My man got it.
That was season 3, right?
Might be season 1.
Yeah,
Season-
the Dundies.
Season 2, yeah. Season 2, whatever.
Oh,
that
yes,
is.
yes, I did. Yeah, I see that. I did see that.
I think you actually did see that
I think I
episode. It's
did
season
see
2.
that.
Yeah. Fun
What-
fact:
what
the
about
the
chili, the cheese
Presidente
fries.
margarita?
No, the fries on the skillet.
Oh, delicious.
Yeah, I might go get some of those tonight. Watch the game.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have a time you need us at? I'm meeting a friend for a beer downtown.
What time?
1 o'clock.
Oh yeah. So just come over when you're done. Yeah, we'll have time. Yeah, we'll have plenty of time. Please. Do you have a blanket? I got a great fucking idea. Like you don't need to bring a ton of stuff. Like a blanket and like a. I think she's bringing ears.
Oh, I have fanny pack.
I got her fanny pack. Maybe a sweatshirt.
Okay, so are you gonna wear the fanny pack as a shoulder bag? Is that what you want to use it for?
I don't know.
Because I have the one that the bag looks like Mickey's pants and it's got the ears on it.
Okay, let's do that. Let's cook. Yeah, let's cook.
I'll just bring a duffel bag just with that stuff. All right, very good.
Thank you. Okay.
Patrick, we'll be here next Monday, and then we're off the rest of the week after that.
Yeah, we'll be here to cover everything that happens over the weekend. I don't think so, man. I'd be pretty surprised. It's not the worst idea, but I'd be pretty surprised. I think he does, Aldrin. Doesn't he have a Toyota sponsorship?
He does.
Yeah. That's how. Oh, Brunson asking, do you think the front office would consider a trade around Monk at this point? I don't think so. There's no reason to do that at all.
No,
Absolutely not.
Monk was the one guy last night while I was watching that game that I felt in Sabonis that I felt had a real sense of urgency for what they were staring in the face as far as losing another game at home, losing to the Lakers. Like Monk visibly looked frustrated, looked intense, looked like he sensed the moment, sensed what was upon them, and tried to actively push himself to make a difference and to make sure that doesn't happen. So that's a guy that you hold on to, because that's one of the biggest issues, and that's a guy that's giving you what you're looking for in that respect to go along with the skill level and everything in the production. That's a guy that you hold on to. This is going to sound crazy because I'm not saying these other guys don't, but I know for a fact that Monk gives a damn, and that winning and losing is like priority number one. That's what I get from watching him.
100%. I'm with you. Let's get to these phone lines. 916 Elk Grove Kia Talk line 916-909-1320. We'll start with our man TC. TC, what's going on, baby?
Man, what's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC?
Jesse Kyle in the back as well, man, because it's finna get juicy, bro. So, so where I'm coming from with Mike, right? Because Mike, you know, we can't leave Mike out of this. What Mike's problem is rotations. Mike, you got to start playing bodies, bro. Like, I know these guys might not be your guys, but you got to play him, bro, like a Crowder. What was the thing that I was preaching when I called we got Crowder? Even before we got him. He's a dog. What happened the first time we played him? We need that, bro. The team responded. We was like edgy when he started that night, bro. Even though, didn't we win that game or did we lose? I'm tripping.
We won, against Minnesota, yeah.
Yeah, bro, we were super edgy that game, getting people out their bodies and all that. Like, come on, man. As far as Monty, you got to make a move, bro, or that's it. Like, your move right now today is calling Danny Ainge. Danny, let's work out a deal with John Collins, bro. We need to work out a deal with him. Then you get off the phone with him and you call Portland, bro. Go get Matisse Thybulle. Them two dudes to help out. Collins to help out in the starting lineup. Matisse to help out on the bench. Kenny, I'm with you. King fans, I'm sorry. But Keegan is not untradeable anymore, bro. If it's a right deal for a right stud, we might have to pull that trigger, bro. The whole you not shooting, all this and that, it's not on Keegan, bro, but Keegan is who he is, bro. To me, he hit a ceiling. He's not going to get no better than he is right now. He's just going to be a dude. He's never going to be a superstar, none of that. He's just going to be a dude. I love Keegan Murray. That's my boy. I love him, but it's time to move on, bro. Fox, you want to start responding better, bro. I'm not going to keep talking about you, big dog, but you're going to have to start responding better. You're going on these podcasts, talk about this and that about the team. Bro, you need to start being a dog and start being a killer. This laid-back stuff, I know it might not be you, but you got to be something different, bro. You got to start approaching the game different other than this super laid-back cat. That's all I got, bro. I'm frustrated, y'all, and I'm hot.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I know we got another
deal
call
with a hot TC,
but I mean, the Keegan Murray aspect, like I said, the deal's got to be right. I don't look at John Collins or Matisse Thybulle as being the right type of deal or something like that. But you're talking about a guy, you know, an all-star, close to R-star level guy, you know, like Brandon Ingram. Like if he was available, or you know, you could work that trade out, I'd seriously think about that. A guy like Zach LaVine, I'd seriously think about that. I think Keegan Murray, who I don't want to, you know, come down too hard on Keegan because I know he's playing injured or whatever. But he's limited on the offensive end. Defensively, he's good. I don't know if he's as good as we thought or he was last year. I know he's being asked to do a lot of different stuff, but I just look at that and the premise of it all is I don't look at that as a guy that you just can't touch, like you can't trade. Like I think for the right deal, yeah, he can be available.
Elk Grove Kia Talk line 916-909-1320. Let's get our man Andrew in here. Andrew, what you thinking?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, so my thing, I kind of wanted to talk about Debo. I feel like right now his shot is just broken. This back, I don't know if he's still dealing with the back injury. I know backs are tricky. They're tough. They can linger. But before the back injury, I mean, he was 20 points a game minimum. Now, I mean, he's at Harrison Barnes, 6-7 points a game, 10 if lucky. I mean, dude was a walking and one. I mean, you get him within 10 feet of the bucket, it was and one every single time. But, I mean, his production, is it back related? I mean, what do you guys think? That's my thought.
Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing. We're asking questions about everything that's going wrong, right? Is it his back? He had 29 points against the Pelicans on the 12th. I mean, that was after the back, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had 18 before that, 23, 26. I can't remember when the back happened. I feel like it happened a while ago. November?
Yeah, there's been a while. It was the Phoenix game where he had 2.
So, he had 28 against the Spurs.
Actually, it happened twice because he came back. He had 30 against OKC, and we thought he was okay. And then he was on the injured list or something like that for a game or so.
Yeah, I think the Spurs game was after that.
Yeah.
He had 28. He had 26 against the Grizzlies, 23 against the Spurs, 29 against the Pelicans. He sucked yesterday. He'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Like I think the tough part is, I don't expect ever, ball players to be, the best version of themselves 82 games a year. You ideally, you hope that that's true. The problem is so many guys aren't the best versions of themselves at the same time on this team. Keegan hasn't been the best version of himself for 28 games. And I don't know what to do about that, what to think about that, what to say about that, what excuse to make about it. Like, I don't know how to explain a player's drastic regression like this, because it is a regression. We can talk about guarding the ball handler and how good he is on it. We can absolutely do that. And if he wants to be, if the idea is we're going to make Keegan Murray a one-dimensional player, cool. Sorry, DeMar, you can't have a bad night. Sorry, Malik, you can't have a bad night. Sorry, De'Aaron, you're going to have to get really aggressive really early, because a player at a really important position, we've decided to make Bruce Bowen or Bruce Brown. I don't care which one you want to make him. You can make him either one, but that's what he's going to be. So you've got to make up for that. Oh, and Kevin, please stop being terrible. Yeah, that's not realistic. But the tough part is, so DeMar, Keegan, and Kevin were all bad yesterday. And the truth is, Malik wasn't actually good. He wasn't hitting shots, even though he was needed one more three. Needed one more three from that boy.
Don't remind me. I thought I had it in that damn Max Christie. All of a sudden, he wants.
Oh, I'm sorry. Max Christie, the offensive rebounding machine. Max Christie.
Oh, it's that guy looking like
we haven't even
Josh Hart.
We haven't even talked about that yet. They got their ass beat on the boards yesterday. Not just the boards. What was it? 14 to, was it 4 offensive rebounds?
Yeah.
14. It's in the notes somewhere.
14-4.
14 to 4 offensive rebounds. 53-43 overall. Hey, remember when it was funny when Domas kept beating Anthony Davis's ass?
Well, that feels like generations ago at this point.
That lady from the Titanic. It was so long ago.
Feels like generations ago.
So long ago.
A lot of talk has been going around about DeMar DeRozan and his fit and all this other stuff. Is he a perfect fit? Is he a good fit? If you want to say no, sure. I don't look at DeMar DeRozan as,
to me, DeMar's. Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
DeMar's a great fit with this team with a better roster. Because the deficiencies that DeMar has for the starting lineup exist throughout the entire roster. There is literally no bench player to put out there with DeMar that evens everything out. You just put another guy in who has the same deficiencies as the guy he's replacing. Kyle just asked the question, is the roster talented? Yes, it is. That's why we all thought this team could win 50 games. Is this roster balanced? Emphatically, the very clear answer is no, it's not. And the only hope that this team has, the only hope that this fan base has for a postseason is that these shots start to fall at a clip in which we have not seen yet. That is the only way, the one and only way this team survives. And we're going to have to deal with the fact the Kings are probably going to win games 130 to 125. They're going to get lucky if a team is shooting bad, and they're going to win a game 125 to 101. But the idea that this team is going to gut out a gutsy performance, that's not going to happen. That's absolutely not going to happen. I forgot we have to go to commercial. It is
you
so
kept
bad.
looking up, so I thought you were like you were gonna finish your point.
It's so bad when Kenny has to wrap me up. He's like, "Hey, stupid."
I wasn't wrapping you up. I was saying I wasn't going to say anything.
No, he's telling me that.
We go to 58 if you guys.
No, I was like,
jackass.
you cook.
No,
I was saying I'm not.
I'm not cooking. I'm just in here burning stuff. Go to commercial. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Shout out to my barber, man. He makes me like my beard. That boy know how to do the old fade. I think Will's on. Oh, Will's on next.
Yeah, fellas, I don't know. I just don't subscribe. Like, so I mean, maybe you can, but the just yesterday, everybody was telling me the offense isn't the problem. They're going to score. They just don't defend. That's the problem. Like now, it can't be. Well, DeMar's he's just not a good fit. And I know you could be talking about defense, but nobody clarifies it as that. They always look at it as DeMar, what he does offensively, just is messing up what's going on. But y'all just told me yesterday offense wasn't a problem. We change it up from day to day.
Hey, did you send the link to Eddie? Because I have it open right now if you didn't. Okay. I'll send it right now.
So once again, here's the conundrum that I always come up with. You talking about a defensive guard, someone like Suggs. Obviously, I understand you're not saying Suggs specifically, but who's coming off the floor? Like they'll be there, for a good part of the game or something like that. But when it's winning time, who are we taking off? Is it Monk? Is it DeRozan? Is it Keegan? Is it like who we taking off?
What's up, Will?
What's up?
Yeah, this sucks, man.
Just so frustrating, man.
You know what can keep, how the Kings play so many freaking games. Like they play Saturday and Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all right, because Monday's the 23rd. I'm gonna forget about them bitches by then.
It's gonna be some pissed off kid getting a Kings jersey on Christmas, bro.
Right? Right.
Oh man, I threw together some numbers that I think I've been trying to figure out, like how to quantify what I think is going on. I think I got something that at least intrigues me.
Okay. We got about 70 seconds still, but yeah, we'll lead with that. Sorry you got roasted for the article.
For the Keegan article. It's all good. Article did great, so that's good. People love trade articles.
Yeah, they really do.
It's one of those things.
They love that stuff on social media too.
Yeah, and just figuring out the things that I like to write about, like this article that I just wrote, and we'll talk about. Probably won't do very well, but it's super fascinating to me. Those ones usually don't do as well, and that's something I'm trying to figure out as a writer.
Well, you're JJ Reddick. You got to have the hot take.
That's it.
Yeah.
Hey, here's a hot take. Alex, why would the Nets do this? Like for what? That's the other thing. We also operate as if other people aren't watching these people that we're trying to trade. Why they trade Dorian Finney-Smith for Herter for what? When OKC or the Warriors could be giving them an expiring and picks.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not here. Kyle said it right perfectly. I'm not. There's no wrong answer today. Like we're all just getting it off our chest. But why would they do that?
I think that boy Leezy here. There, that boy Leezy.
I'm off.
That boy Odyssey Employee of the Month, Leezy, right there. As we welcome in our buddy Will Z, kind enough to join us. When I invited Will on, I actually thought the Kings were going to win yesterday.
Yeah,
I was like, let's have some fun Friday.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Well, this is taking a turn.
Not as much fun.
You said you've been working on some things to try to figure out like what's going on. What have you uncovered?
So it feels, and we've talked about it, like you guys talked about it. It doesn't feel like the Kings have an identity. Like they're not an offensive team. They're not a defensive team. So I was trying to figure out why the hot topic around the area, especially the last few days, has been the close games. Their advanced ratings, they're pretty high in both offense and defense net rating. Like all of the numbers show that they should have a better record. But why aren't they having a better record? So what I did is I took their advanced ratings, offensive rating 115.5, defensive rating 112.7. How many games were they better on both offense and defense, which is ideally what you're going to be going for? Obviously, it's an average of their rating, so it's going to be a portion of the games. But they've only been better on both sides of the court 5 times in the 28 games. They're 5-0 in those games. They've been worse on both sides of the court 6 times. They're 0-6 in those games. Makes sense. And then they've been better on defense 9 times with a record of 4-5, and better on offense with a record of 4-4. What this all shows me is that they aren't able to stack games where they are good on both sides. They're either good on offense or good on defense, but with neither being good enough to win games at a consistent pace, which is what we saw with the Beam team here. Their offense was good enough that even if they weren't good on defense, that they could still win. Last year, we saw, I think at times, their defense got better and they used defense to win games, but that's not getting the job done either. They aren't stringing enough together, and it's got to be so infuriating to Mike Brown because he wants to be a defensive team so bad, but when they are that good defensive team, which I thought they were pretty solid last night, there were some defensive moments that could have been better. The rebounding, obviously. But I thought they played hard on defense, but their offense looked terrible. Like turnovers, no flow, especially when Fox went out at the end of the third quarter. They got the defensive stops, but they couldn't score at all. And that was with all of their main rotation guys. So it's just, to me, they don't have anything consistent that they're doing to give them that identity that I think they so desperately need. And we're 28 games into the season. It's too far.
To your point, Will, as I just look at what happened last night, you look at the field goal shooting. They field goal percentage wise, they outshot the Lakers 45-40. I always ask them to stay close. And that was the thing earlier in the season. Just stay close. Don't get beat by 25 points. I don't think that's mathematically possible. 24 points from the 3-point line.
Yeah.
It was 11-12. Free throw shooting was a little down, but it was 15-25. You're going to expect that. But the killer was the Lakers obviously getting 12 more shots with those 14 offensive rebounds. And you combine that with getting to the line, it amounts to a loss. Plus, you weren't that good on the offensive end. So to your point with the numbers that they don't get beat the same way all the time.
Yep.
It's something different, and they never seem to put together a complete game. It's the offense is cooking this night, but they couldn't defend, or they defended a lot better, but now they can't make no shots, or everything was kind of all right. They made their free throws and all this other stuff, but they dominated in the paint, but they got outscored by 27 points from beyond the arc. Like it's always like it's not a bunch of things, and it's not the same thing every time. It's one thing that they just can't overcome every game.
Yeah, which I don't know if that's better or worse. To me, it makes it feel worse because you're a shifting problem you can't track down as well. Whereas, like beginning of the season, just hit your threes and we're good. That's gone. It's over. Like it's a shifting issue of a game to game basis, opponent to opponent basis that is got to be so. I don't know how you fix something like that. And hearing Mike Brown say that the team is not executing their top, like the scouting report, top keys. They go into a game, they say, we want to do this, we want to do this, we want to do that. And that's what the Lakers beat them in last night, were those top scouting report items. I don't know.
Yeah, that was the tough part about last night's game. We always do this is like, especially in, comeback games or close games, like, did you ever think they were going to win or did you ever think they were going to lose? When they, fought back because they had to dig themselves into a deficit first because that's what we're doing.
Of course.
The game starts.
And took the lead. I just kept watching them like, I'm not buying it.
No.
I never bought it last. I was like, it can't get right, boss. Like you said in life, it just can't get right. I was like, they don't look right. Like they took the lead in it, like they have no vibes. Then LeBron has the chase down,
game change,
the lay-in, and then the charge.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
it's
then I
90
think someone
years
hit a
old
three.
out there whooping your ass like that.
Yeah.
What's that? Will?
It was over. And
Yeah,
then
it
I
was
think someone came back and hit a three. Maybe I could be wrong, but that was
Probably
the play
Davis.
where,
Yeah.
in my mind, I was like, this game's over. Like in that singular moment.
That was the play. Not to interrupt you, Will, but that was the play, and it was kind of. It's not like you go to maybe back in the day you go to see Jordan dunk or and all this other stuff, or Kobe's fall away or crossover, Allen Iverson's crossover. LeBron's chase down is his signature.
So
that place erupted.
It did. And
on the chase
can I
down.
tell you the dumbass thing I thought of? Does Keon frame that?
Maybe. I don't know.
Like, because when they showed the replay and it's Bron and it's Keon and I'm like,
A reverse.
I mean,
poster?
it's not Tatum dunking on Bron or whoever it is
Right.
on the painting, but it's like I think about it. I think about it because that's the signature play.
That is his signature play. That place went crazy. Obviously, there's a lot of Laker fans, but just in general, like there was even a buzz from Kings fans.
Well, that's the
because
thing.
we saw his play.
And what made it worse is the only time that arena buzzed is when that happened, because it went from one to the other to the other, and the buzz was sustained. And it's like, we lost this game, and for the second time in however many years, they beat us out of our own arena.
Yep.
Yeah, that was tough to stomach, seeing those guys, especially like you mentioned, Will, down the stretch. They were getting stops, they were having opportunities, they couldn't find a way to score. And I don't know. There's a kind of twofold with this team. I don't know what you do to become more consistent with just something, right? So you're not getting beat the same way all the time. And we all talk about trades and movement and stuff. I'm not sure what you do to trade. I'm not sure what you do to trade. Like your best I shouldn't say realistic, but like Fox, Sabonis, obviously, even Keegan, those are trade assets, but I'm assuming those guys aren't getting traded. Your best asset might be Devin Carter, and I have no faith that Monty McNair would move on from him.
Yeah.
And not because, once again, he's a first-round pick. He's a rookie scale. People seem to like him going into the draft. That could be your best asset, and I don't think they're going to use it.
Yeah, he's probably a depreciated asset right now too, which I don't think Monty likes moving. Like his value is just low compared to what it could be. It probably goes up if he plays well when he comes back. But I mean, we saw it with looking back at Davion. I think that his value was lower than a lot of people hoped for. but it feels like every asset the Kings have right now, even Keegan, is going down.
Well,
It's
sorry you got
sad.
roasted for your trade article, by the way.
No, it's
Like,
all right. It's-
Will hit
come
me up
on,
like,
man.
"Hey, you think I'm gonna get roasted for this?" I'm like, "No, no, man. People love trade articles." Well,
I
Well,
did a
didn't catch
back to
it. What were
back.
they saying? What was going on?
Well, I did
I didn't
two
catch
articles in like a 4-day span. One on how I think Keon is one of the like best assets the Kings could attach to a deal because he good contract, good player. Like he is the type of player that sweetens the pot to get a deal done, like maybe around the value of a protected pick. So if you didn't want to do a pick or you don't want to do Keegan, you can throw in Keon, and that would hurt, but it's an option that you should at least explore. And especially with Carter coming back, like you can kind of see how you can fill that spot. You have McLaughlin on the bench, like there's ways around it. So I did that one, and people were like, "No, I wouldn't trade Keon." And then I wrote about Trista's idea, and people just hated that one. Like,
and to be clear, I hate it too.
yeah, I got mad at myself for how much I liked it as I was writing it. I kind of talked myself into it. I don't think that that's
Keegan.
Mhm.
It was Keegan, Kevin, Trey for Jeremy Grant.
Yeah, I would think about it a lot more if it wasn't all three of those players. Like you just can't diminish your depth as well as lose Keegan.
And your depth already sucks. Like your
Yeah,
lack
exactly.
of depth is a problem.
Yeah. But if there's a way to get Jeremy Grant, I hadn't really thought of him lately. Looking in his numbers again, it's like Jeremy Grant with Keegan. I think that would be a good move that isn't getting talked about as much. I keep trying to think of other names too, but it's just hard with not that many players out there. The market's going to be a big seller's market. It's tough.
Well, this isn't what I was hoping for, Will, but we appreciate you as always, my friend.
Yeah, I'm always happy to come on, and even if it's sad, it's fun to talk to you guys.
No, at some point we're going to talk about something good.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a while since I've come on after a win. Maybe that's not true. I don't know.
Maybe I'll start sending the text after the game.
Perfect.
Like, all right, Kings won. Come on, Will. Let's talk about all of the good things they did yesterday.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Appreciate you, my friend.
care, Will.
Have a
enjoy your time off, you guys.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Merry
Thanks,
Christmas,
my
my
friend.
guy.
Thanks, guys.
Will Z, the wonderful Z family.
Real quick, can I talk about more misery real quick?
Sure, why not?
Prize Picks!
I don't. You should have given me a heads up. That's what we're talking about.
Last night, Beam Money was going down.
It was Beam Money, all right.
It went the way of the Kings last night because I had a nice little something cooking. DeMontis Sabonis and Anthony Davis were dominating the boards.
Mm-hmm.
Everything was good. I had that one at 26.5. That was easy work. Easy work. De'Aaron Fox, it wasn't really easy work early, but I saw the way things were going in the fourth quarter. His number was 24.5. I said, he'll get that. He ended up getting 26. Max Christie, 7.5 points. I went less. He got 8. At the free throw line, mind you. The two shots at the free throw line. Just Craig Elo, Mark Price at the free throw line. Yeah, got his 8 there.
I'll do you one better. I did Max Christie points and rebounds. 11. 12.
You went less.
I went more.
You went more.
No, you're right. Sorry, I went less. Yeah, I went less. He had 12.
And then, Max Christie, could have won. I think it was like $100, $160 or whatever. All right, cool. But with Prize Picks, with the flex play,
you get
you
the
can
one.
still get something. You're good to go. I got Malik Monk. Demon time. 3.5 3-pointers made.
Yep.
My boy got 3.
Yep.
With 10 minutes to go in the third quarter, I was
Yep.
like, hey, man, and the Kings are kind of like losing. Like, we in there.
Yep.
He went 0 for 3 the rest of the way.
Yeah.
I lost everything. But if you want to try your chance at Prize Picks, college football playoff going on this weekend, more Beam Money going on Saturday. Sign up, put the promo code in, KIFM. You get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 with your first $5 lineup. Must be present in certain states. Prize Picks, run your game. Go to prizepicks.com for more details.
I got great news for Laker fans. JJ Reddick said that was his favorite win of the season.
JJ, shut the hell up.
I ain't even mad at JJ. It's not his fault.
Come on, man. Salt into the wound.
He said it was the most complete win they've had. They were good on the defensive end, executed on the offensive end, did the little things that they needed to do.
Well, they kind of
hit the offensive boards.
They kind of stink thing because they weren't that good last night. Like they did that everything they needed to do. They didn't even shoot the ball well. They shot 40% from the field.
JJ's favorite win of the season.
Right,
shot what from the field?
40.
Still scored 113.
They rebounded really well.
They rebounded fantastic. It was 14-4 on the offensive boards.
Really well.
Max Christie's offensive rebounds and points shattered my Prize Picks. Not his points and his rebounds. His points and his offensive rebounds. You didn't get your ass whooped by LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Got your ass whooped by Max Christie and Austin Reeves.
Gabe Vincent, who didn't touch the rim with his threes.
Man.
Gabe Vincent, shout out Modesto. Shout out my man Gus. Saw him on the concourse. You know what I mean? That's his guy.
You hear this guy? He was on the concourse.
It was. What are you talking about? You know,
that's not what they call that area around courtside. It is not called the concourse.
Bro, the concourse is like where you walk around to get food and all that.
That's where us regular people go.
That's where I was at halftime. That's where I was at. I saw my girl Michelle. She had the D-Lo and KC shirt on too.
Saw that.
Showing love, man. Where was I going to see her at? On the concourse, because that's where I'd be at with the people.
Well, you had probably just walked in and you hadn't made your way down to the.
No, that was halftime. I mean, tell the people I take my lap at halftime.
You do take a lap at halftime.
Yeah. So
Security
I
guards.
be with my people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Damn, we could have used Gabe Vincent yesterday.
Could have used just about any. Could have used a healthy body yesterday.
Well, they had some.
Oh, they did.
Didn't play them.
Well, the ones that did weren't very good.
So we're still trying to work through this. And to be honest with you, it's a multitude of issues going on right now. And what's next? Because I'm not going to. I can't operate if I'm them or anybody in that locker room, and even myself, as a trade is coming, or make a trade and everything will be fine. Like, you can't operate like that. Or to a certain degree, like that, I mentioned it yesterday as we kind of thought about it a little bit more. I don't even like Fox acknowledging that.
So it's funny you say that. I wonder if and I've tried to resist this.
By the way, sorry, Rich Paul in the building last night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you sit next to him?
No, I did not sit next to him.
Oh.
Walked by him a couple times though.
Okay. Did you tap him on the shoulder? Say, "Hey, Rich." Was Adele there?
No.
Okay. You're a clutch guy, right?
Stop.
No.
No, I'm not a clutch
Is Rich
guy.
Paul negotiating with new Aaron?
He might though. I might hire him.
No.
Yeah, but Rich Paul in the building last night. Didn't look happy. Didn't look mad either, though. So that's just one of the that's how they do. Oh, he didn't look happy. Well, did he look mad? No. You're just kind of there.
Is Fox plotting his exit? You bringing up the roster. I don't have, I say this again, I don't have any issue with what he said on the Draymond Green show. I don't have any issue with him talking about, winning and holding off on the deal. I have no issue with any of that. When you start talking about the roster and you start doing it publicly, is he plotting his exit? Or is he demanding that his front office be better?
I think he's doing the clutch LeBron playbook of putting pressure on the team. I think if they do what he asked or what he's suggesting or anything like that, and they start winning, I believe him when he's sure I'll sign here. I got a chance to win. I'm getting the notoriety. Like, it's not you guys specifically. I just want to be in a situation that is more it's closer to being able to win and me being able to make money and me being able to have the notoriety. And I'm willing to go somewhere else to do that. Don't think I'm just here just to be here. Like, I'm willing to move on. I think that's more so what it is. When I think of planning his exit, I think Anthony Davis, it was nothing New Orleans could do. He wanted to leave.
Right.
And I don't think Fox is doing that.
Yeah, I don't think he's plotting his exit, but I definitely think he's aware of his situation. Like he knows what it is and what's like realistic and all that. What could happen after this year.
Yeah,
but I think if
like,
it was
if
up to
that-
him, I think it's the latter part of your question where like I think he's putting pressure on the front office to fix it rather than plotting his exit.
Yeah, and if that happens, it's happening. It's happening this summer. That's the book. It's it's assuming this continues to go south. He doesn't make All NBA. If it hits that level, then yeah, it's gonna happen this summer. Probably early. A whole summer of De'Aaron Fox trade talk.
Well, we'll be the epicenter of the NBA.
That's facts. That's facts.
They got reports out there that take it for what it's worth, and it could just be just a tweet. You know what I mean? But after the interview, the NBA executives are, we watching. We watching. We monitoring what's going on out there. That was almost a little bit of a siren, an alarm, a bat signal. Like, okay, we watching. We ready.
Well, good for you, hoes. Keep watching.
They may be able to act soon.
Is it? They might.
If they don't get this together.
Is it problematic to you? And I see. We could run this here in a few minutes. I see Kyle already has Mike Brown's press conference pulled up. We could run that here in a couple minutes. Is it problematic to you that Mike keeps referencing basics, details, like the simplest of things? Is that problematic to you?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And it says a couple of different things. It says, to me at least, they've got an issue paying attention and focusing on the little things and the details. Because I refuse at least to think that they don't know these things. If I know them, they know them. You know what I'm saying? Like we came up in the same basketball lifespan, right? Like where you learn these things, at a young age. They excelled and went on and got better coaching and played on high. Like, so if I know them or played on a small level compared to what they do, then I know that they know them. But I think it's more of staying focused, staying locked in to those little things at all times that they're not doing. And Mike constantly is reminding them, that coaching staff is constantly reminding them, and they're probably tired of having to remind them of those simple things.
Yeah.
These are basic things that we shouldn't have to keep reminding you of.
Daniel, I see you want to talk about De'Aaron Fox. Hang on, I don't want to cut you short. Anyone else want to get in on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line? You can do that now, 916-909-1320. We'll continue to dissect the Kings' latest loss. This one to the Los Angeles Lakers last night, 113-110. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. There's a really good donut spot by my barber. So whenever I get my hair cut, I grab one donut. The lady today was finally like, "You really like chocolate?" Oh man, that's a good call. That's a good call, Zabo. That's a good call, Zabo. Get my beads. John, I don't know the name of it. I honestly, I have no idea. Oh, barbershop. Oh, it's called the Roseville Barbershop. That's what it's called. I was thinking you were talking about the donut place. My man Ricardo. He's bad. That's his spot. I love working with barbers who own the shop because I feel like they are ultra locked in because like that's their place. Nah, I think it's called the Roseville Barbershop. It's not the Rose. I've been to the Rose, but not that one.
Hey, KC, what snack did you just grab from in here?
Just the chocolate bar, bro. What are you talking about?
Is there anything on that chocolate bar?
A little caramel.
What else?
I think it's like
show the class. Show the class the wrapper.
It says sea salt.
Drew down got it. Ladies and gentlemen, what's up, Lazy?
Hey, what up, baby?
Oh boy.
Hey, Rook, where's the food?
I know, right? I was thinking about that. I hit up Joe. I was like, Joe, you want some food? He's like, no, we're good today. And so I showed up and.
Man, fuck Joe.
We're not good. We're not good, bro.
What do you want? Oh, check this out. I know you
Chipotle.
Well, hey, keep that thing on you.
Oh,
all right.
Hey, it's funny, Casey. I was down by the Golden One Center, and there's this place. It's called It's Sugar. They sell snacks, right? I was gonna get some snacks for another thing, and they had hella popcorn because I know you like popcorn, and they had like a little macaroni and cheese one. You want that? No, thank you. No, okay.
We don't need to adventure out with popcorn. Just butter popcorn. That's all we need. But that doesn't mean get me butter popcorn. You ain't got to get me nothing, dog. I appreciate you.
That's bullshit. Where's the food, Lazy? No, I was just no, Lazy. I was just kidding. Yeah, can you give me some Brussels sprouts, Lazy? You good, man? What are you guys doing today? There you go. There you go. Good stuff, man. You should always pop in here when you're here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Next Friday, we'll just bring Leezy on and throw him in front of a mic, make him talk.
That's how you got to do it. Throw him in the fire.
Lizzie and Joe, produced by Charlie. The three of them in that corner.
Oh, man. Charlie would love nothing more. Every day Charlie leaves here and doesn't want to kill me, I figure is success. I was like, how are we only an hour and a half into this? Well, we started a half hour early. That's why. Shout out to our people over at Sky River Casino. Big things coming in 2025. Can't wait to share them all with you.
Cannot wait.
Get in here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Our brother Daniel on the line. Daniel, what's happening, baby?
Man, the Niners and the Kings are both bad. It's not going well, man.
Yeah, not good.
Damn, Daniel.
Jeez. Hey, man, the way I see it is whether it's the Kings have tuned out Brown or the team just isn't doing what they're being told or whatever the problem is, if there's an inkling that Fox is going to leave, I think the Kings have to trade him because there's no way they can let him walk with nothing. Because if that happens, I think that would be a disaster.
Well, I don't think that would happen though either. Like I don't think we
like his contract just expired. Yeah. I don't
we won't get to that. I mean, I think first they would tell Fox and Rich Paul and all those guys would tell the Kings we want out.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think they would even we wouldn't even be at the point where they'd be like, well, I don't know if we're gonna stay or not. You guys just take the gamble. Like they'll tell them, no, we want to be gone, or we'll sign the contract right now, or whatever. I don't think we'll get there where he leaves for nothing. But what you're able to get for him, that may change, throughout the time, right? Like if you wait a little too long, not saying now's the time to trade him, but these are things that you got to start thinking about with the way that you're playing. You know what I'm saying? And, Daniel also mentioned about, them tuning out Mike Brown, and I never thought about that until last night. When they came out and they played the way they played to start the game again last night. I'll ask both of you guys. I mean, do you think that they're tuning out Mike Brown?
So, no, I don't.
I don't think they're.
Sorry, go ahead.
No,
Jesse.
you want to go?
No, go ahead.
Hey, I don't think they're tuning them out. I just don't think they're good. I think it's just something they're just it's just who they are.
Why are we at this? Well, the thing that speaks to me is the constantly down 15.
Yeah. So if they're tuning out Mike Brown, my opinion is De'Aaron is tuning out Mike Brown, and that is a huge issue. If there is any truth to this idea, this is all this is an idea. It's not a report. It's just an idea.
Right. We just
There's any truth to the idea that this roster has tuned out Mike Brown, it means De'Aaron Fox has tuned out Mike Brown, and that is a huge issue.
Yeah.
DeMar been here for 28 games. He's tuned out Mike Brown.
I don't think so.
Domas is having the season of his career. He's tuned out Mike Brown.
Also, that's not saying that this is anything De'Aaron Fox has ever done or anything like that, but there's never been any thought of DeMar DeRozan tuning. Played for multiple teams and multiple coaches. Like, there's never even been a thought of him doing something like that. So his reputation exempts
played for
him from
Dwayne
that.
Casey in his last year before they got rid of him.
Right. His reputation exempts him from even thinking he's part of something like that.
Played for Billy Donovan.
Which goes to the thing that James and Kyle were talking about, because like, and it's all good. We're just talking. I'm not taking shots or nothing like that. But you know, James always alludes to DeRozan demanding the ball and messing up the flow of the offense. You know what I'm saying? And he talked today about something that happened last night. Pick and roll, Monk and Sabonis. Pick and roll, Monk and Sabonis. They score every time. And then, you know, the thought is DeMar has to get his shots. So they go away from that. They give DeMar the ball. He shoots a 19-footer, misses the jumper or something like that. And then James, you know, talks about how Mike Brown has said a number of different times, the coaching staff gives him a basis, gives the team a basis for what we're running, but they have full autonomy to run whatever it is they want, you know, or override. If Mike Brown is like, hey, horns hurt her, and Fox says, no, I see, you know, Sabonis on the elevator screen. He's like, okay, fine, we'll go with what you see. People talking about DeMar and him needing his shots and all this other going away from what works, that is implying a number of different things. That's implying, number one, that DeMar, when things are working, says, to hell with what you guys are running. Run my set right now, which would be a problem, right? I don't think he's doing that. Number two, that's also implying that whoever the point guard is, Monk, Fox, whatever, when it's worked 3-4 times in a row, they say, nah, forget that this play is working. We got to run DeMar's play right now. And if that's the case, to a certain degree, that's not DeMar's fault. But he keeps getting the blame for it. He's being labeled as somebody that has to get his shots. Why isn't the point guard continuing to run the play? And then lastly, if we see all this and all this is going on and 3 times in a row and all this other stuff, where's the coaching staff at to say, hey, keep running with what works or whatever? Like there's so many things to when that gets, you know, brought up, so many things that goes into play there that I don't think is the case. You know what I mean? I don't think DeMar is demanding the ball or basically without saying it, saying I'm a pout if I don't get the ball. I don't think those things are happening. You know, and once again, people tell me all the time, the offense ain't the problem. So I think that there's a lot of things, and we're thinking about a lot of the worst things that could happen with this team and could be happening with this team. I think somehow, some way, they have to find a way to be a cohesive unit. because like we talked about before and a little bit before the break, they can't sit up here regardless of the reality of it or what we think that they need help. They can't sit around waiting for that. They're feeling sorry for themselves because they don't have what they deem is enough of a roster. They got a game tomorrow.
Yeah.
They got a game Sunday. But you're just going to mess around and lose it and be like, we don't have enough. All right, great. Great. How does that work out for everybody?
It's the dunk strike all over again.
So they got to find a way to play, man, if they want to win. If they don't want to win and they want to prove points, then that's a whole different argument. But if they want to win, they're going to have to find a way to figure it out with what they have for the time being.
Does this team need to trade De'Aaron Fox?
I'm not there yet.
Closer than you were 28 games ago?
No, when you talk about need, right? I don't think they need to. I think it's on the table, though, as in like this isn't working, right? So when I say need, it's not like it's his fault. I'm not saying that you're saying this, but it's not his fault. He's not the problem or anything like that. But you're out of options. You're not trading Domas. You just signed him. So that's off the table. Then when you talk about making a change, it's to one of those two guys. And that leaves Fox. Like I said, you're not trading Domas. You got Fox there. You can get a big haul. You can kind of reset the franchise with the trade of De'Aaron Fox. That's on the table. I don't think they need to do that. I'm not there yet.
Okay. I'm going to shout out Matt George. This was a hell of a job by Matt last night in the postgame.
Mike, forgive the bluntness.
No, you good.
This week, kind of a lot of talk, not a lot of action. We've heard what your challenges are to the guys. They're saying the right things, at least in front of the media, and then we're not seeing the results necessarily on the floor. I know there's the contract that you have all the guys sign up saying they're 100% engaged and bought into what we're doing. Are you seeing that with this team action-wise other than just words?
No, right. I mean, it's evident we're not seeing it action-wise. I mean, it is what it is. And that's why, I didn't yell at the guys because there's nothing to yell about. They know exactly what we have to do, whether or not we go do it. And tonight we didn't go do it. And so somehow, some way, again, starts with me. Somehow, some way, I got to figure out how to get them to do it by continuing to drill it, by continuing to show them on film. And if need be, I got to try to find somebody else that can do it.
Shout out to Ashley. Ashley Injury Lawyers. Shout out Matt George and the ABC 10 Extra, sponsored by Ashley. We see you, Ashley. For the radio audience, can't see that, but a graphic popped up at the end of that social media stuff. Thanks to Matt George and ABC 10 for that. One, shout out to Matt. That was one. It was a hell of a question. Two, it took a lot of balls to ask that, and Mike answered. And I don't know, man. Did Mike low-key just address the question we asked yesterday, where I stole your 49ers take and just moved it to the Kings, where everyone isn't about winning right now. They're thinking about other things. There's other things going on. There's other things. Hell, James mentioned it, and I don't disagree with James on this. The difficulty for guys like Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, whatever bench player that's playing terrible, the difficulty of going to work wondering if you got to move in 3 days, 4 days, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a month, 2 months, whatever. I'm not not sympathetic to that. I'm not understanding of that. One thing about it though is we're 2 freaking months away from the trade deadline. We're a month and a half away from the trade deadline. We're here now because if we are, dear Kings fans, we're effed. If if that's where we're at now, this thing's over. If this team, the collective individuals, are not worried about winning first, season isn't going anywhere.
The crazy thing about it, man, is I don't understand. I don't understand that approach, because everything that you want, if you're any of these individual players, everything that you want hinges on winning. You got to win. And situation may not be perfect. You may not, be meshing with everybody that you're working with or anything else like that. But the common goal in this league, in this team sport, is you have to win. You have to win. You want money, you got to win. You want respect, you got to win. You want power, you want money, power, respect, you got to win. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't have it, if you're not winning and you're demanding stuff, I'm looking at you crazy. What you demand anything for? You guys can't win. And I just don't understand. I don't understand how that can't supersede anything. Maybe because some people have money already. Maybe that was always the most important thing. But then that's a whole nother conversation. Like if the money makes you complacent, then you were never really about winning in the first place. Because that wanting to win and needing to win and that being the most important thing, that doesn't just leave you if you get a couple dollars. That's in you.
Yeah.
That's who you are. That's part of your DNA. And you won't let anybody get in the way of your need to win. Damn shame what happened to Flip.
Can I point out one other thing? Yeah. There are only 2 games under 500. Domas pointed it out in what I think might have been an 11-second answer. I didn't clock it.
Yeah, he was talking a little longer yesterday with Ham.
A little bit. Yeah. A little bit. But he's like, yeah, we're 3 games out of 5th. So like they
is that just a player believing in themselves just because they're a professional athlete, and like what other choice do you have at this point?
Well, no, I think because I think more you see it go the other way. Like I think you can absolutely, like I would trust a player thinking that more than me, because he sees what they do every day. Like Domas sees what they do every day in practice. He knows what they talk about. He knows what their film sessions are about. And I mean, he's right. It just, I think the difficulty in that line of thinking is, okay, to get to not to win 3 games, to make up 3 games, you have to play a way that through 28 games this season, you haven't yet. And that's where it gets to. We're far enough into the season to where we go into the Laker game tomorrow night. I don't know what to tell you. Going to the Pacer game Sunday, I don't know what to tell you. We're going to do one show next week, and it's Monday at noon to recap everything that happens this weekend. And the D'Lo and KC Bowl with the Dolphins and the 49ers, because that's about all it is.
And it should be played as the same time as these other college bowl games.
I really hate that game's on at 1:25.
It should be played right next to the Las Vegas Bowl.
Person that shows up on Monday, the team who wins, person to show up all pissed off that day.
Exactly.
Speaking of pissed off, could I just tell how much I hate Tim Richards in the chat? And I have wanted to hit this button for so long. Tim, you can go to hell. Straight to hell.
A lot of complaints.
Oh, he like hate watch. He hate watches this show, and it's so bizarre.
Exactly, I
to
don't
me.
get that. Like if you don't like it, then go about your day.
And if you want to hate watch it, you're welcome. Just please shut the hell up. No one wants to hear you.
So long, Tim.
What is that again? I know it. What is it?
It's Hangover. I won't say what he says.
Oh, yeah.
My cousin always says that. So long, Tim.
Wait, who
He
says
doesn't
it?
say Tim. It's my man. What's his name? The Asian comedian.
Ken
Jong.
Yeah.
Jong?
Yeah.
Yeah. He got us.
He
Yeah.
says, so long.
Okay, I remember. Yep.
Boys.
Yeah. Oh man, Mr. Chow. That's funny. That's absolutely funny. Yeah, so like when they play the Detroit Pistons, I don't know what to think. We're weeks away. Weeks from feeling like, okay, this team has turned the corner. Or we're weeks away from just being 7-8 more games into this, like, guys, this is the season. Like, this is just what it is. And you're going to have to hope that bar in the Western Conference lowers and they win a couple play-in games. Because if not, this thing's over. I mean, if that happens, the De'Aaron Fox era of the Sacramento Kings is likely over.
So, and that's why to get back a little bit, like a week ago, I get a bunch of things wrong. Like I said, I thought the Kings would win 52 games, right? So it's not like I get everything right. But that's why my mentality on that Thursday game against New Orleans is it doesn't tell me nothing. It told me it was going to tell me nothing.
Yeah, right.
They could win it, they could lose it, whatever. They have 5 games at home. That's going to tell me everything I need to know about them. And it has. It tells me that there are big problems going on. They're not cohesive enough right now to go on any type of successful run. And stuff is about to hit the fan if things don't change. And they're trending that way. They're trending that way. I've seen almost everything. One of the other things, and I don't want to talk about these guys just based off of one game, because last night was one of the worst games I've seen from them this year. Right? Like, it's not all the games weren't like last night. They've been competitive. They've fought back and all this other stuff. But they just look a little weak, man. They look a little weak, a little soft. You know, some adversity hits, expectations hit. And expectations look right now to be a little too heavy for these guys. People are breaking down because they're expected to be more than just a playoff team. People are just kind of they're wilting under the pressure. The pressure of, we're not here to just see you, play a hard game, and just be fun. That's what we're here to go to one Doko, like the beam. Like, we don't hope to see the beam. We expect to see that beam lit in the sky. We expect you to be a team that gets to the playoffs and not only gets there, but wins. And it feels like the pressure of that has them wilting a little bit. And then you lose a game or two, you suffer a couple of losses, and you start to spiral because that pressure starts to mount. They're looking a little soft. They're looking a little weak. And you can't climb out of this if you're weak. You can't climb out of this if you're soft.
That's interesting. I'm thinking back to last year where I thought the team was entitled. I don't think they're entitled this year at all. I think you're right. They're soft. And I don't know why. You got a player on the team named Debo. They called him that for a reason. You got Jay Crowder. You don't play him. I don't know why you don't play him.
Just never play him. Never play him. And look, I go so far as to say, to a certain degree, they look a little scared. Things get a little tight at the Golden One Center. You want to talk about letting go of the rope.
Man.
They look a little scared.
Man.
The joke that I talk about all the time, and it's the tongue-in-cheek, it's dim lights. Dim lights is shining. D-Lo and KC, yeah, only NBA market I believe in the NBA that will spend 4 hours talking about your ass. The only one.
Yeah.
We're not here to talk about football. We're not here to talk about the NFL. College football is about to have one of the biggest weekends ever. We might not get to it because it don't matter here.
Mm-hmm.
This is what matters.
Mm-hmm.
This is them lights. You in a pressure cooker here in Sacramento. And we turned up the heat a little bit as a collective, as a fan base, with the expectations we put on you guys. And you guys are looking like you are wilting under them lights a little bit. Looking a little soft.
Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. Talk to the host of the Chatty House podcast. Manny, what's happening, baby?
What up, y'all? Like, there's plenty of blame to go around, right, in all different aspects. And for me, for a long time, you know, when I had like a list, it was Monty first for not addressing a lot of these deficiencies. But it's really telling, and as much as I hate quoting this dude, and I can't stand half the stuff he says, when Green said it to Fox, right? He said it to him like, look, man, like, you got a coach whose specialty is defense, and y'all can't even figure that out. Like, that's on the players. And I feel like right now, the way this team is going, that's about everything. Like, I get that Monty hasn't addressed some things, and there's obviously holes, but you're better than this. Like, this isn't where we're like playing, like, let's say they were 15-12, and it's like, okay, yeah, you know, they're playing as well as they can for what they have. Like, no, you're not even there. You're not even playing up to the potential of what you actually have. And that's on you guys. And you guys, you know, you lollygag through these first quarters every single game, even in wins. That first quarter is horrendous. And you just happen to overcome that. And this is why, to me, the issue isn't the heart, because you're not going to come back from 20 down like you did against Denver unless you do have heart, unless you are trying. But the fact that you get to that point every single game and there's nothing addressing that, that's on you. That's on the leaders on that team to address that in real time. I don't care if you're seen yelling at your own teammates on the court, whatever it takes, but do what it takes to at least play up to your potential right now. And then we can shift the blame to Monty and be like, hey, what else you going to do to get us above that hump? Because you ain't got past the first hump yet. So our potential at this point, and then you can shift that blame. But at this point, for me, these players need to grow up and start doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Okay.
I hear you. Chatty House after party. Are they having a Chatty House after party on Christmas?
I don't think they should do that. I think they should be with their families. Of course, we are one big family here.
Shout out, Manny. You know,
I don't think I'm doing anything, so I'll log in.
You know what? I got the game on here on the KC.
Oh God,
monitor.
Why?
You know, sometimes I got to look at it. I usually don't watch the game the night of if they lose. I'll watch it the next day. But I got the game on, and I do have to say this this was pretty damn funny. The part came on where that damn Bill Kennedy.
Oh, that was amazing. Oh, that was so fantastic.
That damn Bill Kennedy got the whole golden one.
That was fantastic.
I was listening to what he's saying in his tone of like, the call is overturned. And I was like, okay.
Was it, however?
He
What
said,
was the line he used?
Unfortunately,
that's what
I
it
said.
was.
When he said the call has been overturned, and the way he said, I said, I know he's not going. They didn't change the call to a different person, did they? They didn't do that, did they? And he had a pause, and he. Unfortunately, I said, "Oh, come on."
Stand by. I know what time it is, Jesse. Hang on.
After reviewing the play,
I love this guy.
the defensive foul that was called on number 23 has been overturned. Unfortunately, the foul is now on number 9, and the Lakers will retain possession of the ball on the side. The coach's challenge is successful.
He is just amazing.
Kennedy, you jackass.
Bro, if you don't make that call and get out of here.
Amazing.
Bill Kennedy's on the Bob Myers list for me a little
Hell
bit.
no, I'm anti-ref being
No.
on the show. Get out of here. You're a ref. You're a ref.
He's way above Bob Myers. Way above Bob Myers. Look, where I just saw it. Where'd it go? Where'd he go? Jeremiah. That's a classic heel move right there.
He got a pop. It was The
Oh.
Rock singing in the middle of the ring all over again.
Oh, that was so great. So great. We'll come back. It was the only good moment last night. Well, Keon's dunk was pretty dope, too.
He looked like Dr. J.
Stilo and Casey here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, those poor guys are freezing. Put them in the gym for crying out loud.
Bill Kennedy said,
Look at little Richard Desmond Howard.
Bill Kennedy needs to take a lap. Gucci 2.0 was cool because like we gave him that nickname. He just refs.
Nah, I'm with Bill Kennedy, man. I'm with Bill Kennedy.
Bill the one.
I need that. Look, if you guys are going to be incompetent, at least be entertaining while you're incompetent.
And it wasn't just, it was his facial expressions too. Unfortunately,
he let the cheer go.
Oh yeah. I mean, Jeremiah was right. That's a heel move.
and playing to the crowd, knowing what that was going to do, because the unfortunately was only meant for the home crowd.
Oh yeah,
it was only the Lakers wouldn't say unfortunately, or if you were down the middle, you wouldn't say there's nothing unfortunate about it.
It's like when McMahon would go, "It's going to be Stone Cold versus The Rock in 3 weeks at Backlash." Whole crowd pops thinking that it's going to happen in Boise, Idaho.
That was, I got a audible chuckle from that. That was funny. What's the temperature in South Bend, Indiana? They look like they're freezing.
That's where the game is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was snowing yesterday, I think.
Yeah, there's snow. I mean, it's not snowing, but their game day's out there right now, and they are freezing. So I shouldn't say it like this because I'd be dressed up even closer than them. But it's only 32.
Did you say closier?
Cozier.
Oh, cozier.
Closier too. But it's quote unquote only 32.
Desmond looks great. It's only what?
32 degrees.
Oh, that's pretty cold.
It is.
That's pretty damn
but
cold.
when I
be sitting out there, that's pretty damn
But
cold.
when I think about what that looks like, that doesn't look like it's 8 to 10 degrees colder than what it is here, right? That looks like it's 15 degrees.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially with poor Steve out there.
Yes,
I know Steve's head has to hurt.
No. I almost died. I talked about it before when I went to Baltimore for that funeral. And I got out of there with nothing on the head, boss. And it was, I think it was about 19. I think it was 19 degrees. The wind was blowing, so the windshield got it to like 8 or 9. And I'm telling you, I didn't think I was gonna make it, guys. They were gonna have to cart me. They were gonna have to call the ambulance. I didn't think I was gonna make it back from the grave to the car.
That's a wild sentence you just uttered, and I hope you can appreciate it.
Taking the Dolphins or Notre Dame if they're playing in the snow in Indiana in December?
Notre Dame winning today. Notre Dame going to beat the hell out of Indiana. You can make the argument, like the resume, the record and everything. Indiana really doesn't have any business being in the playoff. I don't know if 3-loss Alabama deserved to get in there, but Alabama they're definitely a better team than Indiana. Indiana gonna lose.
I don't know. It's Notre Dame.
Did Notre Dame one-loss Notre Dame team? Did they ever lose again after losing to Northern Illinois?
I don't think they did.
But I feel like they would be ranked higher. They had to have lost again. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. Because 11-1 would have, well, they're not a conference champion, so it wouldn't get them a bye, I guess. Oh, 11-1, Notre Dame.
Soren, you're not wrong. I'm not very fond of that area.
Real quick here.
After reviewing the play, the defensive foul that was called on number 23 has been overturned. Unfortunately, the foul is now on number 9, and the Lakers will retain possession of the ball on the side. The coach's challenge is successful.
He should have to work all of the
Is
games.
successful.
I love that. And who's that jackass behind
I
Mike
know,
Brown?
man. He's got a death row chain on.
It's like a bad version of Oasis back there. Get out of here. What's my bad? I don't know how that happened. I'll salute to that brother. He's just there supporting his team.
He's catching a stray.
With his stupid death row chain on and his stupid Lakers jersey. Oh man. Q on the Elk Grove Kia talk line 916-909-1320.
Hey yo, Q.
Hey Q.
Hey Q. You know what that is, Q?
First time caller.
You know what that's from, Q?
Where that's from?
How old are you, Q?
I'm 30.
Yeah,
he might be a little too young. That's all right. It's from Juice.
I got this one question for y'all. So, if Jalen Brunson is leading this team instead of Fox, are they 13 and 15 right now?
Man,
I don't want to like cop out from the end, but I don't know. Like I don't know.
Man,
De'Aaron's played really well this year, and I don't know.
Q, you still now Q gone.
Jalen Brunson got to the playoffs before the Nova Knicks was a thing, right? I think it was like Julius Randle. I think Julius Randle kind of just fell off in that first round series, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to figure out how good that
did
team
Julius
was.
even play?
Yeah, against Atlanta, he got locked up.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm trying to figure. I'll check back to how good that team was, but I don't know if Jalen was there yet.
I thought I thought Julius was hurt.
No, that was last year. Last year he was hurt. The first year he played against the Knicks, Jalen wasn't there. And I'm trying to think if they didn't make last year was the first year they made the playoffs with Jalen. The year before they didn't make it. And he cooked. He cooked. Because they did what we were hoping the Kings do. They made the playoffs, they missed it, and then they made it again. Or no.
His first year was 22-23. They made it as the 5th seed.
They beat Cleveland in the first round.
Yeah, that team had Julius Randle, RJ Barrett, Josh Hart, Quentin Grimes, Quickly, Mitchell Robinson, Cam Reddish, Evan Fournier was on that team, Hartenstein, Obi Toppin.
I think what Q was alluding to, though, is Jalen is a certified killer. I don't know that people feel that way about De'Aaron. I think and we lost Q. That was my bad. I was too slow to get the follow up with Q. So that's the e-host. But I think that's why the question was posed. Donovan, we had
Donovan Mitchell yesterday.
Yeah, Donovan Mitchell was the guy who was asked yesterday. Like, can you be the guy in that moment? Okay, I got to do it.
I once again, I don't know. It's a little unfair too because
I don't disagree.
The Eastern Conference thing, just that alone. You know what I mean? Like every night, like Jalen Brunson got 12 games against a depleted Pistons, Washington. Like that'll get you in the playoffs. Once he got to the playoffs, he did really well. But yeah, it's a little unfair. I understand what Q's saying. I'm not saying like it's not a good question to ask, but
I think
many variables to give any kind of answer on that. I think
something we can acknowledge though is that De'Aaron Fox is clearly missing with something that all those upper echelon players that are considered like what they have. Like they all have that aggression, that dog or whatever, and Fox doesn't have that. Numbers are all similar.
It's gonna make the. You know, you alluded to. I'm not trying to trade De'Aaron Fox, by the way. I'm piggybacking off an earlier remark that you had about, article. Now he could be clickbait now because he's a superstar who has kind of put his team on notice-ish, and he's a clutch guy. Rich Paul gonna work for him, and will go next year into the expiring year of his contract. The clutch MO is to start that process early. And I'm genuinely curious, like, how many people think De'Aaron Fox fits their team? Because if this falters the way it feels like it is right now, De'Aaron's entire career will have been spent on a bad basketball team. All of it. You pulled one, but your career has been missing the playoffs on a bad basketball team. Who says, give me that? Now, this is Sacramento, and we're going to be laughed at. But the film on De'Aaron is out there. Who goes, I need that guy? And I'm not, and I'm not, I'm sorry. And I'm not posing that as, I don't need you to say, okay, well, here's where he fits. De'Aaron, the type of player that he is, fits all over the league. De'Aaron could be on any team in the entire league. But what team goes, I'm going to give up assets because he is going to get us where we have to go? To me, that number is small because you need to steal the Jalen Brunson thing. You need the killer there. If you're going to go acquire him, and this was the question that Kyle asked, that I don't even remember if Kyle asked this on the air during a commercial. Can De'Aaron be 1A on a championship team? In my opinion, is no. He can't.
And to be honest with you, with to be fair to De'Aaron in this situation as well, is for a guard, that's damn near impossible. We can count on a hand how many guard, he's a point guard, or 1A on a championship team.
Okay.
Like, that's just not that. Off the top of my head, Steph Curry, Isaiah Thomas.
Oh, you're counting ever.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's some that I'm missing.
Well, there aren't that many title holders. So LeBron, Tim Duncan.
But that's what I'm saying. So we look at, we'll say somebody
I'm just thinking about the ones.
We'll say somebody like a Dame Lillard. People don't believe he can be a 1A on a championship.
I actually think they're wrong. I think they're wrong.
They could be wrong.
That's my opinion.
But he was a 1A in Portland for a long time.
For sure.
And they barely got out of the first round.
Well, they just paired him with CJ, and I don't think they really worked hard to improve that roster. In my opinion.
That's fair too.
But now he's in a position where he's not 1A anymore. So it's if the Bucks wound up winning the title, fine, you could use that as the argument. I was thinking that earlier, like, is Dame a 1A? Like, is Dame that guy? And I feel like Dame is that guy.
I think he's I would argue that he is, right? I would argue against somebody saying, like, no, y'all
would you
disrespecting Dame. I would do that for Kyrie Irving and
would
guys like
you
that.
Argue that De'Aaron is 1A championship?
He's the best player and you win a championship?
Yes.
I would say no. I would say no. And once again, my thought process with that isn't necessarily a knock on De'Aaron Fox. It's like, that just doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. Your point guard being the best player and you are a championship team. Teams barely get to the finals, let alone win one, with that being the case. Like, it just doesn't happen. That position doesn't lend itself, usually it doesn't lend itself to, like, being able to defend at a high level, like defend other, like, so you got De'Aaron Fox there and he goes up against Tatum and Brown. Well, who the hell is guarding them? If those are just
it's not that guy on my TV because he looks absolutely ridiculous. I cannot put into words how stupid Ryan Day looks on my television.
It looks like
he
just got his hair like 20
he
minutes
looks like
before
he
that.
dipped his entire face
Dracula
in Just for Men and was like, ta-da! Jack, you need to be fired just because you look stupid. Come on, Ryan.
I thought I saw a report, and this can go however people think it goes. But I thought I saw a report last week, maybe early this week, where they said Ryan Day is safe.
Yeah, okay. All right, pal. One little booster who had a phone number, a reporter's phone number. Yeah, right. Look at that. You've got to be kidding me. Look at this man.
He getting that Beijing on. Let him cook. Let him cook.
That's not Beijing. That's paint. The man has paint on his face. I apologize. I couldn't.
Look, how does he look like Carlos Boozer that one time with hair?
I don't.
Like, he has hair and he looks like Carlos Boozer.
Like what? All right, I apologize.
That's your coach, man.
Who's
That
yours?
is, no, that is your coach.
You claim
That is
Ohio
your
State.
coach. Yeah, yeah.
If he cried, there'd be black stuff running down his face.
Oh, if he got the the good, if he got a
Still trying to figure out what happened.
$150 haircut, it wouldn't happen though.
Did you say if he had the good?
Yeah.
Boy, we have different definitions of what that term means.
Well, multiple.
Well,
multiple.
I know what it means in my world.
multiple definitions.
Shout out to Ryan Day. Brawl happened over 5 feet from him. What's going on over
What's
there?
going
What's going on?
What happened? No, we're all fighting, coach. That's what happened. Maybe you want to get in there.
But I mean,
Rather
it's like
talk about
so.
Ryan Day than this anymore.
But if we're asking that question,
Yeah.
history says no, he can't be. Neither can Scoot
Eddie
Henderson,
can't be
and
a
neither
number
can
one, no.
Jalen Green, and neither can any of these other guards around here. Like, that's not how the NBA has worked traditionally. There's been two of them, Steph Curry and Isaiah Thomas. So when you talk about a 1A, you need.
I gotta cheat.
We got
Irvin's a point guard.
True, Irvin, the point
Magic
guard.
Johnson,
yeah,
the point
for
guard.
sure. That for sure.
It's cheating, but
Yeah. But you look at how
6'11"
you
point
look
guard.
at, you look at Steve Nash.
Yeah.
He wasn't good enough. Jason Kidd wasn't good enough to be
Yep.
the best player on
That's
the
right.
team and win at the point guard position.
Yeah.
So I would always say that you need maybe a killer or somebody right next to him
Yeah.
that could do those type of things.
Winning a championship is tough.
Mhm.
Sorry, Jesse. Go ahead.
So what do we do here then?
I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you do? I have no clue. I did not expect this team to be. What is it now? 12 and what are they? 13 and 15. I did not expect this. I don't know. I have no idea.
Now, this is the one thing that you do ask for, and I think is a question that can be asked of De'Aaron Fox. Is, do you think he has the intangibles to lead? That's different from his talent. Do you think De'Aaron Fox is a lead? We talk about this with coaches. Do you think De'Aaron Fox is a leader of men?
No.
That's the biggest
I
problem.
don't. Okay. Can I? Because I feel like we are kicking De'Aaron in the face right now. Go ahead, Jesse. Not that he cares.
Do you think his leadership will change in any given situation, or is it always going to stay the same? Like, if the Kings need a kick in the ass, is he going to give that to him, or is he just going to be what De'Aaron, just lead by example, just lead the way he's always done?
So here's I was thinking about, as this trade thing becomes like a thing, could De'Aaron go to Miami, a strong organization, and be the leader that we're talking about? And I told myself no. And I thought, like, if he does, that's a fault. Because why didn't you do it here? Like, you have it. You have the ability to do it. And if you do it in Miami or name it Golden State, another strong, organization, why couldn't you do it here? And I mean, you've got Pat Riley influences. Maybe in Golden State, you had a Steph Curry. Like, there's ways you could, I'm sure, rationalize it. But to me, that feels like a character flaw. And I feel like De'Aaron, whatever version of a leader De'Aaron is, it's the one that we've seen. That's it. And he does have leadership. Like, he has leadership characteristics. Absolutely. But you asked, are you a leader of men? Who on this Kings roster do you think is?
I think Sabonis, DeRozan. I want to say Monk, but Monk may be a little erratic to
for people to follow him that way. You know what I'm saying? But they love him. They like Monk. I think is a guy that I hate using these analogies, but we'll use it. They'll go to war for Monk. Like that's my dog. Like he may get us into something, but I'm fighting with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's my dog. You know, but I don't know if he's a leader. My first two thoughts would be DeRozan and Sabonis. And I just think Fox, like I don't know if he doesn't have the ability or the qualities to. I think the thing with him really is I don't know how interested he is in doing that. I think that's more the thing. Like I think he has a voice. I think he has an understanding. I think he has the things that you would need to be a leader and somebody that galvanizes and holds people accountable and all this other stuff. I just don't know how much of how interested he is in doing that.
Does this team take on his personality?
That's a great question.
Feels like it.
That is a great question because if your answer is correct, that's a problem. It's okay for him to be the way that he is if there's someone to counteract that who can have a bigger personality. Like if you take on, well, you don't want to take on Malik. Malik needs to be Malik, right? But De'Aaron needs to be De'Aaron too. You need guys to be individuals. Maybe they are, but as to Jesse's question, it does feel like they collectively take on his personality.
I think Domas is loud, or like I think Domas is a leader too, but I don't think he's loud. Like I'm sure in the locker room, he's probably not silent the whole time, but he's not just this whole rah-rah guy, I wouldn't assume. No, I think that competition gets that out of you on the court, but ultimately, like his personality, I don't think you're going to get that in the locker room.
Domas very much feels like a leader on the floor.
Yeah. But I feel like you do need that though. Like you need that leadership off the court, like in the locker room. And I'm not sure if they're getting that on the court. Yeah, you get it. We're in the middle of this, but we know going into a game, hey, we can't let up. We can't come out of the gates flat and all that. Like I don't know if they're getting that.
But I would think the leadership on the floor, and this is something I don't know. Maybe he has, but this is something that Domas or anybody else hasn't displayed. And the leadership on the floor is more important in the locker room in certain respects, and in this respect with the Kings, because when it is 7-2, and we haven't ran the offense, hey, no, stop, Mike. To hell with you. Timeout. Come here, guys. We're not doing this again.
Well, I'm really fearful that Mike, the hell with you, might be a thing. Like I know what point you're trying to make. I'm really fearful that might be a thing.
It might be, but somebody they're missing that guy on the court who is going to say, "Hey, let's get it together." And to be honest with you, 9 times out of 10 in a game of basketball is your point guard. Like Domas can say, "Hey, let's run our stuff," but he don't even have the ball to run it. He's not even making the calls, so he can say it. But if the point guard isn't it's usually the point guard. Simple as that. Like it's your lead guard who is doing that. I mean, small example, different scale is regardless of me having a sports show, or we talk about this all the time, sports show, talking for 7 hours a day. I don't say much. I don't really like to say much. I just sit there with my own thoughts. You know, I like to talk to myself more than I like to talk to other people. You know what I'm saying? But
that's a shoot.
When I play basketball, I don't shut up. I just got to talk. That's just what you got to do. It's not really what I want to do. It's not really it's become my thing. It's become what I do because I just like to be involved. But we gonna have to talk. I'm gonna have to talk on defense. I'm gonna talk to my guys. Hey, I gotta dap him up. I don't even know this guy. Hey, my dog, good job. Keep going to work. I don't know this guy. I don't know but that's just what you got to do.
Aldrin J in the chat asks who the leader in Boston be. Then Carlton asked the same question. Who's the leader on the Celtics? Tatum is the lead by example guy, but Brown is the guy who will talk if need be.
And it's Horford
like there's a voice,
too, right?
Yeah, and Horford too. But like since Marcus Smart got traded, it's been the two. It's been Brown and Tatum. Like Brown will use his voice when he needs to. And I don't know if they get that from De'Aaron. Like Brown will get loud and because you've seen the post game clips, pregame, like all that stuff in the locker room. Like Brown will talk. Tatum, that's not necessarily his thing, but they have a guy who can do that, probably as good as Tatum too.
De'Aaron talks.
He does. He does. The more I think about this, man, it's really tough what we're asking De'Aaron to do and to be. Like, it's really difficult for your point guard to lead you to a championship.
Mm-hmm.
That is, we talk about roster construction and how you build franchise. That is not typically how it goes. That guy that is leading you anywhere is usually 6'6" and above. 6'6", can play in three-level scorer, can guard three different guys. Like, that's historically what the NBA has been. And we're asking this guy who's 6'3", not very like strong, not like he's weak, but he's not no buff 6'3". He's a point guard. He's a regular point guard who's very fast. And we're saying lead them to the promised land. That's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough. But once again, like I've continued to say for a number of different days, it's two different conversations. We're having a conversation about leading you to the promised land, but we're also having a conversation saying, don't be 2 games under 500. He can do that. The league is littered with guards who keep you above 500, who get you in the playoffs. Different conferences, different time, but hell, Kemba Walker got the Hornets to the playoffs a couple times with nobody around him. Like, come on now. Let's start with that. Let's start with, hey, we shouldn't be 2 games under 500. Not saying it's all Fox's fault or anything, but that's what we're asking from all of these guys right now. You guys should be better than this right now. Should be better than this. I stand by that.
Oh, I don't think there's an argument there. There's absolutely no argument that this team should be better than what they are. The question is, why aren't they? Why aren't they better than 13 and 15? Why now is the new thing? Why are they getting their ass kicked at home? Why is the new thing to start in such a deficit?
Does it matter if it's at home or the road, and it's just a matter if they're not a good team?
Could be that.
That's
in
where I'm
fact,
at.
no, it could vary. It could vary like that. Even
when I'm on Mars, probably.
But they're not the Wizards. Like, even bad basketball teams are a little bit better at home. This team is just flat out bad. Eddie Gonzalez joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320.
A completely unbiased point of view at Jazzy 510. Fox is talented. That's it. Everyone wants him to be a leader, a dog, vocal, and all these other things. However, the bottom line is he shows up every year, shows up year after year, not being that guy. Not wrong. You're not wrong. And when you say that guy, I take it to say you mean like a dog, vocal, all this other stuff. I mean, we have been saying that kind of stuff since we started this show.
It's not time to blow it up yet, but being teams ran its course, I think. Not trade Fox or whatever, but it's time for some moves. No more waiting. You probably got to do your last ditch, like your Hail Mary at this point.
Hold that thought. Well, no, I think
we got Eddie after this.
What's the Hail Mary?
Ask Monty McNair, I guess, but maybe it's trading Keegan or whatever. It's whatever you think is gonna put you on the right track. Because honestly, it's like I try not to base taste off of one game or whatever, but like after yesterday, it feels like that team is just disconnected.
To me, the Hail Mary is
I keep bringing this now. It's not.
The Hail Mary is meant to, like, all right, we
Hail
make playoffs. Fox is able to stay around, all of that. Like, everything is good.
That's trading Keegan Murray. Because once again, it's not Keegan Murray's fault or anything else like that. But you're trying to figure out, when you say Hail Mary, what's going to get you back what you need to get there? He's the only one outside of Fox and Domantas Sabonis that can land you that caliber of player. So it's trading him, and the we lost move is trading Fox. Like, we lost.
Yeah, because at this point with Keegan, like, it's well, he could be Kawhi one day. We're not gonna be 3 years from now, like, ready to find that out at this point, the way the team is going. Aldrin, I think you missed it earlier, but answered your question. It was Tatum and Brown. It's both of them. They answered different ways, or they lead different ways.
So here's the baby daddy. This is I see this differently. I know my man Coach JT probably sees this differently too. Keegan Murray's not a 3. And I don't know if he's a tweener or what, but he doesn't handle the ball good enough, and he's offensively, he's not a 3. Maybe he can guard threes, maybe. But if you're a 3 that you can guard threes, you should be able to guard 2s and 1s, and he can't do that. He can guard 3s and 4s, which means, like, you're more than capable of being a 4. Or, like I said, maybe he's just a tweener, and you've got an issue there. But he's not a small forward. He is not a 3. Guy's what, 6'9"? He's not a 3 to me, personally.
Shout out Dan. Came looking for some little bites, but they're gone.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Hey, yeah, who kept the box there? How about that? Where's just fooling everybody? Oh.
Let's get Eddie in here. All right, we're back here throwing the ashes on the Sacramento Kings season. Let's bring in our man, Eddie Gonzalez. Eddie, it's over. We had 1 year, put a stupid-ass purple light into the sky, and it all ended.
I love that you got De'Aaron Fox talking about his contract situation rather publicly over the last week. You gotta sprinkle a little bit of contract drama on the on-court drama, like some parsley, right? Make it a little bit worse, a little more salt in the wound.
So check it out. Let's start there. You're around the league. You've been in the league, for a long time. You know the ins and outs. We got Shams calling you during our hits and everything. Fox talking to Draymond Green right now. Coincidence or no? Is he trying to apply some pressure?
Sneaker just released, right? They got stuff going on. They're close enough. I know from planning podcasts, this stuff happens in advance, and I don't think it's a coincidence, but again, he could have chose to simply not say anything, right? It's not a coincidence that he spoke on what he wanted to and said what he wanted to. And I give him credit, like, as a fan, I give him credit for not giving the stock answer and saying, I'm not talking about that in the season. Like, he gave some real thoughts, and we talked before the season. It was pretty obvious what he was doing. There's a bigger bag waiting at the end of this rainbow as well. And it didn't have to necessarily be about leaving, but now season going how it's going, and just the camaraderie, it seems, about there's just bad energy. And then, he's on Twitter like all of us. He's seeing Brooklyn Nets photoshops, Miami Heat Photoshop. Like, he's seeing all this stuff. He's going, what's Giannis doing this summer? Maybe it makes sense for me to do, like, track that. And what does Phoenix blow it up? And where do those guys go? And you keep your options open for that reason. Now, again, beginning of the season, we all sat here and said, "Oh, he's just he's settling in, and then they'll re-up next summer." Cool. But it's on you as an organization to, like, make it worthwhile for him to be there too, right? And look, the sky is falling. I know the sky falls out there every loss for NBA fans every day, but
Yeah, it's on the ground, like the sky. It's like it's you got to step over the clouds to get in here to the studio.
Couple big wins, you'll be feeling better. And the tough part, and to be the pessimist real quick, to rain on the parade a little bit. We're now in the NBA where 10 teams get in, and you're not even 11 right now. Like, yeah, I know there are only so many games back, and we have a whole lot of season left, but that sucks to wake up and we're old. Like, wake up, open the paper, look at the standings, and go, down there.
Yeah.
So,
and you got to turn to page 4, find out where to.
Shout out to the paper, although they didn't up the price. I'm gonna have to get rid of that. Even digital. Come on, man, what y'all doing? I know y'all got to try to survive, but
gotta love Sac B fighting with the big wigs this week about Michael Vick. Gotta love that.
OD.
Yeah, well, shout out to Joe because he was right.
Hey, Joe been around since I was playing way back, so he know his stuff, man. You're not gonna outdo Joe in the city. Come on.
I'm pretty sure Joe been around since sports were invented in Sacramento because I don't know who was covering them before Joe.
Covered the first big.
Yeah.
My little nephew at Laguna, Armand Thorntona, is running back out there. He got some coverage from Joe, and I'm like, dang, Joe's still out there covering the high school kids. All right, man, that's a good look. I was happy for both of them.
When you watch this team, why do you think this season has gone the way that it has so far?
It's a team that looks disconnected. I see a lot of people blaming it on DeMar and a fit with DeMar today, and you see Coach last night. He's talking about effort and defense. He's talking about all kind of stuff, but it's a team that to me just looks disconnected, and that's on the defensive end, which we've talked about a ton, and open to give up so many threes and this, then the third, and even their offense, it just seems to lack flow at some times, and you can blame it on injuries, you can blame it on new guys, you can blame it on a lot, but this is a professional team with a veteran coach and a nucleus that's been there for some time. So that's not what you would expect when you watch this team. And you're taking tough, close losses, you're taking ugly losses to teams you shouldn't be losing to. Like, it's a lot, and I get the frustration.
One of the discussions that we've had a lot today, and since the podcast came out, and then Mike Brown's reaction, maybe indirectly to the podcast and all this other stuff, is De'Aaron Fox and what he can be. Can he be a 1A on a championship contender? And I said, Eddie, probably not, but that's not a knock on De'Aaron. That's not saying who he is as a player. He's a point guard. You usually don't have point guards as 1As on championship teams. But do you think that, that's fair for De'Aaron to ask that question and to look at him as being a 1A on a team that's trying to win a championship?
It's not a conversation I usually like. I know this was the Jalen Brunson convo last year, and it's a weird, like, arbitrary thing, but I do think there's some truth to it. And if you look back in the history of basketball, Isaiah was the smallest guy, and maybe still is, like the guy who led the offense of a championship team. And there's just a lot to that. There's a lot onto your body. There's a lot onto how he can defend those guys in the playoffs. And if you're smaller, it's just a little bit easier to do. It's just the nature of the game and the physics and all that. I think he's an incredible offensive force. I think, what is he still top 10 in scoring right now, right? Like he had that stretch of 2 games of just explosion of scoring. I would say no right now, but that's also because we haven't seen it. And that's the thing, is like we didn't get this incredible playoff run from De'Aaron that we saw, like, from Shea last year. Shea had a great playoff run last year, and they didn't go to the conference finals, but it was like, oh, okay, it translates. We see it now. And so that's why I would say no, but I think he is that dynamic offensively to where it's the right squad. Yeah, he's going to be your ball handler. He can create all that for you. I think the playmaking is the thing for me. Not that he's a bad playmaker, but I think if you're going to be that lead guard and you're going to win 3-4 playoff series, you got to be one of the better playmakers in the league. And I think you see that year in and year out. We saw it with Luka last year, and what he didn't give you on defense, that absolute top tier level of playmaking on offense to make guys like PJ Walker useful in the playoff, like stuff like that. That's what I would love to see from De'Aaron. And I don't think we've seen it this far in his career.
You are an NBA guy. You're the NBA guy. You know the Kings obviously very well, but you're kind of ingrained in the league. We're ingrained in this franchise. Are we making a little too much of a team that's 2 games under 500?
I think so. Again, like I said, every loss, the sky's falling in the NBA. The Denver Nugget fans are doing that right now. Phoenix Suns fans are doing that right now. Golden State.
Golden State might be doing it. Yeah,
that loss is kind of worth it. I'll say that. But every loss in the NBA seems to we do this, and we can go all up and down the league. It depends on your expectation level. It depends on like if the idea is to be a playoff team, a good month, and they're a playoff team. As jumbled up as the playoffs are, if the goal is to get out the play-in, yeah, you're panicking a little too early. If the goal is a championship, yeah, we're very rarely going to see a championship team climb out of this hole. Even right before Christmas. So it depends on what your perspective is. I think the panic is a little early. They have a lot of flexibility. They can probably make some stuff happen. What I would say, and the question I would pose to you fellas is, has the organization shown they'll push the right buttons if they do have some flexibility and do make some moves? And Keegan Murray's names get mentioned every other day. And like, are they going to go make that big splash, and will it be the right splash? Do y'all feel comfortable in that?
So there are a bunch of things that we've laid out for the last couple of weeks about what we don't agree with or don't understand with Monty McNair and that front office and some of the moves they did or didn't make. When you ask that question, the big move, they have hit on that. They have hit on that. Sabonis, that one worked. DeMar, jury's still out or whatever, but I like the move. I don't think DeMar's the problem. I think he's been as advertised, and I think that's a good move. I'm going to say that, personally. If they decided to make the big move, I'm going to go off their track record and say, yeah, they'll make the right move. The question is, how, do we get to that point? They seem to be a little slow on the draw with actually making these moves. Do we actually get to this point while they still have a chance to salvage this season? That's the question that I think a lot of people are asking.
I'm curious, going back to the summer and even going back to last couple of trade deadlines and saying couple different packages. And I know they've called on some of the bigger guys who ended up getting traded, and they're always active. They've been active since Vivek took over the team. He's been aggressive from the very beginning. I'm very curious if they were active in the Karl-Anthony Towns stuff, because that seemed to come quick. We to this day, we still don't know too much. It was pretty straightforward swap. That's the level of guy I'm thinking, like, man, if they load up the coffers like that, and obviously he's incredible. He had a great game last night going back to Minnesota. I don't think they're landing a super duper star. I don't even think one's available at this very moment, mid-season, but there's that level of, maybe an all-star, something like that pushes this team over the top. The teams they're right behind, the Spurs, obviously, I think the Spurs are going for it as best they can, but again, they're slow walking this. They don't even have their coach in the building just yet. The Warriors, which there's no telling. There's just no telling what's going on. You have the Suns right above that, but they're just waiting to get healthy. The Lakers right above that. There's no telling with them either. So we could watch a couple of those teams tear it down, say, look, we're going to salvage this for next year and go. And then the Kings be sitting pretty, and they might be buyers where those teams are sellers. And, it just depends on how aggressive they want to be. And I think they want to be aggressive.
Yeah, I think one of the frustrating things, we talk about rosters and improving players. We were looking at and I know this is a super extreme example that just happened on the wrong day, but you were referencing the Warriors. They were on the receiving end of that ass whooping from the Memphis Grizzlies. The Grizzlies put up 144 points, and Frank had 19 of them. Like we're like looking at like the bench. And for the obviously they did it to a much bigger degree against Golden State. But Eddie, when the Kings played the Grizzlies, the Grizzlies bench, much like they did last night, they beat Sacramento's ass and they beat the Memphis Grizzlies starters' ass. And you look at this and you go, what changed with this basketball team? Well, Ja's back, and for Marcus is kind of healthy. And it's like, what has really changed? And it's just Ja. And you got Frank and Luke over here on the bench scoring a ton of points, and we're over here with Hall of Fame talent and Domas having the best season of his career, De'Aaron Fox, 20-something per game, top 10 scorer, and we're trying to figure out why they are 19-9 and we're 2 games under 500.
Man, I watched the Grizzlies, and first of all, they get after it on defense, and that's immediately what you notice with them. And they have defensive player year at center, and they have all this stuff going on, and they just have a little bit of tenacity and energy to them that you don't always see with the Kings. Now, the Kings, like, this is like a very blasé term, but they're almost like more finesse than the Grizzlies are. The Grizzlies just have a little bit of bite, and then you see guys like they're able to incorporate guys, and I think they got a lot out of last year where they lost a lot, but they played a lot of extra guys and really got to get guys their reps. But Ja is just that dynamic. Ja is borderline top 10 player. He's completely unguardable. Everybody knows he's going left. They don't care. He decided he's not dunking anymore. He's one of the greatest dunks of all time anyway. And like, he is a ridiculous, absurd basketball player. I'm happy he's getting the flowers back that he robbed himself of for some time.
That's a hell of a way of putting it.
But that's a team that's made a couple points,
some would say.
That's a team that's made a deep playoff run as of late. And when we talk about De'Aaron and can he be that, Ja's a great example of, like, we've seen it. We've seen it in the playoffs. We've seen it in playoff settings. We've seen him in game 7s. And he showed up. And so he's just that dynamic of player. And I hate to say it because I love De'Aaron Fox, but there's like that's a separate tier. That's what you want De'Aaron Fox to be in the right moments. And Ja stepped up and been that. And he's been through a bunch of like self-imposed adversity, but he's gotten through it and he's on the other side of it now. So I'm happy we're getting to see it.
I don't know, Eddie, man. I don't think Fox is on a different tier than Ja Morant. I mean, the numbers bear something out. There is an aura that Ja has that I agree with that helps with that team. But player for player, I think De'Aaron Fox is on the same tier, if not a better player than Ja Morant. But I do give credit to Taylor Jenkins, and I do give credit to that front office for building that team as a cohesive unit. You know what I mean? Like, we talk a lot here about identity with the Sacramento Kings, and sometimes I think it's a little overblown. But when you compare it to something like what Memphis has, Memphis knows what they're doing every single time they step on the floor, and all 15 guys on that roster knows exactly how they're supposed to play, or else they're not going to play, or they're not even going to have a job. And that's something that's created by the coach and the general manager, having that cohesion. And Ja just takes that maybe to another level. But I think the foundation is a lot more solid and a lot more on the same page in Memphis than it is here in Sacramento. And that's where you get 19-9 and things like that.
Yeah, and it's a testament to that front office. I agree. Like, you look at the way they built that team, a couple of little small trades here and there, but a lot of draft picks. And a lot of draft picks from all over the place. Like, heralded college guys from overseas, guys late in the first round, guys you feel like you're taking a risk on. Even somebody like Dylan Brooks, who they eventually let go. That was a find, and they made something of that. So they've continued to put their style of player on the court with themselves. And Desmond Bane gets a big contract, and Jaren Jackson gets a big contract, defense player of the year. They've hit over and over and over. And, it's a testament to them. They're hanging around there. And a year like this year, where it feels like the West is wide open, that's the team you're looking at. Like, do we want to go over there and play 4 basketball games in Memphis in 2 weeks? Like, that's asking a lot. And as physical as they play, and as much as they work on defense, and again, then you gotta guard 12. And they're a fascinating team. I love watching them play.
I feel like the Clippers are in that same conversation.
Yeah, they are.
Maybe not as deep as Memphis is, but well coached, Ty Lue, and he's got a group of guys who play the way he wants them to. Mm-hmm. Maybe James is an exception, but James has been doing some things, and this is all without Kawhi Leonard. Yep. Maybe James is a slight exception to the way Ty Lue likes to play, but it's been working for them so far. Feels like everyone is finding a way to make things work.
Yeah, and it feels like they loaded back up on some more defensive guys this summer as well. And you bring Derek Jones Jr. over there, and what's Buddy's name got ejected last night. But they put this defensive identity on the court that you need. You need when you have James Harden at the top of that. And James still got some gas left on the tank, man. And he's able to make those guys an engine that works. And they had the versatility with Zubac to be a bigger team who's just bullying guys, and he's grown so much himself. And you get why they're sitting there going, man, if Claude comes back and he's close. You know, he doesn't have to be 18, 19 Kawhi, but if he's close, we can do a lot here. And very interested to see the dynamic when he does come back. I think, again, much like the Grizzlies, if the West is wide open and you got those guys and Kawhi's ready and he's healthy, and it's always that asterisk if Kawhi's healthy, dangerous team. And they're loaded up to guard wings all over the conference. They're loaded up to guard somebody like Luka. They've had their own wars with him already. Very dangerous team out there. And you know, they got their own arena finally, and then they get to own their little own area, because the other team out there is looking like it. I know they're 3-1 in their last 4 and all this good stuff, but it's looking bad out there. It's looking kind of bad.
Chris Dunn got ejected last night, by the way.
Chris Dunn started.
Providence's finest.
Yeah, Providence. Shout out Chris Dunn.
Quite a journey, by the way, from top 5 pick all the way back to the league and forging his identity. Like, credit to him. So Chris Dunn.
Shout out to him, man. I like to see that, man, because high expectations, maybe fell short of him, but didn't stop. You know, kept it, like you said, kept his journey, kept his marathon going, and here he is starting for a good team. Eddie, we talk about the Kings all the time, but you see the whole league, and what do you make of Milwaukee, man? You know, they've turned things around. Do you think it's real? They got a relative, you know, because it's still December, but they got a big game tonight. They play the Cavs, you know, and they just won the NBA Cup. Like, is it real? Are they back into Eastern Conference contender mode, or is this just, you know, a moment in time?
Did y'all enjoy the Cup? Did it feel as big, as important this year as it did last year? I don't know. I don't want to be the I know the.
You know what? I don't even think we talked about this. I didn't like the final. The Vegas thing might have run its course.
We got 2 blowouts in a row for the final, which kind of sucks in that sense. Last year,
and the scores were in like the 90s.
Yeah. I do think, you know,
the wind too hard.
It's December in Vegas. You know, it's not like it's the hot season out there, so it's just a little awkward. Neutral site NBA game, a little awkward. But no, I think that's a team that is slowly working themselves back into it. And I had to tip my hat to Giannis. He's been, if not the best player in the league this year, one of the 2, 3. Like, he's been absolutely unstoppable. If you don't love watching his game, like I don't, at some point you have to tip the hat to the results. Like, in that championship game, he was just so much stronger and like more aggressive than everybody else. And when he plays like that, when he does that to a team, it changed the game. Like, there was a whole different energy to that game. So I think they're turning it around. I still think they're going to have to deal with Boston, and that's its own thing. But they're in the right conference to turn it around if they want. They should still probably be aggressive, and probably will, in the trade market. And I heard some noise about Jimmy Butler. I don't know if I believe that, but they'll be picking around. They'll be trying to pick up some pieces. But the thing for them is it's not exactly breaking news, and it's been mentioned quite a bit, but like, the worst kept secret in a while in the league is, Giannis wants to see something happen. Giannis might be available at some point in the near future if things aren't happening. And I think he finally has like the confidence in the pool to push that button if need be. So they're giving it a good go. I think they're finding out their fit with Dame. And you know, when they beat a team like that, OKC, who is one of the 2-3 best teams in the league, kind of humbled them in front of everybody. It's good to see. I think getting Chris back, even in limited minutes, helps them, makes the offense a little more dynamic. And Doc loves those wings he's got, don't he? Like, those defensive wings he has on that team, and throwing them out there and saying, look, you can shoot a couple threes, but we need you to guard everybody. And he's figured out a way to make something of that team.
De'Aaron for Giannis. We got it. Make it happen. De'Aaron
or
for
go
Giannis.
get Giannis.
Well, that'll make I gotta imagine that'll make De'Aaron happy.
The Photoshop I seen was De'Aaron and Giannis in Brooklyn. So good luck with that.
Well, you know De'Aaron's with clutch, so inevitably there'll be a Laker Photoshop.
Your boy Rich, he was in the building last night.
Who was it? Kellerman? Who did the De'Aaron will be a? He said it to De'Aaron's face. You'll be a Laker in 5 years, anyways. Wasn't that Max? It was Max Kellerman, right?
Max Kellerman.
Yeah, he said it. I don't remember where they were, but De'Aaron was on set.
Oh man, this was. Oh my goodness, this was the year the Raptors and the Warriors played in the finals.
Well, why was De'Aaron there?
Because the season was over.
Yeah, just
I remember I was
vibes.
I was in Baltimore when that happened, and that was the game. We were watching game 1 of the finals, and I'm like, "What? De'Aaron was on what?"
Yeah.
And he was on there. He was on like FS1. He was on a couple of the
He
shows.
said we're gonna get you in a Laker uniform in 5 years or something. And De'Aaron was like, I don't remember what he said, but it got Kings fans happy.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago, though.
Did you guys argue about too many threes today, or no? You let JJ Reddick do it all?
You know, we haven't. It's in our notes. Like, what is going on? Like, LeBron held court about this yesterday.
Yeah, that was
Sacramento.
that was
JJ
weird.
talked about it. Adam Silver is talking about it. Like, what are we doing?
Twitter chatter just JJ had a great point, but that was my favorite JJ point on that long video. But like people elevate Twitter chatter to the point of like law. And he's like, yo, that doesn't matter. I don't know why our commissioner is talking about it.
That's crazy.
Right.
But
someone alerted Adam Silver, hey, they're talking about this on Twitter. And Twitter, God damn it, I'm going to talk about this in my conference.
So for the people to understand, the commissioner is only available to the media in a scrum like that setting twice a year, like the finals and now the cup. NFL is once, right? Super Bowl. So you only get these 3 minutes to talk to this guy biannually. And somebody decided to go, hey, are they shooting too many threes out there?
They hit him with the look, we're having a good time. But the meme of when they told Bush about 9/11, you seen that meme? They hit Adam. They're talking about too many threes. Threes. Got to talk about it. I think,
I don't get it.
I understand ratings is what's really driving this right now. It's like the lack of the ratings and the decrease in ratings and all this other stuff. I don't think there's any problem with the NBA. I think it's fine. I think it's December, and the NBA Cup, while it's not perfect, it's not great or anything like that, it's got people talking about NBA games a little bit more than what they normally would. You're playing the same games except for like 2. Like, sure, put some kind of stakes there. Like, it doesn't have to be the same as the NBA Finals. It just, we're a little quirk. Okay, cool.
I think a lot of threes is fine. Like, I think technically there's more dunks too in that aspect. That's what a lot of people were saying. To me, the thing is who's shooting the threes. Like, we'll watch Stephen Curry shoot threes all day, of course. But like, do we want to watch PJ Tucker shoot threes all day? Like, do we like some of these guys that are being told to throw up shots? I watched a game a week ago with the Suns and the Jazz, and Walker Kessler started the game with 2 threes. He made them both, like hat tip. But it was like, yeah, that's not exactly what we're here for. But to me, it's just so much variance on a night-to-night basis. Like, we end up with so many blowouts. At least it feels that way, anecdotally. I think that's the thing. And it's like a long conversation. The NBA is on top of all this stuff, and they know the ratings are a thing, but TV ratings are down all around, and our attention diverted everywhere. I don't think it's that much worse of a product. It's just Twitter loves to complain, man. Twitter loves to complain.
That's what Twitter's there for.
That also doesn't, just because the ratings are down, doesn't mean that they're not consuming the league at a high
That's
rate.
the other thing. I don't think people in 2024 understand ratings.
No,
like if you're looking at television, like you know what they do is they compare it to the NFL. That is like league wide, like sports league wide. That is a non-comparable entity. It is a 18, 17, 18, whatever it is, week season that is consumed in short order once a week. It is not the same as the NFL, as Major League Baseball, as the NHL, or any of that. It is a standalone entity that is unlike any other professional sports league. But when people see ratings, they compare it to that. Go, well, there's 100 million people watching this, and there's 10 million people watching this, or on a weekly basis, there's 18 million people watching this, and there's 2 million people watching it. Yeah, it's not the same thing.
Right.
Yeah, and I think this is a whole left field convo just about television consumption and the television business in general, and TV series are down, and all this stuff. And you're watching these in different ways. I watch some games, it feels like on Twitter, highlight by highlight sometimes. It's like, oh, okay, I'm following like that. People are on the move, people on the go. It's there's a lot to it. But you look at that new TV deal, and now they have new TV partners, and like business is booming. Don't worry. Like, don't you worry. So that's the real number that matters. And the bottom line is fine. If the bottom line wasn't fine, then we'll start seeing some drastic changes. Don't you forget it.
I thought it. I had it in my notes. I don't think I do. I think it went from 2 5.6 billion to 6.9 billion annually.
Mm.
They're fine.
There's a reason there was a line out the door for
Mhm.
potential partners, and enough bids high enough to beat out potential partners. By the way, long time, decades long partners. So the business is fine.
Merry Christmas, bro. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for
Yes, fellas,
being
go
with
listen to that
us.
SZA album, man. When y'all get off work, good tunes.
Is this finally out?
Did it come out?
Came out,
Okay.
real good, fire.
Okay, yeah, because I missed it. I looked for it at 9. I swear to God, I looked for it. I woke up this morning in the middle. I woke up in the middle of the night, 2 a.m. Not there. Went to work out 5 a.m. Not there. Like, all right, says it. Did it drop at 9? Did they do the Kendrick bit where it dropped at 9
Came
a.m.?
out at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon.
Oh, okay.
Pacific.
Well, all right.
And I tell you, over here in my house, they went to the gym. They said, I'm gonna play this in the gym. So
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
it was a rush out the door. But yeah, go listen to that, man. Enjoy your holidays, fellas. Talk to y'all
Yes, sir.
soon. Good seeing y'all always.
Yes, sir.
Always, big dog. Appreciate you, family.
That's our man Eddie Gonzalez right there. We'll come back. James Ham said the hell with us, so you know what that means.
Oh yeah.
Vibes are up. Stealing with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Nah, because I mean I'm not.
No, but I'd keep that in the back of your head if I were you. Keep that in the back of your head. Yeah. I can't believe SZA dropped that album. Oh, the Forest Hills 10th anniversary dropped too, because that wasn't out this morning. Oh man, there's some tracks on here. Come on, man. God bless it. They dropped some dimes today. Oh, where's oh, there she is. Oh, 30 for 30 with Kendrick. Okay. Oh, come on, man. Stop playing. Oh, come on, man. All right. Show's over. Show is over. Man, I got a couple of things to listen to. $38 tracks on here. She hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. That's 15 new songs, I think. Oh, yep, there it is. An instant classic grows by. How do you call this the SOX Deluxe and not just a brand new album? I don't know. I'm all about it though. I am all about it. Oh man, what a time. What a time it was. What a time it was. 916-909-1025 if you want to get into this conversation. I'm glad Eddie brought up that thing about the volume of threes. I'm not like really sure where all this conversation came from. I know the clip of LeBron James in Sacramento was circulating yesterday where he was talking about a ton of threes being shot. I was confused as to why Adam Silver addressed it. I didn't realize that this was a Twitter conversation that they were desperately trying to tie into, the ratings conversation, man. That's just absolutely insane to me. What made it even more crazier is Adam's talking about, we're evaluating the games, the way the game is being played. And, we hear all of the different complaints and, okay, so what are you going to do, bro?
Say goodbye to the corner three.
Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we going to go back to the pre 3-pointer? What are we going to do? Limit threes per game? Like, what are you talking about? We're evaluating the way the game is played.
I don't know if people actually like basketball now. I don't get what the issue is at this point.
I don't know what it is.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
You know what it is? People want what they can't have. It's like, okay, no, we need something else besides the three. Like, all right, dog. Like, so what do you want? You want more mid-range shots? You're saying there's too many missed threes in the game. What you want? More missed free throw line extended?
More Bill Lambiers out there now.
And the fact that Adam addressed this is insane to me.
I feel like that just kind of, I feel like the fact that they acknowledge it shows that they kind of buy into it a bit too.
Yeah, that shouldn't even have been a next question.
Yeah.
We're not having that conversation. And we're fine. We just signed a $11 billion TV deal. We're fine. Hell, we might shoot more threes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, next question. Yeah.
We need to teach Adam that art. We need to teach Adam the art of going, okay, dog.
Now,
okay, Chris Haynes.
Headed
over to Charlene's Beauty Supply, but I'm not talking about that.
Yeah. There are some things that I think is a little bit of an issue in the NBA. Like, I think
yes, the Kings losing. That's the issue.
That's a big issue right now. Goodness gracious. Can we get it? Do you think we get, don't flag me.
Whoa, you don't tell me how to ref my game, sir.
You think we get a beam for Christmas?
Yeah, okay.
What the hell is going on right now?
What else am I supposed
What
to
are we
say?
doing?
I don't
What else
know.
am I supposed to say?
What are we doing?
I don't. Yeah, you know what? You're out of here. Friday, go ahead and take the weekend off.
It's like
now.
your third personal foul.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You don't throw a flag on this. I'm just gonna punch the guy in the face right now.
Man,
How else am I supposed to say it?
Are the Kings gonna win?
Yeah.
No, that's
Was
not
it
the
that
same.
hard?
What are you
That's
talking
not the
about?
same.
Yeah.
That's not the
Hey,
same.
you guys think the Kings are gonna
That-
win
that-
before
that-
Christmas?
That don't have the same impact. That's boring.
Now you're talking about
Come on.
impact.
Yeah, now you're Antonio Brown taking your dumb uniform off, running on the sideline right now.
Do you think? And look, I'll classify Detroit as Christmas.
Spectre, do they light the beam? You could have said that.
Well, do they light the beam for Christmas?
Do they what?
Do they light the beam for Christmas? Like, because the whole point is, do they win before Christmas?
That's how you could have phrased it.
Yeah.
Do they light the beam?
What did Jesse say earlier this week? Do they win before Christmas? What Jesse say?
Remember what? I don't know.
Sports talk is boring.
Oh yeah.
Well, don't get mad when the ref throws flags on you. Okay.
Well, no. Because I told him I'm about to travel. Don't call them.
That's not how it works, sir.
Oh,
that's not how it works.
do
Do
you
I
guys-
think the Kings get a win this weekend? Yes, I do.
I do too.
Why?
think
I don't know, because I'm an idiot.
I think they split the two games.
I
Asking
actually-
to win both would.
I actually think they lose to the Lakers.
I could see it. Indiana won last night. Quiet as kept. They're starting to play better.
Well, maybe they beat the Lakers and lose to the
Either
Pacers.
one wouldn't be good.
No, absolutely wouldn't.
And not even.
What are
just for
they
the
staring
standing.
at? 1-4?
Well, no. Even for the standings, that's one thing. In your record, that's one
Oh.
thing. I don't want to lose to the Lakers or Tyrese.
Right.
Neither
Oh,
one is
here's
good.
an interesting question. Who do you want to lose to least?
Oh,
Tyrese.
This man wants his Lakers to pick up a victory.
There's a chance. Hold on.
You guys rather lose to Tyrese and the Pacers?
Yeah, there's a chance. We haven't even hit rock bottom yet. It might be Tyrese Halliburton
That's what I'm
dropping
saying. You
40
got-
on the Kings. It's like, yeah.
Well,
it's
see,
over
the
with.
difference in that, though, is things would have leveled out the night before because you would have beaten the Lakers. Not leveled out. No one would have felt great. Rock bottom won't be losing on the second night of a back-to-back. Unless, of course, you lost on the first night of a back-to-back.
there's that.
Then rock bottom just gets a little bit more beneath the
But
earth.
look, y'all want to lose to Tyrese and the Pacers?
No, I want the
We've
Kings.
seen them lose to the Lakers. That happens from time to
Yes,
time.
but if they beat the Lakers, that has more impact than if they beat San Antonio. I mean, I'm sorry, if they beat Indiana.
If they lose to the Lakers, it's just
It's
done.
you've lost 3 games
Yeah.
against the Lakers, by the way, if that happens. I know it's tough for you to root against the Lakers, but you might just have to take the L. You wouldn't even take a fictitious L. Wow.
Damn, I ain't trying to lose Tyrese. And what if Mr. Halliburton's there? You know he's gonna be talking crazy.
Oh, Mr. Halliburton, and he's as he should.
But then Laker fans gonna be talking
Well,
crazy.
well,
like
but
they
if
were
I
last night.
if I was Mr. Halliburton, I wouldn't talk too crazy.
Cash Digital Media.
They have the
brings up a
same
good
record
point.
as the Kings.
And they probably feel a lot different right now.
They sure do.
Rock bottom is Buddy Hield coming to the Golden One Center and lighting them up.
Well,
Well,
I think they play Golden State.
Have we played the Warriors yet?
No, but they play them. I think the first game is on the 5th. It's on a Sunday. I was gonna try and go to the game. It's in it's not Golden One though.
Oh, yeah, Sacramento at Golden State. 5:30 on Sunday.
Maybe Buddy's traded by then.
First night of a back-to-back.
Oh joy.
Miami the next night in Sacramento.
This is awful. By the way, we've talked a lot about De'Aaron Fox and is he the guy, possible trades, all this other stuff. I just want to take the time to say happy birthday, De'Aaron Fox.
This is your life.
I just want to say happy birthday. We love you.
This is the worst
Happy
This Is Your
birthday,
Life
brother.
episode ever.
Oh, man. Let's bring out De'Aaron's high school girlfriend. That is
I
hilarious.
saw someone in the
love you,
chat say it,
Fox.
but I was like, we'll just leave that be.
I forgot. I saw that earlier this morning. I forgot it. It is his birthday.
Well, they said it like 96 times last night.
Happy birthday, De'Aaron. I think number one, everything that's gone on today is part of it. It's part of it. I truly believe that nobody here wants De'Aaron to go anywhere, or we want it to work with De'Aaron Fox, but it's not working right now. So these questions and these topics come up. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. You know what I mean? And you've got to understand that. You just got to understand when you're 13 and 15, everything is on the table. Like there isn't one thing that we've talked about De'Aaron Fox and whether he's the guy. We've talked about possibly trading. We've talked about Keegan Murray possibly being traded, DeMar DeRozan being traded, Mike Brown being fired, Monty McNair being fired. There has not been one thing that is off limits for talking today, and it's perfectly fair when a team is 13 and 15. If you don't like it, don't be 13 and 15.
Facts. Shout out to Marvin Bagley's boy. Facts.
What was that show
Earl,
called?
Earl was his name.
Earl, that's right. What
was halfway decent?
Halfway decent. I think he did one episode, and that was it.
Yeah.
Halfway decent. How ironic.
They had the podcast starter pack where it's a black curtain behind you, black table, got the mics, and then a couple of ferns.
And he had the nerve to be bewildered why people were like, "Hey, bro, you shouldn't like that comment about getting Marvin out of sack or something." So I don't know why people were making a big deal out of this.
That was a fun time.
All right.
Earl, and then the girl who would go on Twitter.
Alexis.
Oh, Earl and Alexis. God damn it. Where are Earl and Alexis right now?
And one time, because I looked at Alexis, and so she was like a designer or something as well. Young black lady, in this industry.
I felt it at my time, man. You know, if there's friction with my people, my Kings fan base, and her or whatever, like mediate the waters one time. So, you know, I hit her up. I was like, hey, like, I just want you to understand why people are upset. Like, and I explained it. Can you understand why people are upset? Not saying it's right or wrong, but just understand. No, I don't understand at all. All right, man, I tried. I'm trying here, but you don't even want to look at both sides of the situation. So, all right.
It's a great point from Soren I forgot about. Marvin was like, it's my Twitter. I can like whatever I want to. It's my Twitter. All right, Marvin. He's right.
What times were worse? Today or those times?
The AAU Kings or this time?
Oh, man.
That was awful. That was awful.
We had dads fighting.
Now everyone's mad. Now everyone's mad. Sammy says we can't lose. De'Aaron will be finished. It's no other all-star level guard that can replace him. People need to relax. Y'all sound stupid. All right. Kieran and yo, chill out, Marv.
That's his boy. That's his boy.
Oh, we love you, Securing the Bagley.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, so here's the other thing, because I'm kind of in this camp, and I think about things this way. People, you have to make a move. I don't think a move is coming anytime soon. And here's the other thing about it. Say Monty and Wes are on the phone today. We got to make a move. What incentive does Brooklyn have to make a move right now? Without fielding other offers, just because Monty called?
Well, they don't.
That's what I'm saying. Like Monty, hey, you saw what happened last night. We lost. Hey, we're ready to trade for Cam Johnson. They're like, all right, well, we'll talk to you later about it. Like,
that's not okay. What are you proposing?
Well, it's the Trey Lyles and Herter that we talked about.
Bye.
At that point, you're just not getting Cam Johnson then. But are you talking about like
Finney
he's not?
Smith?
Okay, send me those two guys for Finney Smith.
Well, no, in my mind, all right, you're offering Lyles and Herter.
I'm gonna be honest.
All right, I'll call you back.
I'm gonna be honest
because I think I might be able to get more than that. I'll call you back.
Let's see. Lyles is expiring. I like that. Why don't you send me Keon instead?
For DFS?
Think about it. I don't.
Send me Keon instead, and we'll call Dorian and have him pack his bags.
Okay, so Monty is so desperate. All right, fine. Yes. Is that a good trade for the Kings?
It's a trade. Yeah, I mean,
you didn't even negotiate.
Well, no, I'm saying because that's what everybody went. Like, there is no negotiation.
No, because you traded the
everybody's
wrong
like,
yeah, you probably traded the wrong.
So now we're
but here's
here's
the problem.
There is no negotiation. Everybody says something has to be done now.
So do you mean like when you say like you don't see a move happening? Do you mean at all, or just till we get to the trade deadline? Because if a move doesn't happen like at all with this team, then I'm sorry, this is cooked.
I would say at least by the first of the year, at least. Because once again, what incentive?
First of the year, it's December 20th.
About a week and a half.
About 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
You want a deal to be done?
No, I'm saying I don't think anything happens.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
don't think
misunderstood.
anything
Okay,
happens
got you.
At least until the first of the year.
Got you.
Because once again, what incentive does Brooklyn have to rush and make a trade right now?
Well,
I don't think that's the problem either. That's fine. I think that's fine. You don't have to do it like right now, but it's just a matter of you have to do something though at some point.
But
before the trade deadline.
And I understand that. But my point with the whole thing is, what are you going to do in that meantime, Sacramento Kings? Like, if you're sitting around waiting, oh, we just don't have enough. All right, well, you got like 10 games to play before anything real is. What are you going to do? Because if you are still crying about that and worrying about that 10 games later and you've gone 2-8 in the 10 games, then, well, what are we making a move for at that point? You're finished.
Cry me a river. Tune into 102.5 today. It's 4:00.
Flashback Friday. You know the vibes.
Justin Timberlake tickets.
But then at that point, what you trading probably looks completely different. in your direction for trade. So my whole point is you can't just fall apart waiting for a different somebody to come walking through that door. Like you're in the meantime, you're as a collective, the coaches, the players, you guys are gonna have to find a way to play better.
Mm-hmm.
That's true, but I mean, Monty also like he's on the clock at this point. Like you gotta like I feel like the way we felt about I'd be curious to know how they felt, but the way we felt after the game yesterday, I wonder if they see it the same way Monty McNair. You have to know like this isn't working at all. My time is running out as far as this roster. Like I get the whole what leverage does Brooklyn have, but we've been playing the excuse game with Monty McNair for 5 years, whatever you want to call it. At some point, you got to just do your job. You got to just make it happen. It's not fair the same way it's not fair to De'Aaron Fox to lead this team from being 13 and 15. Like Monty just has to do it.
I think they yeah, they feel that way.
So we have spent, well, about 3.5 hours on De'Aaron Fox. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, my guy.
Is there a chance Mike is the problem?
Yeah. There is a chance.
I don't think so. I think you could play Jay Crowder and all that. It's fine. You could try it, but like, let's all be real here. It's probably not going to work out. There's no instance where this team mix and match whatever you want is going to be what we expected before the season.
Okay.
But
what problems these? Sorry,
I'm saying, but can you be better? That's where I always kind of bring it back to.
You could be a game better, maybe, but we're just that's whatever at this point. You're not reaching the expectations. Like that, I feel like that's what matters. You're not reaching the expectations you had before the season.
Those guys, but I don't think the roster is like great, and there's work that needs to be done. But we talk about talent and all this other stuff. You look at the Clippers roster. Oh man, it's not heads and shoulders better. And Ty Lue has them boys playing.
Mm-hmm.
Ty Lue has those guys locked in. They listen to him.
That's a championship head coach.
Come on, man. That's the other aspect.
That's not a shot at Mike. Mike is not a championship head coach. Mike is a championship coach.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a championship head coach.
If these guys aren't listening to Mike, then give me new guys.
You know, that's the part that I am stuck on is like, yeah, and I think we used to do this with Luke. You haven't earned the right to not listen to anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all stink. And if you're not listening, you're not getting anywhere. That's the other thing. If y'all have tuned out Mike, this is where it's gotten you.
If they've tuned out Mike, this is not a team full of winning basketball players, so we might as well just start over. They're not winning players.
It is worth repeating. This is a hypothetical. We do not.
Yeah.
But
if that's the case, then they're not winning players.
And that's like what both of you guys just said. That's my whole point. Like, what purpose? What does it serve you not to listen to the coach or not execute what he's saying? Because at the end of the day, you all look bad.
Right. Yeah.
You're not winning. You look like a losing basketball team. It serves no purpose to not go out there and execute.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you like, maybe it's easy for me to say, even if you don't necessarily believe in the strategy or whatever, find a way to make something work. Because if you're just tuning somebody out and not working hard or just not executing, you're losing and it's not helping anybody. So try to find a way to work through it or do whatever you have to do to get wins. I guarantee you, if you said to hell with what you're talking about, Mike Brown, and freestyled and did what you're doing and you won games, I'm not going to say Mike wouldn't care, but would he care?
You guys,
like if you weren't listening and you end up winning 7 straight, like would Mike bench DeRozan or somebody because he's not listening? No.
We're seeing it over and over at this point. Do you think they're tuning Mike out, or do you think they're not capable?
Capable of like being good,
of being doing what he's asking, of executing, like doing literally what he's asking. We're press conference after press conference, post game.
Man,
he's giving us basketball lessons.
I don't think either one is true, but if I had to pick one, it would be their tuning. He's not asking for, like, these guys know what they're supposed to be doing.
Let's run Matt George back again. This from last night. Matt George, ABC 10. Here's Mike Brown.
Mike, forgive the bluntness.
No, you good.
This week, kind of a lot of talk, not a lot of action. We've heard what your challenges are to the guys. They're saying the right things, at least in front of the media, and then we're not seeing the results necessarily on the floor. I know there's the contract that you have all the guys sign up saying they're 100% engaged and bought into what we're doing. Are you seeing that with this team action-wise, other than just words?
No, right. I mean, it's evident we're not seeing it action-wise. I mean, it is what it is. And that's why, I didn't yell at the guys because there's nothing to yell about. They know exactly what we have to do. It's whether or not we can go do it. And tonight we didn't go do it. And so somehow, some way, again, starts with me. Somehow, some way, I got to figure out how to get them to do it by continuing to drill it, by continuing to show them on film. And if need be, I got to try to find somebody else that can do it.
Wanted to make sure we got to Ashley. Yeah, wanted to make sure we got Ashley up here to shout out Ashley. Shout out Matt George for the great question right there, and ABC 10 as well. He's basically, I think Saturday's game will be kind of fascinating because it's it's not a back-to-back in the traditional sense. It's the back-to-back games against the same opponent in short order. That last line there at the end of that answer from Mike Brown is, if need be, I need to find guys who can do it. Well, bro, you couldn't find guys that could do it. Last night, you asked the question, what the hell happened to J-Mac? You going to turn to J-Mac? You going to turn to Jay Crowder instead of Alex Lynn? Just because Jay might be a little, not that, Alex Lynn, a tough dude. Jay's going to bring a different level of, he's going to bring a different level of physicality. How often do these guys talk about lacking physicality? How often have they credited physicality for victories? Jay got it. Okay. What's Mike going to do different? And I'm talking specifically about Mike Brown because there's obviously a million questions to ask about the plays. What's Mike going to do different? What adjustment is he going to make in a series situation where you have a game, quick break, and you have a game against the same opponent right after that? Didn't have to travel, didn't have to do anything. You play the same opponent tomorrow night, and you just told your media, if these guys can't do it, I've got to find someone else who can. I point that out because he's not talking about Cam Johnson or Dorian Finney-Smith or someone on another team, because he's already made it clear that comes from Monty and Wes. I got to work with what I have. He's talking about Colby Jones and Doug McDermott and J-Mac, Jordan McLaughlin, that crew right there, Jay Crowder. That's who Mike's talking about. Does he follow through with that tomorrow night? Does he try to find the guy who could do it for him guys?
He should. I think we should see Jay Crowder tomorrow and moving forward.
I'm with you. I agree.
I wouldn't, I know he's out of the league and, borderline washed. I wouldn't mind seeing Doug McDermott. I definitely wouldn't mind seeing Jordan McLaughlin. I know he's kind of short and creates, there's matchup problems or something like that. But yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it. Hell, he can match up with Gabe Vincent. Not everybody on the court is 6'9".
Yeah.
Like there's guys that he can match up with out there, and he provides a level of leadership and basketball IQ and shooting ability. Like, why not? And when we talk about those guys, here's the thing. When we talk about those guys, those are fringe NBA guys right now at this point in their career.
One quick thing. I was thinking this. Happy birthday to Sean Cunningham.
Oh, happy
Sean
birthday,
and De'Aaron
Sean
have the
Cunningham.
same birthday. Yeah, happy birthday to our guy
big ups
Sean
to our guy
Cunningham.
Sean. There's a lot of other teams that are out there playing fringe NBA guys off their bench, and they're contributing and they're being successful. Because they're giving them an opportunity, or they're giving them a consistent opportunity, or a way to
to find their groove.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe it's time to try that, Mike. Maybe it's time to try that. And if you're that, desperate for defense, put those guys out there. I know we get our jokes off or whatever about you get your jokes off, but put Kobe Jones back out there. I thought Kobe Jones on Monday, worked hard and played hard.
Yeah,
like that should have earned
You're
him
right.
another opportunity to play.
Yeah, so did Jordan McLaughlin when he played. And here's what I was just looking at, and we have clips. Mike Brown talked. I do want to hear this. It's I don't know what's on here, but I do want to hear I guess everybody got birthday wishes. I want to hear that as well. But I was looking at. I saw someone in the chat. Forgive me for not starring it, but someone asked if there is a starting lineup change coming tomorrow. And it's like, all right, let's look at this real quick. Scanning the lineup. Sure. The guy who should be pulled out of the starting lineup based on plays, Keegan Murray. Who are you replacing him with? You're not. And the idea that you're just going to keep flip-flopping the 2 position thinking that's going to make some sort of difference is ridiculous. I love Keon Ellis. Don't put him in the starting lineup. It's not going to make a difference. This thing's gotta run a little bit. But if they start out bad again on Saturday, yeah, I'll have some more questions. This is a very lengthy press conference, so we'll just kind of check in here.
Of course, I've given through
Mike
the
Brown
struggles. Just how
today.
important is that positivity and perhaps any optimism that you and belief that you have in the guys to turn things around?
I don't know. I'm not gonna walk around here gloomy, but I'm gonna try to tell the truth. I can be wrong sometimes. I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm gonna tell them the truth. I'm gonna tell my staff the truth. I'm gonna own up when I'm out of pocket too or wrong, because we're all accountable. But just because we're not playing well and we're going through a tough stretch, I'm not gonna walk around here drooping or no. It's our job to go win, and we need to try to correct the things we can do to go win. And while we're not in it, I'm gonna treat you and him and her just like they're human beings, because that's what everybody is. So it's just me right now. But again, I told them the truth. We watched film. I told them the truth, and I'm gonna keep telling them the truth. But I'm not gonna be mopey about it.
What was your reaction to watching the film?
It was tough, because we talked about the things that we wanted to game plan for or take away, and we didn't do a great job with it. And I said this, I thought it was probably our worst passing game of the year, and statistically, even I was just about watching the film, statistically it was backed up. We averaged 231 passes a game this year, which isn't bad. It's down by about 15 or so passes from last year, which isn't bad. We had 197 last night. We had 197 passes last night, and we averaged 231. That's huge. When you're passing the ball 40 less times than what you average, and it was a telltale sign. We also, in the second quarter, we had 25 possessions, I think Jay said. And of those 25 possessions, 12 of them, we had nobody touch the ball except for the guy bringing it up on half of the possessions. And, you do stuff like that. And we told our guys it's a delicate thing, because we have guys that can go get a bucket. We have guys that can go make plays like that. We don't want to stop them from doing that. So what we told them is you got to feel the game, and also you got to know the team. If you move the ball versus most teams, sooner or later they're going to stop rotating, or their rotations are going to get later and later and later as the ball gets reversed and as you touch the paint. And so you have to have a feel for the flow of the game. If you got it going, come up, take a quick three. Come up, take a good midi. We were 3 for 15, I think, during the game when it came to middies. So you got to feel whether or not that thing is working right now to be able to bring it up, not let anybody else touch it and shoot the ball. And so that, for me, was just as disappointing as some of the game plan things we didn't do a good job of. We did as bad as we played defensively, we did enough to win. We didn't box out, and we sent them to the free throw line. We turned the ball over. And now you add all that with 197 passes when we average 230 something, and it's a tough night for you.
That was about. I just hit. That was one answer.
That was not a 10-second.
That was. He is. I feel like. I really feel like you can gauge the level of Mike, because Mike Brown is pretty even keel. We've gotten a few behind the scenes looks of videos at practices where he's barking a little bit, but in front of the media, he's very even. And I think one way that you can tell Mike is frustrated is how long his answers are. Again, that was a 3-something minute answer. I think back to is it Denver? The press conference after the Denver game. He talked like 3 straight minutes. His opening monologue, if you will, was 3 minutes. And I know Kings fans were frustrated last night. I got a text before it happened from Jit. She was like, I swear to God, I don't want to hear
congrats to them or tip your hat to the Nuggets.
And that's how it started. Congrats to the Lakers. They did what they were supposed to do. We know, Mike. That's why they won. I want Mike to turn the table over. Turn it over.
Do a Brian Kelly. Remember Brian Kelly's? We just can't figure it out.
I don't think Brian Kelly has an accent. He has a fake accent.
That's what I did.
That's right. He's got the fake accent. Good call. Yes. And stormed off.
How do you think
That's what Mike needs to do.
How do you think Mike
storm off
feels about this group? Because I feel like yesterday post game's like, yeah, it starts with me, and I got to get them to listen and all that. I feel like that's just coach speak for I don't know what the hell to do at this point, bro.
Mike just needs to be like, these guys suck. Walk away. And it's just yell. Just yell. He's walking out the door.
And there goes Damian. He's really leaving.
It's brown truck.
Brown truck for real.
That's how he needs to do these press conferences. We can't get to the free throw line. What do you want?
Hey, I mean,
let's show up Monday. I'm waiting on Monty. What more do you guys want from me?
Well, do you also at the same time, you get paid a lot of money to figure this out. If it was just waiting for the general manager to get players, then anybody could coach. And I don't think that's the case. I think there is a, level of pivoting that you got to do as a coach and understanding your players and understanding your message and, and how to get your message to them. Like, I'm sure they communicate or whatever. Maybe there needs to be another type of talk. Maybe there needs to be a talk with your captains together. Maybe the whole team. And say, hey, this is what's going on. And maybe this is all could have already happened. But then forget the X's and O's for a second. What's going on? Let's have real talk. Talk to me.
How do you guys feel?
Well, talk to me. I'll talk to you. And we'll keep it within the lines of respect, but let's talk.
How long can you talk though? How many times can you talk? Because this isn't like last year they didn't make the playoffs. Last year they didn't play well and all that. Like how long can it be to where it's like, you know what? Maybe you should move to Brooklyn and I'll go my separate ways here. Where it's just time where this just isn't working at this point. We could talk. It's not happening.
Wait, who's moving to Brooklyn in this scenario?
Whoever. All I know is Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith are coming here.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I mean,
because we're not talking about new problems, by the way. Like these aren't new. No. These are problems from last year before. Like nothing is new here.
No, I mean, but
Drew Downs just says, just keep talking until it works.
Sometimes sometimes, or people are going to be gone. But
didn't we have the players only meeting too early or whatever? Or they did like the meeting where it was uncomfortable or something like
was
that.
that the Trey Lyles one, or was that last year?
And there was something. There was something this year where I think they were talking about. Oh yeah, it was uncomfortable
Malik
for
said
some.
he was going to talk when they got to
Oh
Minnesota.
yeah. You're right.
We didn't hear anything more about that.
You're right.
But
well, Jay Gaden has taught everyone don't ask. They ain't gonna tell you.
But and once again, what Jesse has said and others have said about Monty needs to do something or you need a roster. I'm not here to even tell you that you're wrong at all. I'm just saying you got games before that happens. What are you going to do? Like I said, I'll just throw out a number, 10 games. You got 10 more games before something might happen. What are you going to do in 10 games? Your season can be over in 10 games. And then what are we trading a first-round pick for Cam Johnson for? Our season is over now. What are you going to do in 10 games, 10, 12 games? You got to figure it out.
See, that's tough because honestly, like this 5-game stretch, the way they've started the first 2 games, I have to see them probably going 1-4 or something.
I could see that too. This first 2 games,
I don't think
that told me what I need to know about this
Yeah.
team. It has soured me on this team. I have no confidence in them.
I just don't think that I've given up on this team. I don't think there's a improvement or there's no games to win. There's no 3 out of 2 in your next 5. It's I'm done with this team.
So
as far as
if that's the case, then what are we even thinking about trading a first round pick or anybody for Cam Johnson?
I don't mean blow it up. I just mean as far as whoever's on the bench, this iteration of the bench, this iteration of starters. It's just this team is not working. It's just not. I don't think they're gonna figure it out. It's just not gonna work. It's a matter of all right, Monty, you're the next move. There's no talks. There's no whatever. We're past that at this point. We're all past all of that. Which is kind of bad because, like I said, like the point you brought up earlier is like the Nets don't have to make up a move. Like the Kings might just have to deal with this for the time being till something happens.
The Nets can shop. They don't have to take Monty's. They're like, oh,
here's the thing
well,
about
we know
Brooklyn.
we have that in our back pocket. Let's go see.
Well,
what
here's
else
the
we
thing
can
about Brooklyn. They don't have to do anything.
That too. They're starting to lose games too.
Well,
because that's what they really
yeah,
want.
they don't have to do a single thing.
So that Monty can come and say what he says. They're like, Monty, this is nice talking to you. I appreciate you. We'll keep that in consideration. And they know that's not going nowhere. We got that in our back pocket. Let's see if we can get more for Finney Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Worst case scenario, until Monty does what he allegedly did with Utah and said, look, deal's off. Like, we're not just holding this up anymore. Until he does that, they could just, all right, cool. Thanks for the information. We'll keep that in mind. We'll get back to you. And in the meantime, the Kings got a back-to-back on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. So fix it quick. We'll come back. We'll hear a little bit more of what Mike Brown said. We'll hear from DeMar DeRozan as our 4th hour of the Sacramento Kings loss last night rolls along here. Also, Elk Grove Kia Talk line open for you. It's Steeler and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You know what? This is really random just because this game is on. So I'll acknowledge is the Florida Gators football. They're up 19-0 right now in Tulane. They're 7-5. They're probably going to go to 8-5 on the season. Tip of the hat to that coach, because we had him fired week 1, and people were on Instagram Live in the locker room talking about how much this is trash, and going 8-5 and winning a bowl game on December 20th is not Florida's goal. But big ups to that coach and those kids, man. They end up having a positive season. They had a couple of good wins too. I think they beat LSU. They beat somebody. I like to see that in sports. Theme of the day. You have some adversity, you got a fork in the road, and you can go one way or the other. They went towards, we're going to turn our season around best we can. Notre Dame rather easily.
Yeah, you might have to run that one alone. I don't think I'd get home in time.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't either. Yeah, I wouldn't. What, 3:00? They probably be done by 5:30. Get out of it. And then I never leave right away. If you try to leave right away at the end of the game, that's another hour to get out of Doco. Corey, that's actually pretty interesting. I don't think that really works because Keegan's your best perimeter defender. But Sabonis and Turner did play together before. Yeah, Jonathan, that's one of the things we've talked about. I mean, that's got to be fixed, man. They got to stop falling into these deficits.
All right, let's hear a little bit more from Mike Brown today following practice as the Kings get ready to take on the Los Angeles Lakers for a second time tomorrow night at the Golden One Center.
You mentioned how like the slow starts can give a team confidence the last round of the game. How much did you feel like that was the case yesterday?
It's I mean, it's always the case, whether it happened yesterday against Denver, if it happens tomorrow, if it happens 10 games from now. Anytime you allow, and sometimes you're just going to go miss, but the way we allowed them to score helped boost their confidence. Like, we'd reach when we don't need, they're about to take a tough shot, just wall up and have them shoot over you. And if they make it, they make it. Don't reach, especially on guys that aren't necessarily scorers, and send them to the free throw line. The kid Matt Christie's going to be a great player. You can see his length and his athleticism. But I wonder how many free throw attempts he averages a game. I think he had 8 last night. That's like LeBron averages 6 or 7 a game, and Max Christie gets 8. So, knowing when to send those guys to the free throw line and when not to is huge. We can't reach when he's going to take a tough shot early in the game. It gives him confidence. Can't leave a guy like Gabe Vincent, who's shooting at the great shooter, but he's struggling a little bit, shooting 26% from the floor, from the three, prior to last night's game. You can't leave him open on his first shot and let that go in. I mean, these guys are pros. Now they gain the confidence that they need to gain, and it's hard to shut that water off as the game goes along.
Teams go on runs. I'm glad you brought that up about Gabe.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Three. And of course, he might hit one. But how do you get to the point where you can stop the next 20?
By the way, that was a 2.5 minute answer from Mike.
Again, he's a great shooter. That's how he made his money. That's why Miami took a chance on him. He could shoot the ball. But there are guys that are struggling from time to time in their career, and right now he shoots 26% from the three. And if you allow his first shot to be wide, like we didn't even get a hand up. And the backup center from Boston, I don't even know if he's still there. Remember how he had no chance to block it, but he just jumped in the air. Cornette, like 20 feet from the guy. He just jumped in there. Like, we didn't forget the jump. We didn't even do this to him. He was literally wide open, set his feet, shot it, and just caught bottom net. So it's next to Tony. If you have a chance to watch it, we go back. They were, first of all, one of them was off an offensive rebound that if we boxed out, he'd have to get the dagger 3. Okay. But his next couple were highly contested. He had one in front of our bench that Keon deflected the pass, so Gabe had to reach for it. Keon closes. Keon's pretty long too. He closes, he contests. Gabe's falling. Boom. But this is just my opinion. Again, I don't have all the answers. That first one goes in. He gets that first one as comfortable and wide open as he is. It's just it adds a confidence level that he has throughout the course of the game. The belief, and so trying to make them feel us without sending them to the free throw line unnecessarily to start the game is huge. And sometimes you're going to make shots, sometimes you're going to miss shots, but don't let the game be easy for them to where their confidence increases. How about you?
Oh, that's why Mike's media scrum today was 15 minutes. He answered 3 questions in 7 minutes and 17 seconds. And for those that are watching, that's that look right there is how he feels about this basketball team.
I need
right
that
now.
Dr. David. Somebody.
Man, he's
need
about
that one
it.
right there.
Goodness.
But I'm
gracious.
sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize this, and it just threw me for a loop when I saw this. You mean to tell me I lost on my Max Christie lineup because they sent him to the line 6 times last night? Why are we ever fouling Max Christie?
5 of 6 from the foul line, too.
1 of 3 from the field. He made 1 field goal.
And 5 free throws. 3 offensive rebounds. 3. The man had 1 defensive rebound. But 3 offensive rebounds.
Lack of intensity from the Kings too often last night. Lack of physicality.
But man, say that second part again.
Lack of physicality.
Man, how many times, dog?
Too many times. Enough times that you're 13 and 15.
Can this switch flip? Like they just credited. What game was it? Like De'Aaron was talking about physicality after the game. Maybe it was the Pelicans. That was the last win they got. Maybe it was the Pelicans. Maybe it was. I can't imagine it was one of the blowouts, but maybe it was. They were talking about being more physical. They were talking about that with a little bit of pride. Maybe they were talking about that with the San Antonio one, given that they had already lost to San Antonio this year. Maybe it was that one, but they were talking about physicality. Like it's the. Hey man, it seems like our show does really well when we talk about the Kings for an extended period of time. But tomorrow we open up with the stadium in Las Vegas. Or this stupid ESPN article I read about the worst football deals in the last 4 years.
That was interesting, too.
It was interesting. That's why it was in the notes. But it's like, hey, we acknowledge something works. When we do this, it works. But the next day, oh, man, we're the only show in this country, I'm certain, that has not at some point brought up the Chargers versus the Broncos. By all accounts, a fantastic football game. I wouldn't know because I was watching that nonsense. They seem to know what works. They acknowledge what works in real time. Oh, we got to do more of this. This is what we talk about. This is what we work on. And then it comes back around and you don't do it. And I don't know. And that's been the focal point of the last 4 hours. Is that Mike? Is that De'Aaron? Is that Domas? Is that the Kings? Is that Monty? Is it Wes? Is it Vivek? Is it Anjali? I don't know whose fault this is. They seem to have a very clear understanding of what's failing them. They seem to be able to address it at certain points. Sometimes the team looks legit sleepy, and I don't know I don't know what you do for that. These guys need more naps. I don't know, man.
I don't know what they what they can do about that.
Well.
I don't feel like they can change it. I don't think this group can. I got to stay consistent with how I feel, and I know the 5 games aren't over, but I said this 5-game stretch was going to tell me a lot about who this team was.
Yeah.
And it's not just the losses. It has a lot to do with it, but the way they've lost these games, these 2 games. They look lifeless for a better part of the first quarter, and then they battle back, but they can't close things out. And I don't have the confidence that they can fix what they need to fix to turn this thing around.
I wasn't happy, especially because they were in position to win the game, but I didn't feel terrible after the Denver game. Like, it hurt. Like, you had a chance to win that. You probably should have won it. Man, this was gutting. This was a different type of loss, a completely different type of loss, but this is where you look at the team different.
Well, check this out. We talked after the Denver loss about DeMar DeRozan's reaction on the court, about Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox on the podium, and Sabonis and Jay Triano and all this other stuff.
Yep.
You got to ask the question now, did that game break them? We saw a level of
Kevin O'Connell's writing the article right now.
We saw a level of frustration from them that we hadn't seen so far this year. And I didn't see this live. Just was rewatching the broadcast, and after this game, they panned to De'Aaron Fox sitting on the bench, and just takes this 7 to 10 seconds, and has his face in a towel, he's just sitting there. I don't think he said like what's
thinking
up to
about living in LA.
I don't think he said what's up to anybody, and just kind of walked off. Is this team, goes back to what we talked about earlier, is this team tough enough to fight through what they're going through? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
I'm not sure they're mentally, emotionally, tough enough to fight through this type of adversity. Do they even want to? Some of it is like when you play on some of these teams, and we talk about like how much they seem to care about each other. They seem to like each other. Sometimes that's enough for you guys to buckle down and try to turn things around. You sit up there at some point and you say, man, I love these guys. I love playing with you guys. I don't want our season to fall apart. I don't want our season to end. And they galvanize because of that type of stuff. Does this team even want their season to turn around? Are they so frustrated with, whoever, front office, coach, players, whatever, that they don't even have the motivation to try and turn this around as a collective, as a group? Yeah, individuals may want to, for sure. I'm not questioning that. But like coming together as a group, are you willing to do the difficult work, the hard work, to come back together as a group and try and turn this season around? I don't know.
Let's hear what DeMar had to say following practice. Debo.
Was last night kind of, what is the level of disappointment after last night?
After every loss, it's a level of disappointment, but I don't know. Yeah, it sucks. It's frustrating. I feel like when we lose, we kind of had the same dialogue about being disappointed. Should have did this. This should have happened. Blah blah blah. I think you just got to get to a point now. We just got to do it and let us doing what we need to do be the result of the topic of the conversations. Going forward, because it's more so even disappointing to continue to have the same conversations over and over.
You guys had such high expectations, and I know it's still an early start to the season, not Christmas yet, but from that standpoint, just how shocking this is.
It happens. It is what it is. Sometimes your true character is shown when you going through something. And how you get out of that is yet to be seen. And that's what we got to focus on. It's easy to dwell in something that you didn't expect in the moment, but we just got to take it one day at a time. Have this conversation again late January. Make sure it's not the same type of sentiment that we having now.
Mike Brown has preached a lot about you guys coming out and setting the tone early on so you're not playing catch up late in the game. We saw it with the Denver game. We saw it last night. What do you think you guys have to do to play with that sense of urgency right off the top to get going?
I mean, either we just got to have the right mental approach, or, we line up, 15 cans of Red Bull before the game. One of the two, but, it got to happen so we don't put ourselves in those situations early on.
That's interesting.
Real quick, want to address Peyton in the chat referring to me talking about De'Aaron, being on the bench with the top. I'm not saying anything about if he quit or pouted off or nothing like that. I'm just telling you, I was watching it, and he's sitting there on the bench afterwards. Really, the whole thing was saying looking frustrated. You know what I'm saying? Just frustrated with this has happened again. And Peyton says that's not fair. Fox was the last guy on the court last night. I watched him wait and high five all the guys playing in garbage time. That's fine. I didn't say he stormed off. I'm saying he looked, and rightfully so, looked affected by what had transpired again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you want that, by the way.
Yeah.
You want that. That was an interesting line from DeMar DeRozan. Come out more focused or line up 15 cans of Red Bull, one or the other. Don't advise lining up 15 cans of Red Bull for anybody.
Sacramento Kings brought to you by 5 Hour Energy.
My goodness. But, man, it's a strong inclination that they're not going out there and starting the game with energy.
Where okay, let me ask you guys this.
Implication.
If you guys are in that locker room and you were part of the team, and we already talked about it, you need a roster upgrade or whatever, but that ain't coming anytime soon. Where do we start?
By the first possession, like literally, like Mike Brown did it with his possession by possession answer. Like you literally have to play every possession, whether it be offensively or defensively, with purpose. Like just focus on that one. I think they got to literally take it one by one because they clearly have a focus problem, I guess, from what Mike Brown has talked about, energy, whatever you want to call it. You literally have to start. All right, first possession, let's locked in, whatever. Now we're coming back down the court playing defense or offense, lock in again. Like you literally have to like kind of tell yourself at this point. Like we got to tell ourselves, just take it one by one now.
I can absolutely understand losing your focus through the course of a game. It's really difficult for me to understand regularly starting a game without focus, because that happened before the 15, but before the deficits of the last two games. Like we would see deficits of 7 or 8, and that's where Mike would talk about detail. It's where the first play of the game not being executed properly came up, and that's a little tougher for me. We may lose our way in the 3 o'clock hour, but God damn it, at 12, we got a plan. Like you gotta, if there's one spot you execute, it's got to be coming out of the locker room.
I don't have a stat for this, but how often do you think when they start off slow, do they eventually get back into the game when this happens?
I mean,
more often than not.
I mean, yeah, I would think so.
So then how much of it do you think is them kind of, I don't want to say they're lazy, but more so like, we'll get back into it.
Yeah, that is
up.
not a way to live. That is not a way to live.
Because I don't get like not starting off strong every game or with effort. Like I can only imagine like they just are complacent or something at this point.
The crazy thing about that is if you're like doing that and you lose a lot, 15 times, like you should be evaluating like, all right, well, what do we have to do to not lose? Maybe if we didn't start off a certain way, and we use the energy that we use to get back into the game.
Yeah.
We use that at the start. Maybe that'll set us up. I mean, these guys are thinking about that. We're not, breaking down anything that I'm sure they're not thinking. But
we might be.
How do you get to that point? Like, how do you get where as a collective, everybody's ready to go and ready to play?
Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago, where they made the change for Malik Monk into the starting lineup, and they scored 42 points in the first quarter against San Antonio.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, that's where I would start. So let's win the first quarter. Let's win the first quarter. Just do that. And then you reset the focus again, going into the second quarter and all that other stuff.
I'm sure there's a stat somewhere where it's how many first quarters have the Kings won? How many second quarters have they won? How many third quarters have they won? Speaking of stats, like I'm so curious, like there has to be like some program that counts passes, right? Because I'm just picturing like Jay Triano, like, all right, 1, 2,
You ever
3, 4.
You ever seen? I know you have the boxing, like when you're training for a match or something like that, and you got to get 500 punches on the heavy bag, and he's got the clicker. That's what Jay Triano's doing watching. He's got the little
Mike, you're not going to believe this. Shows him the clicker. 190. Jay, is that right? Poor Jay. I did it twice, coach. And it definitely wouldn't be Jay. It'd be someone.
Yeah, it'd be like me as the video.
Yeah,
assistant.
it'd be that guy. Hey, don't bother me. I'm counting passes. Stop.
Oh, no, I lost count.
Oh, I was in the third quarter. Gotta start all over again.
See, in that case, though, you would write down at the end of every quarter.
That's good thinking.
Man, I messed up. Let me just go back to the start of the third quarter. But then I don't think you could reset the clicker manually. You have to go back.
Well, you couldn't. Maybe it's a new fancy digital clicker.
Yeah, them boxing coaches still use the old mechanical joint.
There's probably a bag where you punch it and it tells you how many times you hit it.
Absolutely.
But the fight camp thing has Bluetooth, little Bluetooth clips that you put in your boxing gloves, and it counts how many times you hit the bag.
That's not gonna make you tougher, though.
Tells you how hard you hit the bag.
That's not gonna make you tougher.
Your clicker is gonna make me tougher.
Yes.
Okay, that's why boxing's in the state that it's in. Your stupid clicker.
It's gonna be tougher. Eat red meat.
What was the guy's name? Mick? What was Rocky's trainer name? You gotta want it. It sounds strangely like Vince McMahon. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why.
No, shout out Will Z.
You got it?
He's got it. Kings have outscored opponents 12 times in the first quarter. They've been outscored 15 times. Kind of sounds like their record.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if they've won or,
Are we missing a game?
They tied once.
Oh, okay. Oh, tied once. There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't have time, I think, to get all the quarters. Willsley's like, yeah, I have a wife and kids. Will you idiots leave me alone?
Wouldn't that be something if the
Every time they lose the first quarter, they lose the game. That is incredible.
That'd be crazy.
Somebody tweet that. Matt, if you're still listening, tweet that. They don't pay attention to us. They'll pay attention to you. Will, tweet that. Will Z damn near works for the Kings at this point. Every time the Kings lose the first quarter, they lose the game. Goodness gracious.
Well,
they got a chance to make up for it. They got a chance to. I mean, you can correct it with a weekend.
You win 2 games, and at least we're coming here in better spirits on Monday. Not everything is fixed. Not everything is solved. Could be a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. But
Bro, win 2 games for the sake of the parents who bought their kids a De'Aaron Fox Kings jersey on Christmas, just so they could be happy for that one day. After that, do what you want. Don't ruin Christmas for these kids.
Well, no. This is the D'Lo rule in full effect. We're too close to Christmas. Someone's out of town's family is showing up, and you don't want them.
Yeah, we're playing the Washington Wizards on December 23rd. Make sure you show up that day to win.
Also, our guy Ken Anthony next door on the Eagle, he's an LA guy. We love him. He walked by with his, it was a hell of a game last night. No, F you, Ken. Ken's got the company seats tomorrow. He's bringing his daughter from Los Angeles. Make sure their asses leave unhappy.
Don't have that daughter crying like the little girl in the COVID game.
Yes, that's what we want. Well, I don't think she's a little girl. I think she's a grown woman. I don't think Ken has a toddler at home. Like, he's got a grown ass daughter.
Well, don't have her crying like girl who plays the flute and cried after they lost.
Well, yeah.
Villanova, what team was that?
Was that Villanova?
I think so.
It's so good. Just tear. I want Ken Anthony to leave Saturday miserable, and I want Mr. Halliburton to leave upset on Sunday after. I'm gonna be happy to see Mr. Halliburton, but I want him to leave upset on Sunday. That's right. And we want you to have a great weekend. We appreciate y'all so much for being with us, man.
Happy birthday, De'Aaron.
We'll be. Sorry.
Hope you enjoyed your day.
Sorry, De'Aaron. I hope the properties in Los Angeles are really good to you. We'll be back on Monday to cover everything that happens over the weekend. So make sure that you're here with us for our Christmas Eve spectacular, because I've got a feeling it's probably going to get a little silly. See them with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the beam.
Guys, we have to run because I got to get Complex on the air in 3 minutes. So we will see. Have a great weekend. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Take care.
Complex, I'm on the way. I know he can hear.